Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome to another fun-filled, entertaining day of Topstep TV. This is the opening call for Tuesday, May 12th, 2026. I'm JD filling in for Coach J this morning. You know the man in the middle, John the Goat Hoagland. And over there on the right, Coach Ray. What is up, gentlemen? Good morning. Hoag, how you feeling today?
Feeling good, man. Turnaround Tuesday. Are the highs in the equities for a while? There's a
What did
big
he say?
question for you. Could it be? Could it be? Who knows, man? Who knows? JD, great to
Interesting.
see you this morning. Ray, haven't seen you in a minute. How are things? What's going on?
Oh, not a whole lot. Just kind of winding down the year here, and getting ready to kind of focus in on the markets and see what kind of context we can provide our audience.
There you go. When Coach Ray says winding down the year, he means the school year because Coach Ray is a high school math teacher when he's not a superstar in Topstep TV. All right, gentlemen. Typically around this time, we start talking about the opening range breakout trade in gold. But we've got a pretty decent sized number coming up at the bottom of the hour. Let's still take a high level overview. What do you guys think of this gold opening range breakout trade? Even though CPI is coming out and we're likely not going to be taking this trade, what direction would you like to be in if we were to take it? Let's do a hypothetical.
Well, a hypothetical, I do kind of like the long side as long as we're still holding above Wednesday's afternoon pullback high. That's where we opened yesterday, was just below that, and we rejected very quickly to the upside. You can see the opening range there was the low of the day. The market, we tried to get into that. It got away from us, built a little bit too quick. But as long as we're still holding above this blue line right here, which is the afternoon pullback low from Wednesday, which is 46.90.60, you can see we tested down to it a couple of times in the overnight. I do kind of like a return to the upper area of the current area of balance. As long as we can hold that level, that's considerable risk all the way down to that. But if the opening range is manageable as far as risk is concerned, I don't hate the idea, other than the fact that we've got those CPI numbers coming out right at 7:30. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I'm with you on the long. I feel like we're making a little bit of a double bottom on this visible range volume profile on here, and I could see us maybe, as you mentioned, maybe kind of a little bit more of a mean reversion type of trade because we've been awfully short overnight. I think there's maybe a little bit of a rubber band effect that could happen here, back to the middle of the range, and maybe fill out this visible range that we have here on the right hand side. But
Good takes all around. I get it. We do have CPI, Consumer Price Index, coming up at 7:30 a.m. Central Time. So I would say 99% chance we hold on this trade going into the gold open. We've got about 30 more seconds until gold opens. Let's wait and see what it does. Let me switch to a 1 minute chart here. Yesterday, I think we missed the trade of the month when it comes to these opening range breakout trades, Og. It's been so shaky. I got cute with the execution, and we missed the ride of the week or the month.
There's nothing wrong with demanding good trade location. You just have to be willing to miss a good trade once in a while. Gold is now open and it's very thin. Very thin. Lots of holes, lots of prices not actually trading.
Oh, yeah.
60, 30, 38 tick opening range so far.
I'm watching it. I got the micro contract up. And it is awfully thin on the ladder. But it's just bouncing around a little bit. So not a whole lot of movement. Which signals trappy to me, to be honest with you.
Yeah, we're three to five ticks between best bid and offer. Market orders, you're going to give up five or seven ticks on your entry. Onesie twosies on the bids and offers, nothing tremendous.
Mm-hmm. All right, opening range has been established. We got a high 47.16.30, low 47.12.20. 41 tick opening range. That's in the
Wow.
micro contract.
The GC is a little bit different. It's 47.12.40 on the low and a tick off on the high 47.16.20.
Ooh, okay. 3 tick difference. Just took out the low by 2 ticks. So if we were going to take this trade, oh no,
Yeah, the
now
short
it
side.
just took it out in the GC.
interesting way to start a day.
Yeah.
So the trade will either be short or invalidated. Maybe gold will do the heavy lifting for us and just invalidate itself on this opening range breakout, and we don't even have to think about it. But it's looking like, well, no confirmation of a trade so far. What do you say?
Nothing yet, right?
We talk for a minute about today's economic calendar.
Let's do it.
All right, we had a couple numbers out already this morning. We had the NFIB Small Business Optimism Index came out 95.9, forecast for 96.1. We also had the ADP employment change, weekly employment change come out, adding 33,000 jobs compared to 39 and a quarter just a week ago. It's week over week change. We also had a Fed speaker at 2:15 a.m. Central Time. I missed that one, obviously. But again, the big number for this morning is the CPI report coming up in just a couple of minutes. Consumer Price Index. It's usually a very decent inflation gauge number, so it's likely going to be market moving. Tomorrow we're going to get the Producer Price Index out also. So we've got a couple of days of decent inflation data coming out. Redbook at 7:55. The WASDE grain report is coming out at 11 a.m. If you are a grain trader, if you're trading corn, wheat, soybeans, or any type of agricultural product, be alert for 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time when that number comes out. It will be market moving in the grain markets or commodity markets. We've also got a 10-year note auction coming up at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time today. That could also be market moving for equities. So make sure you're aware of these times and of these reports coming out. They do have potential to move markets violently. So as always, we've got one eye in the ditch for you here on Topstep TV. We're always watching the news, we're watching the charts, and we're keeping you apprised of any new information coming out concerning these markets. As always, that is today's economic calendar.
I'm assuming we're holding off on the opening range trade in gold. I'm sure it has triggered to the short side here already.
It certainly has. Yes, we did get a solid short trigger confirmation. If we were to have taken this trade, I'd say conservatively we would have gotten in around 47.10, roughly 47.10.
Okay.
You could paper trade this just to see what happens. I know there's going to be some type of, I shouldn't say I know, this is not trading advice of any kind, but I got that feeling we're going to see some type of knee-jerk reaction as the 730 number comes out. So
odds are
probably
good.
A good idea to stay out of it. But 47.10, yes. Let me just mark down that price. And still heading lower. Look at this.
Wow. Quite the move.
2 days in a row, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So far.
Yeah. Gold just gave you roughly 1.51 R. Just a matter of 2 minutes. A couple people in the chat. Sound off in the chat. Who caught the gold opening range breakout trade? Oh. And did you cover? Will you cover before 7:30?
Brock looks like he did.
Yeah. JGZ says this number has to be hot. Context, please. Context. We got a couple people in there getting short. Nice job, guys. Watch out for the bottom of the hour. Oh, let's Let's educate the people. What do we have to do if we want to go to recess? Do we have to put the work in?
Well, we got the teacher here, so yes, let's definitely do our homework. Otherwise, it may end up on your permanent record. Hey, pre-market
Mhm.
research. That's what we're doing here. It's all about context, risk management, and patience. Do your work, your technical work on your charts. Take a look at what you think the markets are going to do. Your morning checklist, of course. Got your coffee, got your water, got your tea, got your probiotics, got your dog walked, got your meditation in. Speaking of meditation, mindset is so important in trading. It's all about mindset. The happy traders make better traders. If you are in the wrong mindset, in a bad mindset, think about finding a way to get rid of that venom in your veins, get yourself back to center before engaging in the marketplace. And then, of course, your trade entry checklist. You've done your homework. You've looked at the markets. You've got your hypotheses. What's going to get you in those trades? Write those trades down. Do your journaling throughout the day and review those trades at the end of the day. What may you have been able to recognize that could have brought forth a better outcome to any of those trades? And of course, watch at the end of the day when we have the at the buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. There is your daily checklist. I hope you have your own checklist and that you check those things off as you do them to make sure you're not leaving any assignments unfinished, because Coach Ray is going to be marking that again on your permanent record. So if you want to go to prom, you got to do the homework.
There you have it, folks. Put the work in. All right, we've got about 90 seconds, or 2 minutes, I should say, until this number comes out. I think we got time for a quick news break also. President Trump has said he'll suspend the gas tax for as long as necessary. But does he have that power? Let's run it. So oil prices are climbing after the president's apparent rejection of Iran's latest proposal to end the conflict. Iran is reportedly demanding control over the Strait of Hormuz. The vital waterway has effectively remained closed for 10 weeks now, blocking the shipment of a significant share of the world's oil exports. Speaking from the Oval Office yesterday, the president said he wants to suspend the federal gas tax for an indefinite amount of time in an effort to bring down gas prices. But the proposal would require approval from Congress, and that's a step lawmakers have declined to take many times in the past. So, just saying he's going to do it doesn't mean he really can, right?
It would, bring a degree of relief to those out there buying gasoline, but it's only, what is it, 16, 18 cents a gallon, which is the federal gas tax, which, when we're paying $5-6 a gallon, it makes a difference, but really how much? And we'll see if he's able to actually do it.
Drop in the bucket, huh? Here we go, guys. We got 20 seconds until CPI. 20 seconds till this consumer price index report comes out.
Alrighty. Here we go. I always feel like we need like the dun 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 before the numbers come out,
Yes. For those interested, the CPI is a measure of the change in the average price level of a fixed basket of goods and services purchased by consumers. How much are we paying for goods and services? We got some reaction already in these markets. And the number is out. US CPI year over year, 3.8%. Forecast for 3.7%, just a little bit higher. Coming in one tick hot. US core CPI year over year, 2.8%. Forecast for 2.7%, previous 2.6%. Up a couple ticks also. Month over month, US CPI forecasted for 0.6%. Came in actual 0.6%. And core CPI month over month forecasted for 0.3%, came in 0.4%. Just a little bit hot on consumer prices. We're seeing a reaction from these markets right now. We got a dip in gold. If we had gotten into that trade, we'd still be in that trade.
Mm-hmm.
So all 3 out of 4 of them came out 0.1% higher than expected. I don't think that's I don't think that that's unexpected. The only one
Yeah.
that came out as expected was the CPI month over month, 0.6% came out 0.6%. They were already pricing in more expensive crude oil in these numbers. They came out just a little bit hotter than expected. We had a knee jerk, what looks like a knee jerk to the upside, which is now fading in the equities. Continuation to the downside in gold. Not much of a move in crude oil, of course. Crude oil pretty much the cause of most of this. So we are seeing our equities kind of holding below important levels that we'll see on the charts when we get to them. And maybe a little bit of a turnaround Tuesday we've got going on here. We will see, but those numbers certainly a little hot, a little hot. See what the trading public, how they digest this. It's going to be an interesting trading day, folks. Aren't they always?
Every day is a new and interesting day. And yes, it is Turnaround Tuesday. Keep that in the back of your heads or back of your minds, folks. All right, the numbers are out. The markets have reacted. Hogue, Coach Ray, do us a favor and dazzle us with your charting prowess. Let's take a look at gold.
We'll do our best. We will do our best. All right, so starting with the daily, a little bit further out here in gold, we've got a little bit of a balance formed, and we are certainly inside of that balance. I'm calling this 3 days, 1, 2, 3 days of balance. Now let's get this a little bit bigger. Last night we took a look all the way up to the 50 session simple moving average, which is a level we've been kind of eyeballing for a potential opportunity. Of course, it happened probably last night in the period of time when everybody was sleeping. We also had a peek up to the weekly kickoff high 47.92. That has finally shown some resistance, and we are in the 3 day balance, more rotational than anything else. We added 5,300 contracts to the upside yesterday, but overall, open interest has been waffling while the market has been in this kind of medium time frame area of rotation slash balance. Well, still in short time frame control, ladies and gentlemen. Still in short time frame control. The longer time frame has their inventories set. They are just kind of sitting on their hands, waiting for potentially new information. Of course, the most of that information is probably going to be on lots of uncertainties and fragility overseas with what's going on in Iran, and everybody seems to be, eh, as far as a lot of these commodities, sitting with bated breath. Ray, what are you seeing here on the daily chart? Anything remarkable to you?
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of drew a little bit of a consolidation pattern, a little triangle pattern that's kind of developed here in the gold. You can see that we're in kind of some downside structure here, inside an area of range, as you mentioned. And looking at the DMI, the DMI is also kind of indicating the same, right? So really not a whole lot of aggressive buying or selling going on at this moment in time, but we are still in some downside structure in this market. So we probably, if we're going to err in one direction, we probably need to continue to err on the downside until we get to some of these extremes that we have down below here. I think I have, was it around 4,300? I think would probably be maybe start to shake up some of these these higher time frame participants or institutions to take some action. But otherwise, we're, like you mentioned, we're probably in short time control here until we get to some of these extremes. And the extremes for me right now are 4,300 here on the low end, and probably up to 5,000 on the high end. And those would be maybe my two levels there, where we could potentially see some participation that could drive markets.
Some change in market state at those levels that Ray was just discussing, sounds like. What about the ATR? Well, the daily ATR is 116 ticks, points here, and we're at 91 right now. So we do have some more space to get to our daily average true range. Again, 91 is our current range. And if we were to extend to the downside on that ATR, we'd still be inside of the current 3-day area of balance. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. And so here is our 3-day area of balance. You could say it was 4, but 1 inside day, outside day, 1, 2, 3 days of balance, our overnight high up against the high from last Thursday, which is really kind of the upper extreme. We've also got the weekly kickoff high 47.92. We've got the 50 session simple moving average on the daily chart coming in and just kissing the high from last night. Overnight inventory, what are we looking at? Well, we may be looking at not too much here. So we got a little bit of shorts in the overnight inventory, but we're inside we're inside range and below value, which Ray kind of pointed out when we were looking at the opening range trade in gold. So, where are we? Well, we're still in range. We're still in balance. We're, in the bigger picture, probably inside of the composite area of balance. So I'm not looking for anything huge to happen today. I'm looking for opportunities near short time frame levels that will likely be respected as long as we stay in short time frame control. Now, the overnights we put in, we're down here near the afternoon pullback low, and a lot of folks wonder what's an afternoon pullback low. Well, on Thursday, we had a pretty decent up day, and then the market pulled back to that level. So we marked that level, and it has been somewhat supportive every time we've looked below it so far. We've rejected below that level, including yesterday when we opened. The opening range was below that level, showing immediate buying coming in and a move to the upside, which kind of created a P-shaped profile, which we'll talk about here shortly. Short covering. Okay, that's that P-shaped profile indicates short covering. Is that supported by open interest? Well, we added 3,500 in open interest. So not only did we see short covering, we saw new longs near the high of an area of balance. Well, a lot of those new longs are sitting and they are holding losing positions. If that's the case, and some of them are probably, liquidating those longs as price continued to move lower, but we have to make the assumption that we have overnight inventory to the short side. This afternoon pullback low, which seems like somewhat of an obscure level. Sometimes those obscure levels are really what short time frame traders are looking at, and we did see support there in the overnight session. Am I bummed we missed that opening range trade? At this point, I would be, because we would still be probably holding profits, but I'm not confident that that opening range high is going to hold, because we've got some overnight shorts. We've liquidated some of the shorts from yesterday. We're in short time frame control, and this short time frame afternoon pullback low level is bringing a degree of support. I'm not looking for any continuation to the downside until I can sense, see, or smell meaningful selling below that afternoon pullback low. Then I could see, us looking towards some weaknesses in structure down below. We have a session gap from Tuesday to Wednesday of last week, which was pretty substantial. To close that session gap, we've got to go all the way down to 45.97 half, and we've got another naked point of control below that, naked point of chill, a popular high volume price from a day in the past that has not been revisited, 45.7360. Not sure we're going to be getting anywhere near that today. Still in short time frame control, still in short time frame range. If I had to, I'd say 46.60, the low end of the range, and we'll just call 47.92 the weekly kickoff high, the upper end of that range. Anything in the middle, be careful. Make sure you're looking for good opportunities to limit risk. Last thing I want to mention, Ray, is we have all of the simple moving averages on the 30-minute chart within striking distance. We've got the 200, we've got the 100, we've got the 50, we've got the 20 session, and we've got VWAP all very tightly packed right in the middle of yesterday's range. Market is telling us that it is relatively range bound. Focus on the extremes. Balance to breakout guidelines will apply. Ray, what are you thinking? Whatever your name is.
Well, like you mentioned, I'm looking at this and I'm seeing that we're kind of reacting off of this visible range volume profile on the low end. So value area low seems to be kind of a natural area where we could potentially see a bounce. I do see that area that you already mentioned, this 4660 level. That's the most recent area that we actually drove price higher. But now that we are at a value area low, this seems like a reasonable area maybe for folks to maybe potentially step in. I would say that given this kind of downside structure, I would probably be looking for some areas of strength, right? Maybe the low end of value from yesterday. Maybe the point of control of would be kind of a couple of areas that I would be focused in on. That's also coming kind of hovering around this is it VWAP or this anchor VWAP? I'm not sure exactly what this green line is, but this is an area that could also offer us maybe a location where we could maybe take on maybe a little bit of a continuation trade to the downside. What I'm seeing right now, it seems like maybe there's a little bit of accumulation going on here at this value area low for maybe a potential leg higher. Now, how high? I would say at least if it is what I think it is, that I would say the point of control from yesterday seems like a reasonable target for maybe a long at this location. At the end of the day, I don't have to take all that much risk to participate in a long trade, right? My point of invalidation would be any close below this value area low, because you could see here that we're getting a fair amount of wicks, kind of indicating to me that there's a fair amount of interest in this area for a potential long here. So I was kind of long when we started the call, and I'm still feeling a bit more on the long side as well. So
sure. The profile yesterday was a normal variation neutral day, but it did have that P shape. The P shape profile is, we left the opening range at the low of the day and we drove higher, and then we ranged right at the top of the day, and that is going to kind of offer the opportunity to tell us that was a short covering rally yesterday, not necessarily supported. Usually a short covering rally will lose open interest. We gained open interest. So not only did we cover some shorts, we added a whole bunch of longs. Those longs might be in a little bit of trouble right now. We just took out the high of the opening range just by a few ticks. So if we were going to marry that opening range trade, we'd be in trouble right now. We would be in trouble. So never was really bummed that we missed that trade. If you took it and you saw money and took money, good on you. Looking for this market to maybe reaccept value and bring us back to, let's just call it 47.50 value high. And that's what we're looking at as far as gold is concerned. There was one other thing I was trying to think of, but it slipped my mind. We're going to have to see how this plays out. And that's what we've got for gold.
Thank you, Hogue. Thank you, Ray. Yeah, you're right, Hogue. I'd say there's a very high probability that we would have moved our stop to scratch on that gold trade if we had taken it right before that number came out, and we would definitely be out of that trade by now. Of course, we didn't take the trade, so it's all just conjecture, right? Anyway, let's take a look at what happened overnight. Stocks in Asia closed mixed, mostly lower. The Hang Seng Index closed down 0.22%. Pardon me. The Nikkei closed up 0.52%, and the Shanghai Composite closed down 0.25%. Stocks in Europe currently trading lower this morning. Across the board, the DAX is down 1.16%. The FTSE is down 0.42%. The CAC 40 is down 0.66%, and the Stock 600 is down 0.76%. The US dollar index is ticking up just a little bit. 98.257 is the last print on the US dollar index. The VIX is trading up a little bit, also up 1.5% this morning, 18.68. Last on the VIX, little boost in volatility, just a bit. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note resting peacefully, gently, comfortably at 4.427% going into the equity open. Oh, we got a guy, Pepper, in the chat with a question saying, the initial balance for gold is 720 to 810, correct? Or do you just do 730 to 8 o'clock?
Okay, that was that was the question that that had slipped my mind at the moment. So, so yes, technically, the opening for gold is 7:20 a.m. Central Time. So I look at the initial balance as 7:20 to 8:20, and at 8:20, I will put those levels on a 30-minute chart. So it's not necessarily going to line up with the high or the low from the 7:30 or the 8:30 bars, but I do prefer, because of probably habit, that I know where the 7:20 and 8:20 high and low are for the initial balance in gold. Sometimes it's going to make a difference, sometimes it's not, but it's a good question, and I'm glad we had the opportunity to answer that for you. And
Yep. Remember,
JD, thank you for reminding me that that was the question or the thought that slipped my mind while we were still looking at the charts. But
absolutely.
that's it, 7:20 to 8:20 Central Time.
There you have it. Remember, different markets have different regular trading hours open times. And when we talk about regular trading hours, we're talking about those old school pit trading hours, which institutional investors still respect quite a bit. You notice we saw a little influx of liquidity jump into the gold market right at 7:20 a.m. Central Time. We expect to see the same thing at 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time when crude oil opens. So here's a couple of regular trading hours open times for you. So a lot of us are trading equities, right? The S&P, the NASDAQ, the Dow. Regular trading hours open for those markets is 8:30 a.m. Central Time. So your initial balance would be 8:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. Those are for equity markets. If you're trading in the Treasury complex, 30-year, 10-year, 5-year notes, things like that, or currency futures, those opening times are 7:20 a.m. Central Time, just like gold and silver. So your initial balance time would be 7:20 a.m. to 8:20 a.m. Central Time. Crude oil, natural gas, those markets open regular trading hours at 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. So your initial balance is 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock a.m. Also all in Central Time. Hope that helps out. Hope it provides a little clarity. You could also get a lot of this information directly from the source at the CME Group website. These are all CME Group products that we are trading here at Topstep. It's a wealth of information over there. It's all at your fingertips. All right, guys, let's get into those S&P charts, if you please.
All right. In the S&P as well, or in the equities? Well, let's just say S&P is a NASDAQ. If we can do a poll, and I'm not suggesting that this is financial advice at all, but if I were to do a poll right now, it would be, do we have a temporary high in the ES and the NASDAQ? Yes or no? Yes or no? If we can do a poll, great. Let's see if we can get that done. All right, let's just start taking a look at the charts here. So in the S&Ps, we have 5 straight days of new all-time highs. Yesterday, we put the all-time high in during regular trading hour sessions. So we don't have an overnight all-time high to worry about as far as taking that out during the regular trading hours. Volume was still okay. It's not tremendous on up days. That doesn't scare me. We still added 4,600 in open interest, but that open interest seems to be slowing, and it was a smaller range yesterday, a little bit less energy. Still, value moved higher. Everything is still pointing to the upside. However, I have downgraded the auction grade from a B to a B minor for reasons slowing momentum, kind of a smaller open interest increase. As a matter of fact, we lost open interest in the NASDAQ. That has a part in my lowering of the auction grade. Just getting the sense that the market is slowing a little bit and may need to consolidate or pull back a little bit. Now, again, this is not financial advice. These are hypotheses just based on what I'm seeing in the marketplace. And there's a couple of hints that may make sense to you in the 30-minute charts, that or may not make sense to you in the 30-minute charts. We're all individuals. We all see these markets in the way that we see them. This is just context from the seat that I am sitting in. We are still one time framing higher. There is no change in the current state of this market. It still is screaming buy breaks. Do we see a little bit of a pullback and maybe a short time frame high in this market is my question. Ray, what are you seeing on the daily chart? How do you feel about all this? What are you thinking?
Yeah, again, I'm kind of looking at areas here. I mean, I'm just kind of doing a little bit of a kind of Fibonacci's here, but I would say that I think we are maybe potentially overdue for a little bit of a pullback here to the downside. I've identified some areas here. I have value area high, which we're still well below the market at the moment. A couple areas that I would kind of maybe focus in on. Certainly, this area here around 71.92. Would be that's the 25%. And then we have the 0.382. That would be another area. But yeah, I'm with you. I think the market is probably overdue for a little bit of a pullback. But we, like we do, we just trade the market we're given. And if we don't get that pullback, then
Yes.
at least we can wait for an area where we can actually manage our risk. So I'm looking at this kind of 9 EMA, or any sort of the MAs would kind of offer us maybe a location to maybe participate in a continuation trade, because we are still moving higher, although probably a little bit more, how we say, more of a grinding higher than a momentous move higher. Looking at the DMI, I see that we still are getting positive DI, although you mentioned we are seeing a little bit of weakness on the positive direction. Okay. But the selling hasn't really picked up here just yet. Maybe it's starting to maybe make a little bit of an attempt here, but overall, I would say that the market is still to the bullish side. But I think if we are going to participate in this market, we definitely need to find better price locations to manage risk, because I'm not, while I am paying premium in the gas pump right now, I'm not really necessarily willing to pay premium for ES at this moment in time to the upside. I'm looking for a little bit of a pullback if I'm going to participate, or maybe participate in maybe a move that would maybe offer me a little bit of a pullback to some of these moving averages below me. So cautiously bull, I would say.
Okay. Yeah. And by all rights, we should be. I mean, looking at your ADX, the the DI is positive. The ADX is still rising. There's no reason to think that there's no, but not a potential for continuation to the upside in this market. As far as the ATR is concerned, the average true range in the S&Ps on the daily is 84 and change. We've got 45 points. There is more space for expansion from the overnight range. We perhaps even double that range before we get to the ATR. So there is room to move. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So overnight inventory, we're just going to start with that. Overnight inventory is certainly to the short side. We opened basically at settlement. We had been holding and continuing price lower. We're already seeing some resolution or reconciliation of that. We are not going to be opening with any gaps, so gap rules are not going to be a part of the equation for anything we're doing today. Overnight inventory is currently reconciling. One of the important levels that we talked about yesterday and that we're still going to be talking about today is one of those obscure levels, the afternoon pullback low from Friday. We opened below it, we held above it, we rejected below it. The opening range was above that level yesterday, and the S&Ps in the opening range, that 1 minute opening range, ended up being the dead low of the session. We've taken several looks below that afternoon pullback low, 74.07.5, and we've got nothing but wicks down below that. We had one close below that. Other than that, we've got nothing but wicks. So the market is telling us that, we've run into some buyers down below that level. I'm not really looking for shorts until we can see some meaningful selling below that 74.07 half level. We had just have not been seeing it. So the market is coming back into, it's going to be opening in range. It's going to be opening below value. Value has been rising on a daily basis, and that's a good thing for potential continuation. My question starts to come in as, all right, well, we've got open interest increasing. The open interest seems to be kind of slowing a little bit, and we're actually seeing some decent pullbacks. So this was Wednesday. Thursday, we ended up with one of our very few down days. Friday, we had a P-shaped profile, short covering. Short covering typically will remove buying power out of the marketplace temporarily. Yesterday, another P-shaped profile, short covering. Short covering can temporarily remove buying power out of the marketplace. Why? Well, if you're short and you have to cover, you have to buy. Once you have covered those shorts, you no longer have to buy to cover your position. Therefore, that you do take some degree, it could be a very small degree, out of the continuation move to the upside, which is what these equities have been doing for 40 years. They get a short, they run it up, we cover, we push it higher. The pushing it higher begets more buying. More buying, we get short, we get squeezed out, we cover, we push price higher and higher. And that's the way this market has been working for 40 years. But we are seeing some pretty significant, at the end of the day, pullbacks. Now, did have a pullback low yesterday, which was in essence last week's high. So I'm just going to be using last week's high as that level. We are below it. We are above the Friday's afternoon pullback low. Afternoon pullback low here. Again, last week's high. We're right in the middle of it. So try and stay a little bit patient this morning. I'm not trying to cast doubt on any continuation to the upside. It's just a question. It's just a poll. But if we're starting to see a little bit of a change in the pattern that the S&Ps have been showing, I'm seeing a little bit of a change in the pattern. Doesn't mean that the market can't just continue to put in all-time highs at some point today, tomorrow, whenever it's going to be. It's going to happen whenever it's going to happen. So overnight inventory short being reconciled below value, below the afternoon pullback low from yesterday, above the afternoon pullback low from Friday. A little bit of comfort level here. I think the market might get a little cozy here waiting for PPI tomorrow or anything else that might happen. Still a lot of uncertainties out there in the world. No major earnings coming out today, so nothing to worry about there. Maybe this market can just chill for a little while. I don't know. It's just my main hypothesis is that we're going to find a range and we're going to chill in it for a little while today. Just my hypothesis. Ray, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, again, kind of similar to what we're kind of seeing in the gold market, right? We see that we got a little bit of reaction here from value area low of my visible range volume profile. I kind of drew a little bit of a demand or kind of support zone here. We've been at this area before. We've reacted away from it. We are developing a rather impressive, bullish candle here at the moment, right? That's breaking above the 9, above our VWAP. And we're seeing a little bit of a spike in our positive, certainly not above our negative. We're still, relatively in some sort of bearish structure. But if I'm going to maintain this, if I'm going to look for continuation trades to the downside, I probably want to sell some strength here. So I'm looking at the value or the low end of value here from yesterday's range, right around 74.30. That would seem like a logical place to maybe participate for a downside trade. And I also have the point of control, but just slightly above that at 74.35.75. That would provide me, a couple of logical locations for maybe a potential continuation trade to the downside. If I'm looking at the long side, well, I think I have a reasonable level right now. I mean, I'm at value area low, and assuming that we can hold, then a rotation back to the high, which is falling right at point of control, would be a reasonable move, right? From the current location up to that 74.37, 74.37.50 level. would be a reasonable rotation back to that area before we could see maybe some sellers potentially stepping back into this market. DMI, still a good amount of momentum here to the downside, although it seems to be waning here a little bit. We're seeing selling pressure kind of wane as well, and buying pressure begin to pick up here based on some of the candle formations that we're seeing right now. So interesting. I would say I would agree with you, Coach. I think we probably are better waiting for maybe some better levels. If I were long, probably already long, I think. And right now, I feel like we probably need to wait, if I'm bearish, to kind of wait for some higher levels and see if I can get maybe a continuation move here to the downside.
Definitely wait for some sort of really decent reversal pattern before going short. Remember, anytime I start to think lower, I just have to remind myself how resilient these markets are. That's what we got for S&Ps. We got crude oil open already. What are we doing? We are talking too much.
So we got a pretty tight opening range in crude oil. Again, regular trading hours open for crude is 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Ding, 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 the bell's rung. We got a high. I'm looking at the micro contract. We've got a high of $100.85 and a low of $100.68. About a 17 tick wide opening range there. We just took out the high of the opening range. So our trade will either be a long or invalidation. That second candle, the 8:01 Central Time candle, did not trigger a long in the micro contract, but it looks like we might get a long in this candle coming up. What were you saying, Hogue?
We're opening with a gap. We're opening with a gap. We're above the moving averages. We're above VWAP. VWAP is, has quite the slant to the upside to it. I don't hate the long.
All right, let's see what it gives us. We got about 20 seconds until this candle closes.
It's cheap,
Looks
too.
like we're gonna trade. Yeah, it's super cheap. Not a whole lot of risk on this trade at all. Looks like we're gonna get in long here, and I'm working a bid, and we just got in $100.92. House comes long a pair of micro crude, $192. We're gonna take about $90 worth of risk on this trade, 45 ticks. I think that's far enough away to invalidate this trade. Putting in a new low. We'll also put in a new low. So let's see what this trade gives us. Looking all right so far. All right, let's get into a little crude news. What do you say? The U.S. is about to release 53 million barrels of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Let's roll it. That's right. The U.S. Department of Energy announced it will release more than 53 million barrels of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. This is part of the U.S. pledge to add 172 million barrels to the international market. More than 30 countries are also included in an initiative that focuses on bringing roughly 400 million barrels of oil to the world. The war in Iran has led Tehran to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, which we all know, which carries about 1/5 of the world's natural gas and oil supply. Crude prices have risen roughly $30 per barrel since military action in Iran began. We're trading. Ooh, we got a nice boost here. Did we cover one? Did we cover one of these at 1R? Or just let it ride?
I see a visual target at 102.13.
102.13. Mr. Hoagland has set the price. We got a nice rippy here. $102.13. That is our target. Coming off a little bit.
You just want to keep that for the runner. You gotta want to take one at 1R, 2R. That's I don't hate that. We guarantee some money.
Yep.
Looks strong.
Still ripping. Very strong. People are saying, let it ride, just move your stop. I'm not going to disagree with that. We're at 1R now, taking the risk off.
Yo.
All right. Let it ride. Let it ride. All right, let's get into these charts. It's 8:05. What are the oracles telling us about crude oil this morning?
All right. So, in the bigger picture, of course, we're in a pretty wide area of balance. Weekly kickoff low and high have not changed this week, because last week we tested it on the high of the week. We tested the low of the weekly kickoff range on the low of the week. So those remain intact. They haven't changed. They haven't brought in, any change in direction. Price yesterday, I mean, we put in a doji yesterday. We added 1,000 in open interest. It was very indecisive and dead center in the middle of the current area of balance or range. So it doesn't help necessarily that we're in the teeth of rollover. It's what is it, the 12th? By the 18th, early next week, we will be moving to the July contract, to the July contract. This happens every month in crude oil, so it's something that we do talk about a lot. And the longer time frame traders are going to be looking for this market to remain somewhat range bound, so that they can make a bunch of money on moving all those positions from the June contract into future months. All right. That said, they got an opportunity to start that yesterday. As a matter of fact, I believe the open interest is already greater in the June contract in the July contract than in the June contract. However, the volume is still in the June contract. So price remains range bound. It's coming into rollover. That's going to tend to keep it more range bound, but I think the longer time frame is basically hedged and waiting for new information. Anything that comes out from for the Strait of Hormuz, Iran, anything that changes the the availability or the supply of crude oil is going to drastically change these markets. But until that happens, there's a lot of, I think, longer time frame traders hedged, sitting on their hands, waiting for something to change. And when it changes, look out, because I think we've been seeing some pretty decent increases in open interest, and that's going to create energy when there is a change. I'm going to check that open interest right now. Yeah, we've seen some pretty big since the last rollover. We've seen a lot of day over day increases in open interest in a range bound trade. That just adds energy to when there's finally some sort of a change or some sort of a breakout. But that breakout is not going to occur until there is some big changes to the geopolitical situation overseas that affects crude oil. Ray, what do you see on the daily chart? Anything remarkable to you?
Yeah, I mean, I just see a market that's been in range, but still kind of sloping to the upside, right? So we still have that resistance zone up at 112 that hasn't been broken. We've kind of tested that level multiple times, but we see a market that continues to kind of grind higher here, right? We see kind of just naturally looking from left to right here, we see a market that's still kind of making higher highs and higher lows. Looking at the DMI is, I would say, kind of relatively flat, kind of indicating that we are indeed in range. And we see that we're getting a lot in the way of overlapping price action. So while the market is moving to the upside, it isn't necessarily moving in a very impulsive way to the upside, right? So market is kind of ranging here, kind of trying to find maybe continued footing. Do we have support to go higher? Well, the price candles are indicating, yes, indeed, that's the case. We're getting some wicks away from this value area high here that I have, this visible range volume profile. So on the higher time frame, I'm still seeing some more opportunity here to the upside. It'll be interesting to see how we react away, or I'm assuming we'll get to 112 here at some point.
That would be a nice target for our current position. 112s? I'm down for that. I'm down for that. Let's take a look at the 30. All right, so we had a gap from Tuesday to Wednesday. 1, 2, 3, 4 overlapping days. And now we've gapped higher. Does this create dun, 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 a potential island bottom? Maybe. Let me take this off. A 4-day island bottom? I don't know. We'll have to see. But We are opening with a gap above the range from yesterday. There is still a gap from a previous range to the high from yesterday. This gap creates a 4-day island bottom. If that is going to be the case, grand. As far as overnight inventory is concerned, we have a lot of overnight inventory to the long side. Opening last night right around here, around 98.20. And we've got a lot of longs in this market as far as the overnight is concerned. That is the one concern that I have with our current position, but we are now risk off on it, and we're going to just let this play out and see what happens, right? So, what are we doing? Well, we're using gap guidelines. If we open with a session gap above the previous day's session and we can't close that gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities in the direction of that gap, which we are currently long, opening range, dead low. Let's see if we can get any continuation on this. We are a little bit pricey as far as the current, area of recent pricing, but the market has expended a lot of energy. It has facilitated a lot of trade here and seems to be looking for new areas to facilitate trade. So if we start to see value being accepted higher, I could see this market continue this move to the upside. Open interest, we only added 1,000 yesterday, so that it was we opened and closed. It was a doji, not a lot of decision making. The fact that we're moving away from that lack of decision making yesterday, I also find encouraging. Ray, I know you're liking what you're seeing on the 30-minute chart with your ADX and DIs.
Yeah.
What do you think about this?
Yeah, I mean, I think overall, I think we're I would say relatively healthy here. I mean, we did just prior to the open of the crude oil market, we got a nice little pull down into the VWAP area, and we gotten a bounce off of that level. So kind of indicating that there is some still some interest here in the bullish direction here in the market. We're obviously, you mentioned that we are above value from yesterday, and we're kind of holding some structure here that would indicate that there's still some more upside opportunity. I look at the DMI. I am seeing a little bit of weakness here in the positive DI, but the ADX is kind of giving me a reading of 52 here, which is relatively strong, double of what we normally want to see. Around 25 is considered strong, and we're up at this 50 level. So that's indicating that there's still a good amount of strength here in this current move that we're in. So I would say that I think we need to continue to look maybe for some opportunities here to the bullish side. I'm kind of going to see if I can maybe look at this initial balance range for this crude oil market, see what it establishes, and see if maybe if it may offer me an opportunity, maybe for an opportunity to the upside in this move. 102 obviously is going to be an area that we would like to see price get above. That would kind of continue the path of higher highs and higher lows. But right now, yes, I am seeing some continued bullish kind of price action, maybe a little bit of a slowdown here up at the highs here around 102. But assuming that we do break these highs, that could offer us maybe a little bit of extension. But with rollover, as you mentioned, could maybe cause us to remain in some sort of range.
Sure. Awesome stuff, Ray. Awesome stuff. Thank you very much. That's what we've got for our crude oil. We'll be moving on to what everybody's really looking forward to. JD, how you doing, pal?
Doing good. Just monitoring this crude trade. Let's get in a little piece of news, huh? There's another shakeup in the media realm. Byron Allen is set to acquire a majority stake in BuzzFeed. Let's roll it. It is right. TV and media entrepreneur Byron Allen is buying BuzzFeed. Allen will become the CEO after spending $120 million to acquire 52% of the digital platform's outstanding shares. The deal is expected to close by the end of the month. Allen's vision is to expand BuzzFeed and HuffPost into free streaming video, audio, and user content to compete with YouTube. Current CEO Jonah Peretti, who founded BuzzFeed 20 years ago, will move to a newly created role as head of BuzzFeed AI. Allen already owns 13 network affiliate television stations and 10 networks serving more than 250 million subscribers.
Quite the business.
I can't remember.
Man.
I can't remember the last time I checked out BuzzFeed. It's got to be years, to be honest with you. But everyone loves a shakeup, right? All right, let's give the people what they want. NASDAQ is on deck. Let's do it.
All right, you're up, NASDAQ. You're up. So, I mean, what do you say about these equities? They're like the little engine that could. Yeah, I think I can, and they do. How many straight new all-time highs day over day? I'm counting 8 new all-time highs. Yesterday's all-time high did come in regular trading hour session, small range, with a loss of 800 in open interest. That's one of the reasons why I've downgraded the auction process in the equities to B minus. B minus. Still good grades, isn't that right, Ray? I mean, I'd take a
That's
B
passing.
minus.
It's
I'd be
passing.
happy with that. So, but still, we're starting to see a little bit of a potential pullback. We had that pull earlier. Is our temporary high end maybe? And again, I'm not suggesting that anybody take this as financial advice. It's just today, my main hypothesis is that we're not going to put in a new all-time high today. That's it. That's it. Now, that's a bold statement considering 8 straight all-time highs in the NASDAQ. The old man must be crazy. I don't know. We'll see how this plays out. CPI is out. ACH, anything can happen. But you see the momentum kind of slow yesterday. Ray, what do you think of the daily chart?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think we see a market that remains quite bullish. We are developing a little bit in the way of we won't know exactly how this candle is going to close until the end of the end of the day here, but we are developing a little bit in the way of a bearish engulfing candle here, right? We don't know exactly how that's going to close, but we do see a market that continues to make higher highs and higher lows. DMI is very much aligned with the general direction of the market, which is up. So again, I think right now, I think we probably need to continue to look for opportunities in the upside direction until we start to break some structure here. Right now, I'm not seeing any significant structure that's being broken outside of this potential, bearish candle that's developing on the daily, which we won't know how that's going to close until the end of the day here. So, yeah, I think right now we need to continue to kind of align ourselves in the bullish way.
We do have, talking Fed, Goolsby speaking, we have an inflation problem in this country. Goolsby also said the worst part of the April CPI is services inflation. He says the April CPI report was worse than expected. Yeah, it did come in a little bit hot. So a couple of comments from Goolsby speaking on a radio interview from somewhere. Here's the 30-minute chart now for the NASDAQ. So, again, new all-time highs in the extended trading hour session. We did see, a relatively decent pullback off the highs. We've been seeing that over the last few sessions, which is a bit of a change in personality, right? So that's one of the reasons why, those little changes end up being bigger changes sometimes at some point in the near future. Now, the NASDAQ is actually treating Friday's afternoon pullback low once it fell down below it as resistance. It just traded back to it now. It also traded back to this 20-session simple moving average. We've got overnight VWAP with a big slant to the downside, indicating that volume is continuing to push price lower here. So, do we have a gap in the Nasdaq? If we were to open now, we would certainly open with a session gap. To close the session gap, we've got to get price back up to 29,246.75. If we can't close that gap, that has us looking for opportunities for shorts. It's hard to even say when it comes to equities with the resilience that they've shown. But what's wrong with a little bit of a rest? What's wrong with a little bit of a pullback? I think it would be healthy. We do not have a lot of excess on the highs here on the 30-minute chart. However, we do have a little bit of excess on the high on the daily chart, a little bit of excess on the today's chart as well as far as the daily is concerned. So we've had all these days where the market is opening at the bottom, closing at the top. That has changed a little bit. Not suggesting that the highs are in and we're going to fall apart by any stretch, or although ACH, anything can happen, but I am looking for the market to rest or pull back a little bit. And again, if we do open with a gap, that gives us gap guidelines. Can't close the gap relatively early. We look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. I know it frustrates people when I say if we can't close the gap relatively early, relative is, of course, a subjective term, because there's never going to be the right answer. We're never going to be able to say if we don't close the gap by 9:31 and 30 seconds that okay, we're going to go lower. We just can't do that. So we use these nuances to our advantage to first off manage risk and look for opportunities to profit. That's what I'm looking at here for the 30-minute. Ray, what are you seeing?
Yeah, so we mentioned already, kind of in the daily, we were kind of developing a bearish engulfing pattern. Well, and that's kind of more evident here in the 30-minute chart, right? You can see that we've broken some structure here to the downside, right? We broke below the value range from yesterday's range. We retested that range and headed lower. Now we're down closer to the value area, low area. We're still in some downside structure, I would say, on this 30-minute chart, where, as you mentioned, the VWAP is still pointing in the downward direction. So if we are aligned with the bearish direction, then we need to kind of focus on these areas. Point of control seems like a reasonable area. 29,304 would be kind of a reasonable, assuming that we get the right reversal pattern. That could offer us a location maybe for a continuation move to the downside. We have VWAP here at around 29,000, I think 255-ish is kind of where I'm seeing maybe another area where we could maybe potentially take an opportunity to the downside. So there's, I think, a number of visual areas here that would offer me maybe some locations where I can manage my risk and participate, assuming that I got the right reversal pattern for maybe a continuation move here to the downside. If we start to break above some of these areas with some volume, then maybe we do head higher. So I think we just need to let the market participants tell us which direction they want to take it and act accordingly.
Great stuff, Ray. Awesome. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Going to be a Golden Grams day, isn't it? JD, back to you, boss.
What's up, guys? Yep, let's take a look at the schedule for the rest of the day. We got a great day of Tradertainment coming your way right here on Topstep TV. Coming up next in Fast Markets, Jay, Jack, and Hogue will be driving the bus. We've got a couple of rotating guests coming in. Michael B will be here from 8:30 to 9:30. Dakota will be here from 9:30 to 11, and Ted M will be back from 10 to 11. We've got a special interview at 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Coach Jay is going to be here with Dan Muller, CEO of AeroPay. He's going to be talking about some great new features here at Topstep. 11:15 or so. We'll see how long that interview goes. We got power players. Coach Jay's going to stick around. He's going to be here with Muhammad and Dolby Time. Group coaching today. Great lineup for group coaching. Hogue, and Marie, and Hoop. You got a question for these guys. We are going to put a form in the chat in just a little bit. You can fill it out, ask your question, and we will answer it live here on Topstep TV. Trade with Topstep at 1 o'clock. I'll be back with Alfie and Vince. And then we're closing out the day in Power Hour, Jack, Mandy, and Dolby Time. We also got a special guest from the CME coming in. Craig Buick's going to be here to talk for a little bit. So lots of Tradertainment coming your way all day long right here on Topstep TV. We're here for you bell to bell. Let's go get it. Actually, I think that is the time, Hogue. All right, guys. It's time to do the thing. Take it away.
Time to do the thing.
It's
right.
time to do the thing.
Let's do the thing. JD, Ray, thank you very much. As always, it's a pleasure to spend time with you in the mornings. And again, thanks to all of you. We appreciate you trusting us with your time. I've got my early birds here this morning. We've got Iman first in the room. We got Yer second in the room. We got Shubham. We got Just Elias. We got Koog. We got Tommy C. Grillionaire Dan Trader. Owned for Warrior. We've got EP3. Janine, good morning. Man Caves. Nanya. Cena the Panda Lover. And Bill Phillips, good morning to you all. And I ask you to remember to remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered, mostly centered in your trading today. Pray for peace every day. Let's head into fast markets right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome to Fast Markets on Topstep TV. I am here with Jay. Jay, in honor of BuzzFeed getting acquired, can I offer you 10 awesome short ideas that'll land you in a dumpster behind a Wendy's? God, I miss those. Golden age
What
of
an
blogs. How you doing,
intro.
Jay?
I'm doing great, Jack. I'm doing better with that intro. Welcome, everybody, to Fast Markets here on Topstep TV. Today, Tuesday, May 12th, 2026. I'm Jay. That is Jack. We got Michael B joining us in just a little bit. We got that CPI number out of the way here, Jack. We got the NASDAQ right now trading 29,197s. Are we going to see a turnaround Tuesday? We made all-time highs yesterday, 29,480s. Trading about 300 points off of that right now. Is this just another buy the dip opportunity? We'll see. What are you thinking in these markets, Jack? I know you look at the S&P. We had the S&P make new all-time highs yesterday as well. What are we seeing here?
Well, I mean, just imagine if the number came in cool. We still spiked off the CPI number. How much we get there? Like, good 15 points in the ES. And that was on a number that was a little bit hot. And under the hood, some concerning things in it. Kind of up in the air. I'm really interested to see what happens on the cash open here when we get the real volume coming in, because I don't want to say it, but you could convince me it should go down, but that's not financial advice. Anything you're seeing there, Jay?
I don't disagree with you, Jack. It's been hard. It's been hard to try to find a place to sell the equities. The NASDAQ likes to do this thing where it sells off 300 points and then makes a new all-time high in the same day. So I'm kind of looking at this. Is this an opportunity to potentially buy the dip? I see some traders in the chat talking about the Russell as well, looking pretty heavy. So if there's something that you want to sell right now, it's looking like either the Russell or micro Bitcoin. But I'm going to stay focused on the NASDAQ here into the open. We'll get our guest in here in just a little bit. There's the doorbell. I got it. Welcome into the show, Michael B. How are we doing today? Good morning. Welcome back to Topstep TV. What's going on, Michael? I'll
we'll
pay
get
the mute.
Michael's.
Don't worry about it. Get that figured out in just a second here. We got Michael in. Curious if he's in a silver trade. Last time Michael was on Topstep TV. There
I'm
we go.
back. Yeah, I'm not in a silver trade. I was last night. I did well, but
Okay.
it consolidated from that huge move yesterday. So I wasn't expecting much more on the bullish side
Awesome.
last night. It did give us a little bit more of a value overnight. So we'll see if it bounces, but it's kind of like an indecision, but it's not 7:30 yet. We got a minute left, so we'll see what happens. I may trade gold today. I'm not sure, but
Okay.
I'm looking at both.
May trade gold. Gold right now trading 46.99 20s. Are you focusing on the metals today? Any focus on the equities for you, Michael, or are we sticking with the metals today?
Man, I really wanted to start shorting the NASDAQ at 28,000.
Okay.
I have not gotten myself wrecked. I've been waiting for some confirmation, and it just
Yes.
now I'm waiting for 30,000 before I start shorting it. So I'm not sure.
There we go.
We'll take a look at and see what happens in the first 10 minutes if there's an opportunity. But I'm siding with metals because it went back into value for me. And if there's any push, I'll probably buy into it.
Awesome stuff. Well, we got the tilt long right now in the NASDAQ, and here we go. Markets are officially open for the day. That is that bell. Trade well, everybody. Manage your risk out there. Let's have a good Tuesday. Seeing some early selling in the NASDAQ here.
What I'm going to be looking at off the jump here, two things this morning will be whether we catch a bid. Semiconductors are down 3% right now. A lot of the speculative stuff, I want to see if some of it's getting hammered pre-market, see if it can catch a bid there, kind of an investor check. But the other thing is we are above 5% in 30-year right now. Bond yields are up quite a bit last night. We're at almost 4.45 in the 10-year. If we get meaningfully above that 5% in the 30-year, we haven't been there in a long, long time. I'm talking like 20 years or something like that. So,
wow. Okay.
I think the equities will take notice if we start sustaining those sorts of rates.
Something hasn't happened in 20 years, Jack. We had Jessica on yesterday, and she was saying, pay attention to the Treasury market. I saw yesterday when we were doing At the Buzzer after the close, the Ultra bonds were one of the biggest percentage movers to the downside. I'm looking at it right now, and they're down about 0.5% here. So keep an eye out on that. Again, those Jack just said those 30-year yields have not been that high in 20 years.
Yeah, let me show this chart real quick. I've shown this many times, but you can see what an important level that 5% is in this is the 30-year yields. We're just above it by a bip and a half right now.
What time frame chart is that?
This is 30-year yields. These are weekly candles because we're going way back. I've shown this before.
Yeah.
Like if I hit the monthly, this is one of the. What's up?
We got an order filled here. Who's in?
That
you, Michael?
That was me. We're starting to cross 4,700 on gold, so I'm taking a stab at it.
All right, Michael, long gold. What price we got there?
Let's see. 47 right on the nose. Looks like
47 right.
699.5.
Are you a market order guy, Michael?
I am.
There you go. It's like I don't know the exact price. I know that I'm long. That's the position I want to be in. Long from 46.90. Was that?
I load a zone. 99.50.
Okay. 99.50. There we go. 99.50 in the markets there. Looking to get in long gold, trading 46.95s. Jack, that yield chart I am interested in, though, if we can get back to that.
Yeah, let's do it real quick because this is important. I've shown it before. It's the most beautiful chart in the history of finance. These are 30-year yields going back to the 80s. We were in this channel forever that finally broke out in 2022. Since then, we've had this kind of trend line to the bottom side, and the ceiling, like the absolute ceiling, has been at 5%. The highest we've gotten was about 5.17, right? If we start breaking above the 2022 highs, this is as high as we've been since, when I said 20 years, I meant about 20 years, since 2007.
Interesting times. It'd be interesting to see that chart with an equity chart lined up next to it so we can see that correlation. Speaking of the equities, pretty muted open so far. We've seen a little bit of selling. Prior day low in the NASDAQ, 29,225.75. We're trading below that right now, about 50 points below it, but still inside this 3-minute opening range. Fairly muted open. We're seeing crude oil catch a little bit of a bid here, 101.89 last trade in crude. House count is long, micro crude from the opening range trade from $100.92. You heard the guys in the opening call talking about 102.15s or a 112 target for crude oil from Coach Ray. We'll see if we get up there. If we get up to 112s in crude today, the equities will sell off. That is not financial advice. That is just an observation from what we've been seeing in crude oil prices. Michael, you have a target for this gold trade that you're in?
Yeah, I'm just below 710. So I'm at 09.70, spot 70.
Got you. 0970. Trading 46.94.50 right now in gold. We got a poll up in the chat. Do you understand bonds and how they impact the market? Get your votes in there. If not, we can have Jack do a bond class. Jack, if anyone understands it, you do, my man. Right. Yeah. It's not making sense. You understand how they should work, but is it making sense right now is the question. Michael, you were going to say something there.
Yesterday was really interesting in metals because silver completely disconnected from gold yesterday. It happens, but it's uncommon. I mean really disconnected because gold was still showing red when silver was up $4.
Silver was up 7%. Yeah.
So I was looking at silver. I don't like to buy silver this high. I think there needs to be a little bit more pullback, but that's what gave me the signal to buy gold. And it looks like they're a bit disconnected again today. So interesting. I read up that industrially, we are out of silver, and everything from solar panels to electric vehicles use silver. And they're estimated that they're going to need 680 million ounces this year. And there is no inventory. That's one of the reasons why it's going up so much. So gold's not industrial as silver is. So I think that is the difference. And it's
little disconnect.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff. We do have the president speaking right now. It says in a radio interview with Sid Rosenberg, he says, Iran is just a question of time. We don't have to rush anything. We did see oil make new highs of the day there, 102.13s, trading at 102s right now. This is the highest oil's been in a little while. It's been about a week since oil has been above these 102 area here. And house count is long a couple micros. We got the Dow making new lows of the day, the Russell making new lows of the day. The NASDAQ and the S&P holding up right now, right above those 7,400s, major 7,400 level in the S&P. Tilt 56% long S&P, 63% long in the NASDAQ, 65% long crude, and 53% long in gold. It's interesting seeing the tilt long crude and the equities. One of those things is lying, especially if we see that correlation play out. But the Russell's selling off pretty strong here. Dow as well. Michael, I heard you with this trade. Would you build into a position? I think you're long 5 micros right now. Is that max position on this? Or are you looking to add to it at all, or kind of just let this one rock?
I think I'm gonna, it rejected pretty hard off of 4,700 right at my buy. So I'm hoping it's going to slice through it and take me out for profit, and then I'll reset.
Got you.
That was a surprising dip after I bought. So that gives me a little hesitation to add.
Got you. Trading right back at 4,700s right here. Gold is in the middle of that opening range. You hear us talk all the time about levels, potential areas of interest in the markets. Pinned to the top of the chat, we have the Topstep daily levels. You can bookmark that site. Like Andre says, I'll do you one better. On the Topstep X platform, you have the Topstep daily levels indicator. You can add that to your charts. You can get Hoag's weekly kickoff levels, volume points of control, value area highs and lows. Again, those are not suggestions to take trades at those levels, just areas of interest where we think the market has the potential to react to. Also, the pivot points indicator. Shout out to pivot points. It's something that I've added to my trading in the last year. Shout out to pivot points. I love them. Honestly, Jack, if you look at, I'll pull up a gold chart from last night. We were doing this in slow markets last night, and we had a rejection right at the first resistance. I don't know why my charts are moving so slow right here. Probably because I have 1,000 applications open on my platform, but resistance 1 in gold was the high of the session so far. So shout out to pivot points. Got me out of a gold long that was going to stop right then and there. So great indicator on Topstep X. Seeing a little bit of a bid here in the equities, 29 195s. Gold catching a little bit of bid as well. Oil back under those 102s.
Yeah, we weren't able to take out the session lows in the ES. We came within, came within about 4 points of doing so. We're still right there. I would think, not enough to caveman it yet. I think we're going to take that out. I also see the first maybe support in the options down here around 7,400 in the futures, 73.75 in the SPX. Oh, we're going to bounce, are we?
Are we? I mean, that's been the case the last month and a half. Find a place to buy it. Got a prior day low here in the NASDAQ, 29,225.75. We're trading there right now. VWAP's still above that for the full session, up at 244s. Matt Grubb says, I want to get in long. Matt, I'm kind of with you on that. But the question is, where does your risk go? If I'm buying it here, where does the risk go? But
we
getting in long the equities.
I think Trump may be speaking right now. Both Goolsby and Trump hitting the radio waves this morning. Little legacy media.
Radio's not dead.
Yeah, radio's not dead. He thinks the meeting with China's President Xi is going to be good. Okay, cool. Bye.
Find something to buy it. Find something to buy it.
Yeah.
He's bringing Nvidia, well, it's Google and Apple, I think, to that meeting. So
No, NVIDIA. I don't think that Jensen got the invite. That was the news yesterday.
oh really? Okay, so it's just Apple,
Interesting.
Google.
Yeah. Speaking of NVIDIA, NVIDIA is up 1% right now. They report earnings next week. Mixed in the mega caps aren't where stuff is happening right now. We got Microsoft down 1%, Amazon down 1.3. More of the speculative stuff. We still got, let's see, what are our semiconductors doing right now? They are down about 2% for the stocks. We're down more earlier.
Seeing a little bit of a bounce, a little rejection there from full session view up in the NASDAQ 244 is that price. The S&P is kind of hanging out at the lows. I'm watching the Dow and the Russell on another screen as well. Dow's making new lows of the day, the Russell as well. The S&P is trying to decide between its friend group, which one is going to go with. Is it going to sell off with the Dow and the Russell, or is it going to catch a bid with the NASDAQ right here? NASDAQ looks like it's doing the heavy lifting. This gold trade looking pretty good here, Michael. 47.05s. You got a target up near 09 half.
Yeah, it missed me by 60 cents. So we'll see what happens here. I almost took profit.
JD has informed me the house account did cover one of those two MCLs at 101.90. They just got one runner.
Save it for the auto look. Nice out there on that one, JD. Crude trading 101.46s. 70% long tilt in gold now, building to the long side.
Well, and
President
silver's rocking again.
Is it? How much attention do you pay to that fundamental analysis that you were kind of given there with the the supply of silver, the demand for it? How much does that affect your trading? Catching a nice bid here in the equities. Let's see if gold catches up here.
Yeah, I thought it mattered a lot until we had that Friday crash.
Right.
There's still a shortage of inventory, and we're only going to need more silver. I'm also kind of a geology nerd, so I know how much silver is in the ground and how hard it is to extract and how expensive it is. It's a byproduct of extracting gold. I just filled 4. I'm going to let 1 run.
Okay. Very nice trade here we got going on, Michael. Getting in there, hitting that market order button, and selling 4, leaving 1 for a runner. How do you manage that runner? Is it, I just saw it, stop to break even, let it work?
Yep. It's a free trade, and if it hits, I just picked the top of this zone. I'm gonna assume we're gonna see traffic there. Also, you mentioned pivots. I haven't used pivots yet, so I just put that on there, and I put that sell order right below that pivot.
47, yeah, right around that 47.20 area. When we started to sell off last night during slow markets, that was where we were talking about the target potentially. There's a bunch there. That full session VWAP, 47.23s. We got the pivot right around 47.20. 200 moving average on the 30-minute, 47.17. So it looks like a very, very interesting spot for gold there. 47.08 last trade here in gold. We are seeing the equities catch a nice bid here back above that opening range. 29,277 last trade here in the NASDAQ. 74.12s last trade in the S&P. Jack, where's the VIX right now?
Right now, the VIX is at 18.68. High from this morning was around 19.
Okay. Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Jack. Dow making new lows of the day. The Dow is just getting smoked. Who in the chat is trading the Dow or the Russell? Because they are just selling off completely inverse from.
Yeah, you know what we should do, Jay. We should get a graphic. We could just do it daily. It's like one called "Who's Getting Smoked in the Dow," where we can just shoot the components. So remember, the Dow's got different weighting than the other one. So
yes,
top weighted is Goldman Sachs is down 2.4%. Caterpillar is the second weighted, is down 1.9. Microsoft the third, down 1%. United Health down 0.5%. That right there is about 30% of the index, and they're all down. So That's how the Dow.
Gotcha.
That is why the Dow is lagging. You're much more exposed to
Smoking.
financials, which have been underperforming. Industrials. It is the industrial index after all.
Smoking on that Dow pack. Dow just traded below the prior day low and right back above it here, trading right at its prior day low right now. The Russell tagged its prior day low. S&P back up at full session VWAP 74.14s, and the NASDAQ trying to catch a bid. We do got the president making some comments about tariffs. We have to do tariffs a different way, less efficient, but I get to charge more. So the T word back in the headlines here.
Sure. Why not?
You have to do them a different way, less efficient, but I get to charge more.
Whoa,
and more selling
there's a
in the
juke
Dow.
to the
What
downside.
is that? There you go. About 400 contracts just traded in a second in the NASDAQ. We saw a spike down in the Dow as well. Nothing in crude, so I don't know. Maybe that was some reaction to that tariff headline. Not hearing anything else right now. But watch these equities. Look how resilient they are, coming right back up. The president did say ships are coming to Texas and Louisiana to load up with oil.
Okay. Yeah, that took us down. What was that? That was a 6-point move in the ES in a second. 3,000 contracts traded.
It's crazy how that works. 3,000 contracts. What is what? I want to know the logistics of an order like that getting filled. Are those stops going off?
Yeah, a little bit of
I want to
both.
sit at that desk for a day, Jack.
It would be
Dow is
fun.
getting absolutely smoked right now. This 30-minute candle is 0.75% to the downside with no bounces in the Dow.
I mean, this is the opposite of
Getting-
financial advice, but it seems to me when we zoom out, it's like we are only down 0.45% in the ES, 0.68% in the NASDAQ. Oil's above 100, the bonds, the 30 years above 5%, and the president's talking tariffs again.
Yeah, it just seems
it's
like the
time
market
for
doesn't
the-
care anymore.
Let's see if the bulls. It's time to show their bones.
Just, I think for the last month and a half, it's been hard to sell these equities, right? So I think the market is kind of just shaking off everything. A little bit of a turning pattern here. Am I hearing this right, Jack? NVIDIA just hit record highs.
I mean,
What's NVIDIA trading at right now?
yeah,
123?
It hit 223. It came back to 222.
New all-time highs in NVIDIA. Jensen said, I don't need your invite to the meeting. We'll take care of it from here. 29,217 last trade in NASDAQ, back below that prior day low. Michael, I heard an order filled there. Stopped out on that runner?
Yeah, gold is still trying to decide what to do. Silver was the play this morning. I should have picked my old standby. I'm glad I scalped that out. I didn't wait too long. I wasn't going to run it too high, but wow, look at where I top ticked that on that scalp for
Damn good trade.
the 4 I took out, and then my last lot broke even.
That is what we call a good trade. And you got to be fast when trading fast markets. You can see Michael adjusting to what the market is presenting there. This segment is called Fast Markets. So hashtag Fast Markets, tag us on your favorite social platforms, preferably X, and we'll bring those to you later in the day. Share your trader wins, your losses, your setups, your proof of payouts on X with us, and we'll bring those to you later in the session. We got the president talking more about tariffs here. We just have to do them in a more complex way. He's it's like that Zach Galifianakis GIF, Jack, where he's just like he's doing all the math. That's him trying to figure out tariffs right now.
exactly.
We voted on didn't the courts determine that they were illegal? So he's trying to figure out a different way to do it.
Yeah, they found the specific way that they were doing them was a no-go. But I will say there is, like, the resilience of the markets the persistence and resilience of Trump when it comes to tariffs cannot be denied. Like, he wants it like Jordan wanted championships.
Man, was not trying to bring up basketball in the first hour of this segment, Jack. Little hurt from that loss last night from the Lakers, but it's okay. It's okay. LeBron's still the GOAT. 29,213s here. Michael, you're flat on that gold trade. What do we do now? Do we reassess? Do you kind of look for opportunities, wait for the markets to determine a direction?
Yeah.
Just say,
on the
hey, good
gold
trade.
side, yeah, we have lower lows, so that is concerning. So I'm biased long on metals. I don't short metals for that specific reason. What that does for me is it lets me wait for a flush and to get in when price goes back into value rather than trying to play both sides. That just has worked for me personally. I will short the indices just as much as I go long in the indices. I have no bias there, but I don't know. It's just kind of like as if it were my dog, my pet.
Yeah.
And so as this is selling off, I'm just going to stay out until I see some bids come in.
You know, there's something to that. We got the S&P making new lows of the day, selling off a bit here. The Russell making new lows as well. I'm watching all four of these indices because if they start moving in the same direction, we could see some expansive moves here potentially. 73.98.75 new low of the day in the S&P. Prior day low 73.90 and a half. So we got about 10 points to go to get there. NASDAQ still holding up decently well here. I want to talk, Michael, about that, trading one side of the metals. But Jack, really quick, on the S&P, any options levels that you have in this area? What's the spread right now between the SPX and the futures?
Sure. The spread between them right now is about 25. It's 24 to 25 points. It's just, you can give a point here or there. I have the green line down here at 73.75 in the futures. That looked like support. It has diminished a little bit. It'll probably be the wrong decision. I'm a little bit nervous about, it's like the dips to buy have been like the small dips. I want to see us take out this, before I think about getting long, I want to see us take out this overnight low or in the MES. And we have not done that yet. We are bouncing. Well, that line was pretty good in retrospect. Hopefully someone took it.
Who's long in the equities? 59% long in the NASDAQ right now. Michael, back to this point of only taking one side of the metal markets. When did you develop that theory or that trade strategy? I work with Coach Paul all the time, and he says, whatever market you're looking at, there are certain rules where you can say, hey, I'm only going to look at one side, where it narrows the decisions that you have to make, right? If I'm only looking at one side of the market, if it's selling off, that's fine. I'm just looking for better opportunities to buy. When did you develop that as a thought process, trading the metals?
Going through an audit on my trade performance, and when I was shorting metals, it was one of my weak points in my P&L.
Gotcha.
So I just assumed that it was a mental. You can't hold runners short in metals. It's got to be a scalp. And when I switched my strategy in trading last year, I scalped out this morning, but I hold for hours. And holding metals short for hours or overnight has never worked well for me. And since it's kind of like my pet, I cheer for it. And so maybe mentally, I see where it bottoms out on a flush and it goes back, the price goes back into value, and then I buy.
Gotcha. So it's not that you don't.
Go ahead.
It's not that you don't think prices will go down. It's just your data specifically is saying that you make more money to the long side, right? So just don't short it. We hear it all the time. Oh, don't get married to a bias. There you go. Right. Trade the data that makes sense to you. And that doesn't mean just blind buy you can't just open up your charts and just buy the metals whenever you want to. But if you cut off that sell side, then you're looking for the best opportunities to buy. And Michael's a live funded trader with Topstep, so something's working. something is working. Taking a look here across the board, quotes and prices again. NASDAQ trading 29,201. The S&P 7402, looking like it wants to maybe take out that low of the day again. Not
Yeah.
really seeing a ton of
I
size
hear a
on the
number
order
of
book.
times.
Yeah. You were saying, Jack, you wouldn't be opposed to shorting it.
That's
Where's the target?
testing a trend.
Well, this would be, if I did this right here, it would be like the sell it and then, low risk, just see how many stops we can take out below the session lows.
Yeah.
Trail it pretty aggressively. I don't know. Short. Am I going to short this in the hole? No.
It's hard. It's hard. We had that bounce up to VWAP 7411s, and that was it. But you look at it, it's just.
I mean, I
It's
think it's
trading
going
lower.
down, but
Yeah.
I have like PTSD right now.
Yeah. I'll be honest, I'm still looking for an opportunity to buy. Someone was asking for delta in the equities. I'll get you that in just a second. Have that data loading there. We are just about a half an hour into fast markets here. Coach Hoop, wheat on the move again. Wheat prices have just been going through the roof. I don't know what is going on in wheat. I'm sure it has something to do with oil prices and things like that as well. I think it's affecting the ags. Speaking of which, if you are an ag trader, understand that most of the data that we have out for the equities is already out, but the WASDE report at 12 p.m. Eastern time, 11 a.m. Central, that is like CPI, FOMC, a random Truth Social post, all mixed into one. You do not want to be in an ag trade when that WASDE report comes out. Again, that is 11 a.m. Central time. New lows of the day in the S&P here. Continuing to
Just
grind
got
lower.
'em.
NASDAQ still has a little bit of room.
We got some
Friday
selling in
low, 90.
NVIDIA.
There we go.
Yeah, I mean, that's
After
been the
taking out
bright
those all-time
spot for
highs.
stocks.
Tesla just lost $5.
Oh, what is going on here? Seeing some selling in here. Could be the scary trade to sell this, but we'll see. I'm watching that prior day low in the S&P 73.90 half. Poll up in the chat. Are you scared to short the NQ? Scared? I don't know if I'm scared, but it's comfortable. Definitely not comfortable. But get your votes in there. 107 votes right now. 50-50. Got a couple. Half of the chat is Bone Crusher fans. Never scared.
Being honest, if we had taken that caveman trade, I probably would have scratched it right there. So no loss.
Seeing some
JGZ
more-
baby. I ain't never scared. Okay.
Could this be the day?
That's the attitude.
I wasn't born when Never Scared came out. What are you saying? Chat, how old do you think I am? Come on. I know I look young. Drink water. Drink water, get some sleep.
Sunscreen.
Stay young forever.
All good.
Right. S&P made new lows of the day there. That prior day low is 73.90.50. We are still inside of yesterday's range. See if we can get some extension there. The Russell making new lows of the day as we speak. Nice out there in gold. Michael seeing some selling coming up here. Top of the hour coming up in 50 seconds. Let's see if we get some volatility there, but we are seeing the markets sell off. That tilt did flip in the equities. It was 60% long in the NASDAQ, now 60% short, 64% short in the S&P. Just had a ton of volume trade at the lows of the day in the NASDAQ there. New lows, 400 contracts traded in a second at that low. Let's see if they get some follow through on that. Delta in the NASDAQ, this is full session, negative 4,000, congruent with direction. Delta in the S&P, negative 8,000. Again, that is the full session. So from the Globex open last night. I might sound crazy, chat, but I might be looking for a potential opportunity to get in long in the NASDAQ here. Let's see what happens at these lows.
Yeah, let's see. We have it's really like the bronze medal podium, but SanDisk is down 6%, Micron's down 4.2%, Intel's down 4.6%, CoreWeave down 7.7%. So some of the high flyers are getting Now it's a drop in the bucket because we're talking about companies that
How far they've
doubled or
come.
tripled. Yeah.
You're right. Little bit
When I
of
say
a
double or
pullback.
tripled, I mean like in the last month.
Insane. And that SanDisk chart is one of the craziest charts I've seen. If you told me that was a meme stock or some pump and dump crypto, I would not be surprised.
Well, there is, if you were a real slinger, some like island top possibly. This is Micron I'm looking at right now. These are day candles. We had this, yesterday had kind of this doji, like gap up doji with high volume. See the volume, the highest volume in almost a month. Could be a sign that maybe the buyers are getting a little petered out.
Could be a sign for sure. Or taking some profits, right? I mean, if I'm in something and it doubles or triples, I have to take something off the table. It could go another 10x. I'm taking something off the table. Maybe that's why I got out of Palantir, Jack, at $30. But
Yeah. No, I
Take
know.
something off the
I
table.
had a lot of Palantir. I did not hold much of it for the full ride.
Oh,
What
it's
happened to
tempting
Diamond
buy
Hands?
it.
And
I'm glad
what are you
it
looking to
didn't.
buy, Michael?
I'm looking at NASDAQ.
NASDAQ.
It looks like it wants to bounce. Nvidia is showing some bid support. There's not agreement with the Tech 9 though. It's Nvidia is just kind of the only one that looks strong. Everybody else is kind of just laying flat.
I did get in long there. I'm long one micro, real small, 29,126 half. We talked about pivot points. This second level of support here on the pivots is where we saw that 400 contracts trade. That has the potential, the way I'm looking at this, to be the low of the day. So I'm okay putting some risk on that idea being right or wrong here. Give it a little bit of room to work, but we don't often hit those second levels of resistance or support when it comes to pivots. And then when we had that volume absorbed there, we'll see if that's where buyers want to step in and maybe start to bid this back up. But we'll see here.
I do like the double bottom if it can hold.
Yeah.
Well, looking at the 4 hour, we are at an interesting level in the ES. We're back to, we're trading a lot of volume around the last highs. Like we've had many pullbacks in this rally. Right now we're venturing back into prices we last saw. Well, we saw them earlier than that, but the highs from last week before the little sell-off.
Seeing a little bit more selling coming in here. 29,091 is some potential follow-through flow. It is turnaround Tuesday. We got the top of the hour out of the way already. The NASDAQ is down over 1%, 1.09% on the day. We're going to bring Hogue in just a little bit, but before we do that, we got a little video that we want to run, and then we'll get Hogue in here, get his opinions on the open of the market so far.
Not the 100 that didn't. This isn't about hype. It's about habits. Every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.
All right, welcome back. Great video there, Alex Ferreira, Topstep athlete. Hogue, welcome back to the show. We saw you on the opening call. Hogue, help us make sense of the first half an hour of what we've seen here. I also heard an order filled. Michael, are you in there?
Yeah, I'm back in on gold. Some
Okay.
support came in. It's trying to cross that 4,700 line again, so I'm going to take another go at it.
All right.
Long.
Michael back in. Mike back in long gold. Hogue, you sound like you like the longs. here. We're seeing the equities pop just a little bit, 73.98 last trade in the S&P,
Yeah, I do like the
29.127 last trade in the NASDAQ. Hogue, help us make sense of the first half an hour in these markets. What are we seeing here?
All right. Good to see everybody. Michael, you look like you could be my younger, more tan brother. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too, Oak.
Jay, Jack, good morning, everybody. All right, so we were talking about the equities this morning, and the first poll that we put in the chat for the opening call was: do we think that the short time frame all-time high might be in the equities? And my main hypothesis was for a little bit of continuation to the downside into some consolidation. So far, I think that's pretty much what we're seeing. I've not put in the initial balance low here yet. I'm going to put it in here in the S&Ps just in a temporary fashion. So we're following the overnight trend to the downside. We've got the moving averages moving lower, at least a shorter time frame, and we have VWAP also with a pretty good slant to the downside. So opening range in the S&Ps, the 1 minute opening range remains the absolute high of the regular trading hour session. Yesterday was the absolute low of the regular trading hour session. So right now, as things look, I'm looking to the short side, looking to see if I can find some good trade location, if I have not already. This afternoon pullback low that we talked about during the opening call, 74.07 half. 07 half. There was all buying below there, and what we were looking for was possibly some meaningful selling below that level to see more continuation, or at the very least the beginning of some consolidation, as we have been rallying for several days. I mean, we have 5 new all-time highs on the daily chart in the S&Ps, 8 new all-time highs on the daily chart in the NASDAQ. I just feel like it needs a little bit of a rest. And we talked about that. It was kind of my main hypothesis and seems to be ringing true, at least for the time being. These markets are so resilient. And of course, any headlines can certainly change that hypothesis. We're right down wrestling with the 50 session simple moving average on the 30-minute chart. So if we don't find any continuation below that, this is where I start. This is where I think we start to begin our area of potential balance. I would prefer an area of balance. I'd like to see a consolidation go on for a few days to even out inventory for the next move to the upside. We will have to see. We don't have really huge initial balance. We've got a 26-point initial balance in the S&Ps. Not excessively huge, not real small either. Delta is currently negative 6,500, congruent with direction in the S&Ps. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. NASDAQ, very similar situation, new all-time high in regular trading hours yesterday, 8 straight days of new all-time highs. The question again for me today was, is this going to be somewhat of a lasting high? Is this going to be a temporary high that may last more than a day or two? And again, my hypothesis is yes. I think I think we're going to see a pullback. I think we're going to see at least, at the very least, some sort of consolidation. We're still nowhere near the 200 session simple moving average in the NASDAQ. We're right at it in the S&Ps. So the NASDAQ is holding up better. As far as delta is concerned in the NASDAQ delta is negative 1,600. And so it is congruent with direction. So we're not seeing any divergences, probably just seeing some long liquidation, some profit taking. And like Jay said earlier, if I was long a lot lower, I'd probably be thinking about lightening some up, at least for the time being. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing in these equities. So the main hypothesis this morning, my main hypothesis this morning on the opening call, seems to be kind of ringing true. So I'll use those strategies in that regard. As far as gold is concerned, I do love the long here, Michael, because we do have a failed downside auction on the 720 open 820 820 close of the initial balance. We do have a buying tail down here. We have a failed downside auction. I'm looking for this market to rotate all the way back to the initial balance high. I don't know if that's going to happen. However, that is the eventual target for the failed downside auction, is the initial balance high. If we don't get there, then there's probably some inherent selling in this market that can prove itself by keeping us from getting to that level. So longs right now, I like them, Michael, especially if you're in good trade location. We will, of course, see how that plays out. And as far as crude oil is concerned, opening range trade was a good one for us today in the crude oil market. We did open with a gap. Opening range remains the low of the regular trading hour session. The initial target that we talked about during opening call hit to the tick, 102.13. Love it when a plan comes together. We are out of one of those positions, still holding the other one at a small profit on our stop. We'll see how that plays out. These markets are opportunity making machines. As far as delta in crude oil, we're looking at 420 positive. Shout out to Eddie. And as far as delta in gold, positive 750, somewhat incongruent with direction. Little divergence there, perhaps. You can see how this plays out. We can't get this market moving back up towards that initial balance high, 47.1980, the initial balance high in gold, then I could see this roll over and look for targets lower, but we'll see. We have to see how this plays out. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. Good to see everybody this morning. And
thanks for that.
Let's see how these things play out.
Yeah,
Let's
thanks,
see it.
Doug.
Michael, real quick position update. Again, where are you long gold from?
698, spot 40.
698.40. Got you. Long, back in long micro gold. Took that initial trade, got out of it, took some profits on that. Really nice exit on that one. And
Yeah, that
that
one was a $400 winner. I'm waiting for 500 on this one.
There we go. Same position size,
one-
long 5.
Long 5 with a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. I don't like where this stop is. This I should put honestly a buy right here. So this makes me nervous. So I'm manually watching this, but it looks like it's going in my favor anyway.
You don't got to worry about stops if we're right. I think that's what they say, right? Nice pop here in gold. Nice pop here in the equities as well. 29,158 last trade in the NASDAQ. S&P trying to figure out what to do with 7,400s. Do us a favor, chat. I saw a comment in the chat here, and I'm trying to figure out whether or not this is a bot or not, because it's from my favorite AI that says, these are my favorite, with capital favorite days. These are my favorite days too. Any day that I get to trade on Topstep TV, one of my favorite days. And if this is one of your favorite days, do us a favor, hit that thumbs up button, tell your friends and family to like and subscribe as well. All 3,000 of you watching, 3,100 of you watching with us right now. We're seeing the equities catch a nice bid here, gold as well. Let's see if this was just a buy the dip opportunity. Back above 7,400s here in the S&P, 7,403.
We shall see.
What we get.
They all
Made it not easy to short.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Honestly, Jack, I was looking for that prior day low run of 79.30s in the S&P to maybe start to get in long, and we stopped, a point from that. Made a low of the day, 73.9150s, and nice bounce. Crude selling off a little bit here. I should have probably put on more than one micro here. So the way I'm going to manage this trade, I'm long 1 micro NASDAQ, 29,126. If we get to 228s, which is full session VWAP, I'll do a little bit of management of this, take some of the risk off. But looking for maybe a run back up to 370s on this NASDAQ long. Settlement price is 424, is 29,424, but we're going to let this one work a little bit here.
Did you say you're going to wait till 370?
Yeah, the target on the, I would love to see 29,370s in the NASDAQ. I think that's where the market is going. How much of that trade I take, that trade I take is the question. Because I'm gonna do some management once I get to 1-to-1 on this, but I'm gonna start to trail, and a trail might get me out of this. So we'll see here. My stop's all the way. My stop's about 120 points. It's just one micro, but this is a higher time frame based trade. But if I get 100 points in this, there's no reason it should turn around and turn into a loser. So we'll see what happens here.
That's a great entry.
Thanks, man.
That lower low made me nervous, and I stayed out, but you grabbed it. Nice work.
Thanks, man. And part of the reason I got into that trade, again, shout out to these pivot points, Jack. That was support too, and we don't. These pivot points and the supports and resistances are based on the volatility of the market, and we don't often get to support twos or resistance twos, right? So seeing that volume, that was the highest volume 3-minute candle we had of the day, trade right at support two. That tells me that there's some absorption there. Somebody else is looking at that price, and that's why the entry is where it is. But let's see if there's any follow through buying in this. We're seeing crude sell off just a little bit, 101.38 trade in crude. The NASDAQ has some work to do at these prior day lows, 29,225.75. Let's see if we get above that. VWAP's right there as well. And then I'll start to think about some position management here. But decent trade so far. It's trying, Hogue. It's trying. This is some of the biggest selling we've seen really all month so far in the NASDAQ. We're down over 1%.
It's been a strong May. Seeing a little bit of resistance up here at the 9 EMA. The lawn care folks are here. They're blowing right outside my window, so I got to go mute for a second.
All right, awesome stuff. Thanks, Jack. Hogue, what are we seeing? We got another 13 minutes before the initial balance is set. I don't know if it's safe to say either the high or the lows are in.
Well, you never know. It's never totally safe.
Right.
But I would say the probabilities are pretty good that they're in right now. I mean, both markets are just right in the middle of the initial balance. So we can call them out and see if they hold. What do you think?
Yeah, let's do it. What do we got for IB low in the S&P?
All right, S&P IB low, 73.91 half.
91
IB
half.
high, 74.17 half. Just getting another look at this afternoon pullback low level here, which is lining up nicely with the VWAP in the S&Ps. Keep an eye on that level there, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at the NASDAQ. Initial balance low, 29.088 1/4. And initial balance high, 29.296 even.
And that initial balance is the first hour of trade. Of course, we got about another 12 minutes or so before those are confirmed. We're going to see if those hold for now. Got the NASDAQ right now trading 29,180s, 74.0375 last trade in the S&P, 46.94 half last trade in gold, and crude catching a little bit of a bid. Pretty quiet on the headline front for now, but of course that can and will change at any moment.
Michael, we're not getting a lot of cooperation here in gold here, are we?
No, we're not. Tempted to cut it, but it's still early.
It's still a valid trade. It's just location can be an issue, right?
Yeah, it's that stop location. I want it to be 1-to-1. I don't like being upside down. So I would consider putting where the stop should be here. Have to make a new low in order to stop me out. Now I'm risking more than I'm going to make. And I don't like those ratios. It's still buying. The other thing is there is a slight correlation when the indices buy up, metals do too. So that is supporting my bull thesis. I should be okay. Waffling around this 4,700 level for sure, though.
To make you make you kind of nervous to have bigger risk than the reward on the trade?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So this would be 1-to-1 here, but I don't like this. I don't like this location for my stop.
It's technically it's not a good spot for the stop.
Yeah, right. So it should be down here. I don't trust the bulls to take me over 710 right now. So that's why I'm at 708 and change. It's I'm in the trade. Is it a good trade? Not yet.
There you go. But why you got in is still valid, right? For now, and we make that assessment as the market goes on. It's like I actually had a trade like that yesterday, Michael. I had to tell myself there is no reason for you to be in this trade, and I had to say it out loud because I thought it was a good idea and it looked really good while I was getting in it. And then I said, you know what, you could probably maybe get a better one. But I like the idea of the long. What we hear you doing in real time is making that risk assessment, right? Am I in the right spot for what this trade is going to need to play out? And that is a question we got to ask ourselves all the time as traders.
And here's the other thing. I can let this pop me out at minus 500. And if it stabilizes and bids come back in and double bottoms, then I just get back in and save myself $300 if this falls through the floor.
Ooh,
so
I like that.
I'll keep it at 500. There's some more bid support coming in now, so I should be okay. This is the second attempt. So the first attempt resulted in a $400 win. This is the exact same trade I took 20 minutes ago.
Interesting today. NVIDIA is really bucking the trend. We look at the equities. There was a time where it felt like the whole AI complex would kind of move up or down. Interesting today, everything is down. Like the semis are down, memory is down, builders are down, but NVIDIA is still green. And I wonder if that's just a function of they got earnings next week and they're just going to run it up in earnings from hell or high water.
Run it up into earnings, run it up after earnings, and give everyone the opportunity to make more profits, which fits right in with our Topstep tip of the week. Bring you a new one every week. Tip of the week, take profits strategically, lock in partial gains, use trailing stops, scale out of positions, and don't get greedy. You can probably get a little greedy if you're trading NVIDIA because it just goes up. But we heard Michael just talking about that, right? Do I take part of this position off? I'm already in profit. I kind of look at Michael's trade as multiple executions of the same trade idea. You took profits on the initial part of the position, and now you got to kind of get to play around. You got a little wiggle room with where you are, so we can hear that strategy in real time. And it's not just one trade, right? A lot of times there's the focus on I won or lost that one trade, but we got to take profits strategically over a extended period of time to really make it work in this game. So let's see how these trades play out here. I'm kind of thinking the same way with this NASDAQ trade. We got a couple of rejections at that full session VWAP, which has been a downtrend all day. So testing my patience a little bit here, but again, this is a higher time frame trade, so I'm not going to make any decisions on this shorter time frame yet. Trade is still valid. We'll see if it does give me an opportunity to maybe trail some.
Daily J, and the biggest red candle since this bull move happened on the NASDAQ is 500 points, and we're at about a 300-point candle today.
Interesting. Could this be one of the biggest sell-offs in a month and a half?
Oh yeah, we were discussing the other day. The S&P's rallied 17% since the end of March, and the biggest pullback, like if you just trail it by 2%, still golden.
Still in? Yeah, it's insane. Absolutely insane. It reminds me a lot of 2025, very similar, around the same time as well. The beginning of this year, we had the consolidation very similar to the beginning of 2025, and we had the tariff news come out. We had the war this year that started that aggressive sell-off, and then right around the beginning of April, and everybody remembers April 9th, last year, started the rally, and we rallied pretty much until October with minor pullbacks, and it feels very similar here. We're in the midst of one of the biggest pullbacks that we've seen in a little while. The NASDAQ down 0.86% on the day. The Russell down over 1%, 1.36% to the downside. Got micro Bitcoin down 1.5% as well. Let's get a little early vibe check in the chat. How's everybody trading? Yeah, go ahead, Hogue.
Was that the today would be a good day to buy stocks day, April?
Yes.
April, what was that,
Yeah.
9? That was that
April
day,
9th,
right?
Yes. Yes, it was. We saw a 3,000 point move in the NASDAQ or something stupid?
Yeah.
That's not supposed to happen. That is not supposed to
No.
happen, but hey.
Oh, he said that on April 9th?
Of
Yep.
last year.
April 9th, 2025.
Last year.
Oh, last year. Okay. I was going to say,
And
because April 9th is when, wow, this took off. From April 9th to today, NASDAQ is up 4,600 points.
Yeah. I'm curious in the chat, somebody probably knows, when is the day that he said we were going to double the stock market? I feel like that was when we were still trading to the downside, but I want to mark that day on my charts as well. We're up a lot from that point. Seeing some selling coming in here in the equities, 29,156 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Not really able to hold a bid here. Delta's still negative. Is that what you're seeing, Hogue?
Yes, sir. Negative 4,900 in the S&Ps, negative 1,500 in the NASDAQ.
Stuff. 4 minutes until these IBs are officially set, and it looks like we might be potentially testing the
Low's in
low
danger.
here, Jack. Yeah, it is. I just saw another spike of selling there in the S&P at this low. Little volume there.
Intel down 5.75%.
5 3/4. Dan Emmons in the chat on January 21st, 2026. He said we were going to double the stock market. And
Let's look it up. What was it, January 21st?
January 21st. We're up 14% in the NASDAQ right now.
Okay, we got work to do.
We got a little bit of work to do. NVIDIA, we're looking at you. Rassen says, Jay trapped longs with this bias here. Are we trapped? I don't know. I feel like sellers have been trapped this whole time. And remember, anything we say here is for educational and entertainment purposes only, not any type of trading and investment advice. There's considerable risk with futures trading. Trade with risk capital, which is capital that you are willing to lose. You'll see us take trades here based on our thesis. We're not always going to get it right. Not always going to get it wrong either. We're always going to have fun. Isn't that right, Hogue?
Absolutely. It's nothing if we're not having fun.
Exactly. Michael, any adjustments you're going to make on this trade? You're going to kind of let this one cook here?
I'm going to let it cook. I almost bailed out. It looks like it wants to hit my stop, so I think I might meet it early, but I do have that $400 worth of wiggle room from this morning's trade. I don't want to give all that back, though. I'm no longer in love with this trade, I'll tell you that.
Gotcha.
We have a series. The regression channel is promoting the bears, but the failed downside auction favors the bulls. So
didn't give us what we wanted on it, which is IBI. So there's inherent sellers in there.
Came within a tick or two of lows in the ES. Didn't quite take it out yet.
New lows on the NASDAQ. 29,081 new lows there. Whoever said the IB low was not in the NASDAQ, you were correct. Hopefully you're in this short.
Correct.
You were correct.
Sir.
NASDAQ down over 1% now, 1.1% to the downside. Me looking at the trade, the reason this is not working out right now is we got volume trading below the prior day low. VWAP is at 29,208. Prior day low in the NASDAQ, 29,225. So there is some real selling coming in here. We're against the flow for the day. I'm still comfortable being long because I'm with the flow for the last month and a half. But if the NASDAQ wants to continue selling off, I could see 50% of last Friday's range as a potential target here, 28,969. So let's see if they want to continue to sell this thing off. We got the initial balances set in 10 seconds here, Hogue. We'll have to extend that downside in the...
Yes, we will.
Oh, we're only down 0.6%.
Yeah, now, Michael?
Yeah, we just hit the bottom of the hour, so I was wondering if that was going to shake things around a little.
Let's see
I'm
here.
gonna get knocked out here.
NASDAQ already extending the IB low.
Yes, it is. There's some real selling coming in here.
Yes, there is.
Oh, buddy.
I am
See,
up
Jack's-
200. I'm up 2,000 on the day or on the session. So
Okay.
it just knocked me out. I probably would have gotten out a little earlier if I didn't have that wiggle room. Now it looks like it's going to try to make another lower low. So that I'm happy with that entry. It's just one of those that didn't have any continuation over that 4,700. And now I'm going to stay out and wait until I see some better buying.
There we go. Nice trade there, Michael. Taking your profits up on the day again. We don't get to choose. Man, this is getting cooking to the downside here. 29,033's last trade in the NASDAQ. 73.85 last trade in the S&P, making new lows of the day. I'm about 20 points from getting stopped out on this trade. Really nice selling coming in here.
73.74 in the futures would be 73.50 in the SPX. Not a whole lot there yet, but I'll be keeping an eye on that. Got the VIX. Oh, 1885. Crude oil trade above 102, 102.07. Hogue, we still in that runner?
In crude oil, yes, we are.
Lovely. Is NVIDIA turning around? Yes, NVIDIA. Should have known. NVIDIA's flipped red down 0.5%.
Strategically taking profits after that all-time high.
Yeah. I mean, 0.5% on 5 trillion plus would be the equivalent of, just $1 trillion stock being down 2.5% or something. So not nothing for the index.
It's interesting. Oil is almost like the VIX. Oil goes
right.
up, everything else goes down.
Yeah. And oil back above 102s here. As we see the equities continue to sell off a little bit here. 29,045's last trade in the NASDAQ, 73.83 last trade in the S&P. Michael, thank you for joining us on Fast Markets this morning. Nice trades there in gold. Anything you want to say to our chat before you head out for the day?
Yeah, I don't read chat, so I'm sorry if you ask me any questions. I'll get a little better at that next time. But yeah, thank you guys. Really appreciate it. Love trading with you guys, and I'll see you next time.
Awesome stuff,
My
Michael.
younger
Thank
brother.
you for Hogue's younger brother, Michael B, not Jordan. Thank you for joining us today. We'll see you back on Topstep TV sometime soon. We'll be right back after a short break, bringing in our next guest into Fast Markets. Stick around.
And you shall feel the pythons, brother.
Yo, you got filled.
Back at it again at Krispy Kreme.
I got 141 and 2/3 chance of winning. That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
And we are back. Welcome into Fast Markets, Dakota. You said in the green room. I've been waiting for this.
I've been waiting.
What is going on, man? How are you doing? We're seeing the equities continue to sell off. NASDAQ down almost 1.5%, down 1.4% on the day. How are we seeing the markets right now?
Man, I think people are starting to realize, look, we got some inflation worries on our hands. A little bit of a pullback. This is pretty healthy for the market that we've been seeing after we rally over 20%, feels like. Nothing wrong with a little bit of pullback. We got 29,000, very key level, big level, round level. And maybe we look to have that as some targets to the downside. But as I'm speaking, we just seen a 40-point bounce, 50-point bounce.
Yeah, there's some furious buying there.
Yeah, so either that's a headline or it's like you said, just some buyers stepping in, preempting this 29,000. But nothing wrong with the price action we've seen today. Crude oil is at 102. So yeah, I think inflation is now starting to become a bigger headline now that things are starting to settle down. And look at these moves.
Look at that.
Sellers are
29,650.
real.
Yes, they are. Is this the big one? Is this the big one? I got stopped out on that trade. So minus $240 on there. Whoever in the chat was celebrating my downfall, there you go. There's 240 points as a donation to the market. Hopefully you took a part of it and not just a part of the trolling, but hey, whatever floats your boat. 29,016's last trade here in the NASDAQ, 73.80.50 last trade there in the S&P. Oil hanging around those 102s there. Dakota, what are we thinking? We're seeing the selling. You said you've been waiting for the selling.
Yeah.
Is there more room down?
I haven't traded this morning yet, so I didn't get into anything. Like I said, I'm looking for 29,000. We're almost there. We got 30 points. This market is just whipsaw right now. Pretty dang volatile. 10 points here, there. And I'm starting to see some market structure. We know I'm a technical trader, and I look to the left. I now have market structure to the left. It feels nice. When we're not hitting all-time highs, we can look to the left and have some good reference points of managing risk, putting on trades. So the first level, 29,000, maybe 28,980s. So we can find some levels to the downside. We could find some levels to sell pullbacks, and if we get a deep enough pullback, I mean, it's definitely easier for me to buy it down here now that we have market structure.
Yeah. Now that we're down 1%.
Right.
Yeah.
We are
generational buying.
On days like these where we don't know what's going to happen, obviously, but it is important that we're only down 0.7% from settlement in the ES.
Yes, we are. We had that poll up in the chat. How many beverages do you start your morning with? I don't know what the exact results were of that chat. Oh, there it is. 1, 2, 3, or the tears of your enemies. Tears of your enemies. You guys are savages out there. 21% of people start their day with the tears of their enemies.
Does water count as one?
Water definitely counts. So water absolutely counts.
Water counts. I'd say 2. Dylan Brooks is tears of his enemies this morning.
Oh yeah. We don't talk about them. We don't talk about them. Nice bounce here we got in the equities, 29,087s. Chat, we love your spicy comments. Thanks for joining us each and every day. Just ask that you pay the like tax when you come in. If you're here to drink our tears when we lose trades or celebrate with us when we win, just pay that like tax, and we appreciate you being here. Like, subscribe, hit that bell for notifications for when we do go live. Nice bounce there in the equities off those 29,000s in the NASDAQ. Didn't get exactly there. Ran my stop by about 18 points, and we're right back up, 29,095s. Someone was asking in the chat, do I still think that 370 target is a real target in the NASDAQ? Absolutely. It's where I think the market can go. For me, my question is, how do I take a part of that trade? But yes, that is still the target. We still got a lot of trading to do for the day here. Jack, we made lows there, 73.80s in the S&P. You were looking for those 75s that kind of lined up with that SPX level. We're 9 points off of it right now.
We didn't get quite down. So yeah, 73.80 was the low tick. We didn't get quite down to that 73.50 SPX, which would be like 73.75. We'll see. Still early-ish. We're only a little more than an hour into the session.
We got time. There is time.
Must be looking for a short up here at these 90s.
Short NASDAQ?
Yeah. Yep. Let's see how this 3-bar reversal plays out. 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute. If we close above 93, it would confirm. Obviously, we are bumping up against, this was a nice level of support. These lower 100s, 110, 120. I'd like to see maybe something we've seen just maybe 20 minutes ago.
Okay.
15 minutes worth of buying, hit level of resistance, and then we start to reverse and sell off again. We're starting to see that right here on the 100 tick. That's why I love
right
this
here,
100
right now.
tick.
Yep.
Yeah, if we break through these 83s, maybe we get another leg lower.
And I'd be
Yeah,
low.
sell up.
Dakota 29,081.
There we go.
9081. IB low in the.
If that helps.
Yeah, I got to sell stop in.
73.90 half S&Ps. Your Delta still negative. 6,200 negative in the S&Ps, 2,100 negative in the NASDAQ.
Oh, and that triggered me in. Quick, I'm short. Oh,
Right.
OD4.
Short.
Boom.
How many, Dakota?
Short 3 MES.
Jack short as well. 3 MES. What price you get there, Jack?
89 quarter. 73.89 quarter.
89 quarter. All right. Dakota short from 84. Short 5 micro. NASDAQ trading 29.80s right now. Long the snitch, says Man Cave. Is the Russell catching a bounce here? The Russell's down 1 3/4% right now. Ooh, some nice selling coming in there.
Yeah, I'm going to take a couple off right there at 60s already.
All right.
Yeah, it looks
Take
good.
profits strategically. That is the tip of the week. Tip of the week.
All right, I'm flat.
Nice trade. Nice little scalp there. Crude rejecting those 102s, 101.73. I honestly kind of want to get back into this long, but I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait and see how this 30-minute candle closes. We got about 20 minutes here. Let's see what we got going on here. Just didn't like the momentum to the downside there, Dakota?
No, that's all I was wanting.
That was a scalp. Yeah, got you.
Yeah, if it kept going down, I would have maybe 1 or 2 runners to see if we could go down to 29,000. But we didn't. We rejected 60s. I took a profit, and we just rejected. That's all there was to that.
Yeah, we rejected it. That was a quick one.
Yeah, it was.
Less than a minute.
It was. Jack, you still short?
Yeah, not liking it.
89.25s.
See if we break out. Yeah.
There's a strong bounce there. Let's see. IB low, Hogue, in the S&P 90 half.
Yes, 73.90 half.
Gotcha.
Well, we're certainly seeing a bounce here, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. It's going to come above there and get us on that. All right. We sacrifice 125 there for it. Hopefully it doesn't turn around right here.
Little shaving, Nick.
Yeah, it looked good for a second.
Yeah. Then Crude started to sell off, right? Crude started to sell off. It's like, what is Crude going to do? Michael said it during his segment. Crude is like the VIX. Whatever Crude does, if Crude is catching a bid, we're seeing everything else selling off. And then if it's coming down, we're seeing the equities rally there. Crude trying to figure out what to do at 102s. Hogue, do you know if we're still in that runner in Crude?
Yes. As far as I know, we are.
Are we saying the correlation trade between equities and crude is back on?
I think it plays when it plays. I think it plays when it plays.
On big moves, sure.
Yeah, Jack, exactly. It's like Crude has to move, and right now Crude's our biggest percentage mover to the upside, right? 3.5%, which is not the biggest move we've seen in Crude, but I think that's exactly it. When Crude has a big move, then it'll show up. But nah, I'm not using that correlation for anything.
I think there's maybe some people just taking some profits over the last month as well.
Yeah. Potentially here. Dakota, your first short was at 84s. We're back at that level. Do you like this price again? Do you go back to the well here, or is that it for the trade?
No, it's different this time, right? Before we had this nice little shelf over here on the 100 tick chart that I was able to, we broke down, pull back got a little bit of continuation. I missed this one. Market was moving way too fast. See if we get in short at 93s. Now we're starting to pick up steam to the downside. I still like this target down to 29,000 here.
Yeah.
This is one of those markets where it's like I'm looking for shorts for a push down to 29,000, but then we could rip 100 points randomly to the upside here. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
be
right.
careful
At any
when you
moment.
risk.
At any moment here. Looking at the S&P, it kind of rejected right at that regular trading hour view up 73.97s. The NASDAQ didn't get exactly to it. 29,142 is that NASDAQ price. Let's see what happens here. Brian M in the chat says, give me those shorts, baby. Reality catches up to irrationality eventually. Yeah. Eventually is the operative word there, right? It's like, how long have you been shorting this? Do you still have money to short? And then it's going to play out. It's going to play out really well when it does work. The NASDAQ down over 450 points from its high. One of the most aggressive downside moves we've seen. Hogue, you said you guys were talking about this during the opening call. What is it just a turnaround Tuesday kind of thing? Do we get too ahead of ourselves? Were buyers celebrating before the end zone? What happened here, Hogue?
So there were a couple of things, Jay. A little bit of a personality change in the S&P and in the NASDAQ over the past few sessions. Was having trouble holding rallies by the end of the day. So we were starting to put in afternoon pullback lows. We did on Friday, we did yesterday. The tempo was kind of slowing. One of the things that we were looking at in the NASDAQ was the fact that we put in an all-time high yesterday in a very small range and lost open interest. So this was more about squeezing out the final shorts than bringing in new longs. But again, we had the afternoon pullback low on Friday. We had the afternoon pullback low yesterday. Even with the spike to the upside we had on Friday, we weren't really showing any real momentum to the upside. So it was just a little bit of a personality change, just a little bit of there were things that I can't put my finger on why I kind of had this intuition, if you will, that we were going to pull back today or at least fall into some sort of range. These are the tangible reasons why I can say it. There were other intangible reasons why I had this kind of hypothesis, and main hypothesis was a pullback today, and so far it is ringing true. So we got to play to that hypothesis. Hopefully some folks caught it. Really hope that they did.
Definitely some traders in the chat taking the shorts here. 29,050 last trade in the NASDAQ, 73.87 last trade in the S&P. Oil trading 101.65. We just got a headline from Iran's Parliament's National Security. The United States has two demands that are a matter of honor for the Islamic Republic. They cannot accept them. First, the permanent cessation of enrichment, and second, handing over enriched uranium to the U.S. So those are the two things that Iran is saying that it cannot accept in these peace proposals. 101.71 last trade here in crude, 29,038 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Dakota, we might get those 29,000s. Shout out to whoever called it out in the chat. I didn't get to see the name, but you were talking about the white line on the 30-minute chart on my screen. 29,982 is the 200 moving average on the 30-minute Hogue. Looking like a potential target down here. We are about 60 points off of that right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Andre is fine per usual. He's just out for the day today. He'll be back, we think.
You know it was coming,
as far
Jack.
as I know.
Now we know why.
Knew it was coming. So Dakota, how do you reassess? Anything that you're looking for here? You got downside targets. Is it too far gone?
Just 29,000, man. That's what I'm looking for. It's hard to get in though. So we've seen it going up for me. It's hard to get in when we're already moving. I'm gonna just be patient and wait to see if we can get some market structure down here in order for me to get in short. I'm only looking to short today, and yeah, my target's 29,000. Break below there. Obviously, I zoom to the left. I could see some other targets, some levels. Maybe we test 28,000, 940s, maybe 970s. Just look to the left. It feels good that we have market structure to the left to look at. So let's see if we can do this. First target's 29,000. Let's get there first, reassess, see how the market reacts. If we want to, break through that, maybe there's a situation where we just hover back and forth around 29,000 for some time, which we've seen the markets do, hover around a big round number.
I don't think we haven't really traded 29,000 since we crossed above it. I also want to give a shout out to one of our favorite traders in the chat. I saw the comment, was looking for the perfect time. Tip of the week was to take profits strategically. I got to give a shout out to our guy Doom, up 11K on the day. So shout out to you, Doom.
Nice.
Doom must have got short from the highs. A hell of a day for Doom. We
That's awesome.
Yeah, 11K day for Doom. Doom, we might just throw you a link so you can come on the show and talk to us about it, because that is a hell of a day. Nice job, my man. Share with us your trader wins, your trader losses. I saw somebody in the chat saying, I'm your daddy, which is absolutely not the case. But if you're sunning these markets right now, show us your wins on Topstep X. Share it with us on X, and we can bring those into you as well. But again, shout out to my guy Doom. Obviously getting short something and holding on for the ride. Good stuff, Doom.
And my dad might be there. It's unlikely.
My dad's definitely watching.
Oh, okay.
He watches all the time. It's
wasn't
definitely not whoever.
All right.
No, it wasn't Carlos. Unless my dad is using an alias in the chat. He's definitely not. Oh yeah, my dad watches all the time, Jack. He anything we say
my
is
dad's ever
education. No,
Oh, perfect. I don't think my dad's ever watched a YouTube video, period.
Oh yeah. Probably for good reasons there. But yeah, my dad tunes in all the time, and then he'll text me and be like, "Hey, I heard you talking about crude oil prices. I have this bet in on Kalshi, based on crude oil prices." And he cooks. So, Dad, if you're in the chat, let us know. I know you're watching. He actually texted me this morning when I wasn't on the opening call. He said, "Hey, why are you not on the show?" I'll be on later, Dad. Don't worry. Seeing the equities catch a little bit of a bid here. Didn't get down to those 29,000. 29.65 last trade here in the NASDAQ. 73.87 last trade in the S&P. Nice out by Michael on those gold longs, Hogue. We just could not get back above those 4,700s. Hogue's gone. Talking to Hogue, he's not even here.
Inflation. Worried about interest rate hikes now, I think.
What is the dollar doing right now?
What was that?
Right now,
Have an eye on the dollar.
Dixie
What's the dollar doing?
Is it's up
Stronger.
0.5%.
Yeah.
VIX still below 19. Crude trading 101.80. It's been a while since I told this, but Jay, I lost my mother. It's a good Mother's Day story. I lost my mother a job once because of trading.
Yeah.
Hey,
True story.
Jack. Please explain.
I was working at a trading firm in Chicago that was acquired by a much bigger trading firm. And my mom is an attorney, and she was a FINRA arbitrator. And once we were acquired by this bigger firm, she got banned from doing FINRA arbitration. So literally lost my mom a job. It did not feel good.
Oh,
wow.
It was okay. She had other stuff to do.
Sure.
That's crazy. Dakota, you're short?
Yeah, I'm short here from 59. 59 3/4.
59.
Got this nice pop, kind of a little bit of a rollover here. See if we get that leg lower to go test that 29,000.
Short 2 from 59s, and I can't confirm. I did see my dad in the chat. Thanks for watching. Hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. Tell your friends and family to like and subscribe. And we'll see how this trade plays out here. Catching a little bit of a bid. Dakota in short, looking to take some profits from the markets. We got some traders taking profits already here. Let's bring in that live funded leaderboard. Monmon JP up $40,119. Doherty up $26,664. Huang up $20,566. Rajesh up $20,221, and Lay up $19,845. Top live leaderboard, our top 5 traders, almost all above that 20K mark. Beautiful trading. Obviously, those traders had to I shouldn't say obviously, maybe they got long crude, but I would assume that was short the equities. Either way, lock up most of that P&L for the day if you're continuing to read the markets well. Do what you do, take some money out of the markets, but that is a great month in a day there for some of those traders. So really nice job on those. And again, shout out to my guy Doom, up 11K on the day. Dakota, you got a downside target? You're looking for 29s, right?
29,000s. I scaled into this, so I'm looking to scale out as well. I'm short 6.
Short 6. See if we get those 29,000s. Oil catching a bid here, 101.98s. If oil sustains above 102s, do we see continued selling in the equities? Do the equities even care about what's going on in oil right now? And Jack, those 75s in the S&P.
There we go.
102s right now.
Okay.
I'm going to take a couple off here at these lower 30s.
Short 4?
I'm short 4 now, yes. Yep. Took a couple off. Move my stop loss down, tighten up that risk. And let's see if we can run these lows. Still short 4.
Here we go. 29,018s. Do we get the run of those 29,000s that Dakota is looking for? Here's some order filled. We got another guest coming in to join us in just a minute here. 29,018, 14s now. 06.5 is the low of the day in the NASDAQ. Let's see if we get some continued selling. We are seeing about 120 lot at 29,000 evens. See if we go fill those orders, Dakota.
Yeah, let's.
Gold selling off as well
Bubble
here,
Goose.
46.78. Bubble Goose. What do you got, Jack?
Coming in hot, seeing MES going to 6,900 today.
Today?
That would be spicy.
Oh, I think we're gonna get it.
Can we do that? Is that within the limits? Aren't there price limits? What's limit down? I know the chat's been looking for one for the last 2 months.
Let's see. It's probably around. Anyone have the settlement price for the ES handy?
74.36.75.
74.36. Yeah, a limit down would be around 69.15 or something.
Okay. Well,
we could get there. And remember, they could open it back up. You can go down up to 20% in a day.
That is true. How much time we got?
We're gonna see this right here, Coach Jay. I think we're gonna see 29,000. This is looking really heavy.
Good. 29.15s last trade again, about 100. Oh, what was that? Nice little
new session lows
spike there. New
incoming.
Lows. New lows. 29,000. 1/4. Oh, come on.
It's over.
At 100 lot there. They've waited patiently with 100 lot right at 29,000. Give them what they want.
Got Trump speaking at the top of the hour here.
We also have the New York Fed quarterly household debt report, Jack. That's the big market mover.
Ah, yes. my quarterly debt report.
Yeah. Right. Tag 29,000 to the tick there, Dakota, and a little bit of a bounce.
I took one off. I took one off there.
Okay,
I have
there you
3
go.
on. I'm looking
Nice
for
trade.
a nice flush through it.
Did that 100 lot trade out there? Something traded.
Let's get this flush.
Still holding on to the session lows in the ES. Haven't broken through that 73.80 yet. Just 2 points away.
Nice bounce there off those 29,000s, 29.25 last trade in the NASDAQ. Shout out to all of the shorts in this market. My trade was a loser. I'm happy to be out. I got out decently now, it looks like, that we're going to continue to potentially sell off here. Looking across the board at the Tech 9, I'm seeing a lot of red. Microsoft red,
Yeah.
NVIDIA red after making new all-time highs. Google red as well.
Oh,
Meta's the only thing. Meta Netflix. Go ahead, Dakota.
no, Meta. Yeah, you're right. I don't know how confident I feel looking at these Tech 9 stocks, man. They were all red the other day while we just blew through all-time highs. Look at this. Here we go. 29,000. Flush through 29,000. There's those 990s. I'm going to take another one off right there at these 990s. Got one left as a runner. If you guys noticed, I'm in my XFAs today, not a combine. Now that we're seeing
Beautiful
some
trade.
good price action, we got that question a lot, Coach Jay. Dakota, why are you in a combine for the past couple days? Well, I have not felt confident in the price action yesterday or the day before, and so I'd rather switch to a combine and put on zero risk rather than risking a funded account or something that means something. That's why I don't mind taking losses in combines. You don't feel confident.
There you go.
Switch it up.
Don't have to put risk on where you do not feel confident.
So the
Nice
big
job
difference,
there,
Dakota, between the other day when the mag set was all red and we were going screaming to the upside, is that today the semiconductor index, the ETF, is down 4.75%. There is your difference.
It's not allowed.
Exactly.
It's
We're
illegal.
holding below
Finally.
29,000 now.
New
I got this
holding
runner.
at the 73.80. There we go. New session lows by a tick in the ES.
There we go. There we go. More selling coming in here. What's up, Hogue?
Jay, NASDAQ hitting that 200 session simple moving average on the 30-minute chart right now.
Yes, it is. I don't want to be the first person to buy it here, Hogue. Could it stop? It could, but this is the first day we're seeing some real selling in these equities. We are down, 500 points off the high in the NASDAQ. I'll give it a minute. I tried it once, but they got to show me a little bit of turnaround here. We are also at what we were talking about earlier, Hogue, was 50% of, I believe that was Friday's range in the NASDAQ here. So let's see. Could be an interesting spot, but not just a blind buy. It's hard to do that when the NASDAQ's down 1.5%. The Russell's down over 2%. Saw somebody say the Dow is holding bid here.
Call me crazy, but if we give up this 200 session simple moving average, the next visual target I see is 28,633.
28,633.
Call me crazy.
It's crazy, Hogue.
No, that's good. That's a
Crazy.
good level.
Yeah.
I like that zone. 860s, maybe even 840s too. So stair step
It's
up,
just
elevator
into
down.
Thursday's range. It's only into Thursday's range. It's not that far.
Right. We're only down 0.75% in the ES. We're down 1.5% though in the NASDAQ, nearly 2% in the Russie.
Nearly 2%. Who's this in the chat? Carlos says, this was overdue. Jay looking for longs. Come on, bro. Somebody said it was overdue on May 4th. We made new all-time highs. Somebody said it was overdue May 5th. We made all-time highs. May 6th, we made all-time highs. May 7th, we made all-time highs. May 8th, we made all-time highs. May 9th, we made all-time highs. So yes, was it overdue? Yeah, but am I comfortable risking $240 to see if we were going to make all-time highs 10 days in a row? I'll take the risk. We got Dr. Volatility coming up here in just a little bit, and then we'll be right back with our last guest. James, do the thing. Let's see if we can get these markets to continue to sell off for all the shorts in the chat.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. How are we doing on this Tuesday? My name is James Harden, and I'm here to tell you all the things that you need to know to stay in the know with Topstep and Topstep TV, including following Topstep TV on the X or Twitter or Twix or whatever you want to call it. Whatever you call it, be sure that you're following us on it. And you can do that by clicking on the link that we're going to drop in chat right about now. And when you follow Topstep TV on X, you're getting highlights, best of reels, reminders, and more. That's right, our social media team is stepping up their game. And if you miss any point in the show, there's a great moment from it. Well, guess what? We're going to clip it and we're going to post it to X so you can watch it whenever you want. Whether you're in the bus, on the boat, having a good time with friends, you can watch Topstep TV wherever you go when you follow us on X. Don't forget, there's also fun reminders there in case there's any segments coming up that we want you to know about. And, it's fun because then you get to put it on your calendar and you get to know that later today at 11 a.m. Central Time, we are welcoming a special guest to Topstep TV. I'm talking about Dan Muller. That's right, the CEO of AeroPay. Piggybacking off my last announcement, we're going to remind you on X that Dan Muller is coming on today at 11 a.m. to talk AeroPay. We got some special announcements and some fun things planned, so stick around right after Fast Markets, whereas there will be no morning highlights. We're going to roll right into this 11 a.m. interview, so stick around. It's sure to be a good time. And then later today, during Power Hour at 2:30 p.m. Central Time, we're having special guest Craig Buick, Senior Director and Global Head of Retail Education for the CME, will be dropping in. He's going to be hanging out with Jack, answering some questions and talking all things CME. You're not going to want to miss this one. We've been looking forward to this interview for some time. So again, that's today during Power Hour at 2:30 p.m. Central Time. And if you're following X, you're going to be well aware of those times because we're going to be reminding you. Then, once you're done marking your calendars and making sure that you are following all the correct social media accounts, be sure to tune back in to Topstep TV at 12 p.m. Central Time for group coaching. Because group coaching is a really special moment in our show where we get to take your questions and answer them live. That's right. If you've had a question about anything you've seen on the show this morning, be it a chart, a product, something Dakota said, well, you can get clarification by submitting a question to group coaching. How you do that is we're going to drop a link in the chat. It's going to be pinned to chat. Go ahead, click on it, fill out your question, and then be back in your seats for group coaching. It all goes down today at 12 p.m. Central Time. Whew. We got a lot coming your way on Topstep TV, so why would you go anywhere else? But before we go back to the charts, we do have one quick news story for you. It turns out trying to buy eBay isn't as easy as some people might have thought. Even for half stock and half cash. GameStop's desire to create an Amazon rival appears to be at a dead end for now. eBay is rejecting GameStop's offer to buy it. That's according to a letter from its board chairman to GameStop's CEO. The document calls the more than $55 billion proposal, quote, neither credible nor attractive. It says the funding strategy is uncertain. GameStop is about a quarter of the size of eBay. GameStop did not immediately return a request for comment.
Yes. Oh, how about that? I'm fine.
What's going on?
Ted, welcome.
Hey,
I think you're on the mute
what's
right
happening,
now.
guys? Hey, what's going on, guys?
What is
some
going
sad
on,
news.
Ted?
What's up, Jay? First time with
What's
you,
up?
my man.
Good to be on the show with you, Ted. Welcome to Fast Markets. I heard a bunch of order fills there while you were in the green room, Ted. Trading it up. What were we seeing?
So, yesterday's math in the SPY options, the implied move today was roughly 30 points in the S&P. So the 1x implied move put the ES at 7399. A 2x implied move would put it down at 7369. That would get very interesting for a long at 69. So I was shorting. I was hoping we would tag 77. And that's been a level that's paid in the last couple of months. 7402, by the way, paid 6 times yesterday. We hit it, bounced, hit it, bounced. So when 7402 broke, looked like the sellers were in control. So I'm waiting for 7369 to be a buyer. Not doing anything right here. Gonna watch the options flow, see how the book stacks up.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Ted. Coming in with some green on the screen there, looking at the S&P for some potential longs. Crude is back under 102s. Shout out to Tristan in the chat. 101.67 last trade here in Crude. Seeing a little bit of a bid in the equities, 29,022 last trade in the NASDAQ, 73.8450 last trade in the S&P. Is this just another opportunity, Dakota, to maybe get back into the short side? I know you're flat.
For me, I'm going to say no.
Okay.
I got the target I wanted. I got the 29,000 level, and I think there's now more of a chance to be a choppy market around 29,000 than there was just continuing lower. I mean, we still might continue lower, right? We might bounce from here, but 29,000 was my target. We hit it. I'm up $3,000 in these XFAs. So.
Bang.
Perfect.
I don't want to be that guy. It's like, okay, lock out. I'm done for the day. But that's where I'm leaning. If something does set up, I'll take it. It's going to be a smaller size and more of a quick trade. But let's see how this market reacts around 29,000. I'm going to lean towards chop or range bound because I got a green P&L.
Range if you're winning, chop if you're losing.
Be picky.
Absolutely. Hogue,
That's a good way to look at it.
I mean, that's what it is. This is a choppy market.
Yeah.
It's like, are you losing? Yeah, absolutely. Hogue, you said you guys were looking for this. How close are we, or have we already traded down to downside targets you were looking for in the equities here?
Well, as far as visual targets, I'm always looking at naked points of control. So Thursday's naked point of control in the S&Ps is 37.6620. Quarter, actually. You can see it here. We're already well through the 200 session simple moving average. And we're below the initial balance. We've left some single prints there. So to me, this all is still looking like potential continuation to the downside. The NASDAQ, we're still wrestling with that 200 session simple moving average. However, we've left single prints below the initial balance low, and it seems like it's a long ways away. But this is that same level we were looking at in the S&Ps. It's Thursday's naked point of control, 38,633. So if we do see continuation to the downside, those would be my first targets. Here's an example of how these visual targets and naked points of control can attract.
Real quick, Hogue, somebody's in the trade. Ted, what we do?
Yeah, I hear Ted's in.
Shorted 82s. I'm looking for a 7.7 to print in the ES.
All right. Shorted 82s here.
I think we tagged the 73.50 level in the S&P cash. We're currently at 73.55.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah, that's the line I have in my chart as well.
Yep. It's a magnet. It's a big number.
Futures.
It's a big number.
We could get down to
probably
Hogue's targets here.
45,000 puts at the 73.50 level right now, which is pretty heavy volume this early in the day. Large volume for a full day in the options market in SPX would be like 100, 150. And we're at 11.15 and we're already at 50,000. So I think it's a magnet to trade. 7350 SPX cash, which would be 7375 ES.
Some stuff, new lows of the day there. Yes, please, Hogue. What was that level?
Finish showing you what we were talking about is like points of control. So that long in crude oil this morning, that 102.13 was the naked point of control from back here on the 5th of May. If we get to my charts, I'll show you.
Damn. This is long crude still from 100.
Yeah, opening range trade. We send this over to Hogue's screen when we get a chance.
New lows in the NASDAQ, new lows, S&Ps. We are selling off. We are in the middle of the biggest sell-off we've seen in a long time here. NASDAQ down 1.5%. Yeah, it's been a month, Dakota. We're due. We were due. The Russell down over 2% here.
I'll take it. Took it off. Took a little profit.
Ted's out. Nice trade, Ted.
7.3. Nice, we're 7.3552. We still got about 2 more points in SPX cash 735,250 last. So
There we go.
only a couple points there before you get a nice, maybe a nice bounce.
New lows, new lows, new lows. 29. Where's 2% in the
There-
NASDAQ? That's
There's
Go
your
ahead, Hogue.
screen, Hogue.
Yeah, there. So this is a naked point of control, right? Point of chill. Most popular, highest volume price from back here on the 5th of May that was never rechecked. This was the target this morning for the trade, the opening range trade to the long side was that naked point of control. It's a short time frame visual level, and how often, I mean, we've shown example after example after example after example on TV how many times they're targeted, and it was targeted almost to the tick, well actually to the tick initially, but it's still showing a degree of resistance up here. So that's why these targets in the S&P and in the NASDAQ are looking attractive to me, because they attract eyes, and when eyes are attracted to price, they have a tendency to bring price to those levels. Would not surprise me if for us to certainly see 73.66 quarter in the S&Ps today. Might be a little bit more of a surprise for me to see the NASDAQ all the way down at 28,633, but it's the next visual target that I see, and we will see if that happens. There you go.
28,633. I'm starting to look at 2%. What does 2% in the NASDAQ get us here? 2% from settlement in the NASDAQ will put us at 28,835s.
Let's get
And
it.
we are pretty damn close here. 46.71 last trade here in gold as well. We are seeing some real selling coming into these markets. Jack, I got a question for you. What's more iconic, Wayne's lighter flick or Ted's drink pour?
Oh, the drink pour. I want that as my like trader tone. That was perfect. It was just like that was great Foley work right there. Yeah, we're
Right,
at
there you go.
73.50 right now in the SPX. I don't know. It's carnage right now. I would say like well deserved right now in the high flying stuff. We got the SOX ETF. The semiconductors is down 5.6% for the whole ETF. Does software benefit? Nope. Down 1.33% in the IGV. Individual names, we got Intel down nearly 10%. We got some of the Quantum down 10%. Micron's down 7.8%. SanDisk down 9%. Wow.
About time.
We are seeing some selling. New lows of the day in the NASDAQ, 28,916.75, 73.71 quarter new low of the day in the NASDAQ. Gold making new lows of the day as well, 46.6820. Crude just kind of hanging out here. Again, this is just a good old-fashioned sell-off here, Dakota. I heard you saying about time. You came in saying, hey, I've been waiting for this. You took advantage of it. It's great patience. Great patience for the week, really, right? Where there could have been a situation where you don't even have an account to trade this. If you are, a little too eager, but you took the patience, you traded in combines until the market is agreeing with you, and then you get to take advantage of it. So really nice trade here.
Yeah, I mean it's difficult, right? When you're just not reading the market
Yeah.
right, and then you have to exercise that patience. That's why there's multiple accounts. That's why you have a practice account. And look at this thing just keeps selling off. Hogue has those targets down at those 28,800s, and I agree with him.
New lows.
This
Base.
just keep going
The
here.
final
Let's take a look
frontier.
at my screen again. I want to show I mentioned this chart earlier, the Micron chart. Is we did, I don't know if you saw this, Dakota, but after this parabolic run up, yesterday we had a doji on very high volume right here, island top. And how bearish could this candle get? Well, I mean, we'd have to drop probably another 7% in the stock just to get the prices that were traded on Thursday, May 7th. So, we're still trading well above the the high. We're still just trading prices that we last saw Friday, but I'm going to keep an eye on this chart. This could be something special.
A little bit of a shakeout. Yeah. A lot of profit taking. Someone's talking about leveraged. This is very healthy, though. This is very healthy for the market.
Welcome sight. We can't just continue to sprint up, make 500-point days day after day in the NASDAQ without a little bit of a pullback. So nice job to the shorts today. Again, share those trader wins, trader losses with us on your favorite social media platform, preferably X or Twitter. We'll bring those to you later in the day. Hashtag fast markets. I want to give a shout out to D-Bon in the chat. I'm up 600, locked up for the day. Wouldn't be here without my VIP coach, Jay. D-Bon, shout out to you. All credit to you, though. As a coach, I don't take any credit for anything. You guys put the trades on, making those profits. So really nice job there. Taking a look at the quote board, we got 36 different markets we can trade with Topstep accounts today. To the downside, we got the Russell down 2.25%. The natural gas market down 2.75%, and micro Ethereum, our biggest percentage mover to the downside right now, down 3.11%. To the upside, we got wheat futures. Wheat is on a rocket ship. I don't know what has gotten into that wheat market, but it's up 3.25% on the day. Heating oil up 3.4%, and crude oil up 3.84% on the day right now. To look at our big four, we already mentioned crude up 3.84%. We got gold down 1.31%. The S&P down 0.84%, and the NASDAQ down 1.64% on the day, trading 28,940s here in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, we're just consolidating for a moment. See if we can just keep this momentum lower.
So 50-50 here in the NASDAQ.
The house account still long. Crude, huh? Crude trade
Yep,
101.
still hanging
range
in.
trade.
Save it for
They're
the
in the
Mix
audience.
is approaching 19.
Okay. Jack, what's the treasury market doing right now? We were looking at those yields on the 30-year. What is it? What are they doing right now? We seeing any movement there?
Well, they're relatively stable, but still high. We got the 10-year at 4.45, and the 30-year is hanging out 2 bips above 5%, 5.02. It is rejected many, many times, but if that gets above the 2022 highs, we were saying that's when Bezant's going to be sweating. Bezant won't be pleasant. In a pleasant mood, at least, if we get above there.
Unpleasant Bezant. Unpleasant.
And we're
Bezant
almost a
if we
4.
get above
We're
5.
almost a 4% yields in the. If we round, we're at 4% in the 2-year. That's a big thing that Jessica talked about. We don't want to see a breakout in these yields to the upside. That would not be good.
Did we just create a
We're gonna have
meme
a new-
in real time here, Jack? Can we get voicemails from Unpleasant Bezant if the yields are that high?
We'll see. I'll give him the number.
Right. See if he wants to call in to Topstep TV, maybe. New lows in gold, new lows in the NASDAQ,
Yeah,
new lows
new lows
in
in
the
NASDAQ
S&P.
too.
Shorts, celebrate. We are selling off here. Again, 2% in the
Getting ready
NASDAQ
to buy
versus-
69 in
Oh,
MES.
shit.
I muted you
All right.
guys because I got the lawnmowers here.
All good.
That was me
Ted,
earlier.
looking to buy
Understood.
69s.
I'm looking to buy 69 and 63.
Okay.
All right.
We are in the middle of a sell-off here, everybody.
The new Fed chair is going to have a interesting decision.
Well, I mean, there's
Yeah.
basically zero chance we cut rates in June. CPI, for those just joining us now, 7:30 this morning, came out at 3.8 year over year. They were looking for 3.7 expected. The services inflation was what was troubling Goolsby. We're just making new lows.
Ted, get along there.
300.
69s. 2%
I'm gonna add
coming
it.
up.
I'm looking to add it 6.3. That's 2 times the implied move.
Okay.
Well, we're about to see how much leverage people were long the semiconductors with.
Flush it here in the NASDAQ.
Visual target.
We are cooking right now.
Let's see those
Say it again, Hope.
860s, Hogue.
860s, I like.
Gold just hit one of those, 46.45. Another visual target
Yes,
hit.
Did. We are cooking to the downside right now, 28,872. We got London close coming up in about 5 minutes here.
Good. I think that'll
Must be
help.
nice
Look at
bounce
this.
there in gold.
Look Just go on my screen for just 1 second. You got to see this. It's amazing how these things freaking work. Naked point of control from back here on the 1st of May. Never checked in regular trading hours. There it is.
Nice.
Got it.
To
Ted,
the
you are
tick.
just an animal.
To the tick there.
It's, I'm just using the math on the options. Nothing, no opinion, just math.
Yeah. Oh, we're just down 1% right now. ES NQ's down 1.83%.
Yeah. Tesla's getting hit
Russell's
hard,
up.
-4.
I mean,
What a bounce there.
exploded the last few days for no reason.
Oh, that naked point of control. Gold's up $12. To the tick, up $12 off that level.
Yep.
It meant something to somebody. New lows in the NASDAQ, new lows in the S&P. Again, NASDAQ is approaching 2% down. This is a good old-fashioned sell-off we are seeing here. Doom in the chat says, so much money left on the table out of fear. Doom, man, it's been so hard to short the equities. And if you made 11K today doing it, you took your piece. You took your piece off the table. That's a hell of a day, man.
Right.
Yeah.
Hell of a day. I wouldn't even be, Doom, I don't even know why you're in the chat, man. To be honest with you.
Exactly.
I'll go take a nap. But we appreciate you being here on Topstep TV. We appreciate all 3,100 of you joining. If you do us a favor, if you enjoy what we're doing here, hit that thumbs up button. Man, you got to love these markets. NASDAQ, again, approaching 2% to the downside. Jack, any options levels? We kind of ran through that 75. You were looking at 73, 75s here. Any further levels to the downside here, potentially?
Yeah, I added this 73.30 SPX line here, 73.55 in the futures. There's some positive gamma down here, but right now this is too. I appreciate what Ted's doing. Hope it works out. Just looks pretty heavy right now.
Looking pretty heavy, and crude oil holding back above 102s right now. Again, I don't really know if that correlation means anything. Crude 102s last trade here. Ted, I'm hearing some order fills. What we got going on? Seeing some green on the screen, so it's working.
Trying to scale out.
Yeah.
Just throw a little money in there. I think we get some volatility selling into European close in 3 minutes. When you sell vol, that means market goes up. So I'm looking for VIX for a little sell into the 11:30 close.
All right.
Ted long the S&P. Mayor Charles, full TP hit, 28,898 in MNQ, 28K for the day. Make sure you take a screenshot
there we
of that
go.
because you've already closed it out. Share that with us on Topstep TV, and make sure you share your proof of profits when you proof of payout when you take that payout. Speaking of payouts, we have a special guest coming in at the top of the hour right after Fast Markets to talk about an update to payouts. You might have seen it already on social media, but we got a special guest coming in to talk about it. Money could be hitting your accounts faster than you could think. We are seeing new
I don't like
lows.
new lows. Out. Gonna wait.
Here we are. We're creating legends here, aren't we?
Yes, we are. We are
Just lows.
Man, oh man.
just getting crazy to the downside here. Almost at that 2% level in the NASDAQ, down 1.9% on the day.
Take a look at crude. We are going up against session highs here.
Yes, we are.
102.
London close. London close in a minute. Let's see if there's some profit taking into that, or are they just going to continue to sell it? I see some people in the chat talking about a gap fill. Friday gap fill closed 28,767s potentially here in the NASDAQ. More selling coming in here.
Okay. Yeah.
Damn, I am happy to be out of that long, man. You ever feel bad about a trade when you lose and then you're like, okay, it's not that bad. Could be a lot worse.
Feel better about it now.
Not today, Jay. We got squeezed out of that oil move down.
Yeah.
Which would have been pretty nice to hold.
Yeah, Jack. Yeah. I don't know. My eyes I had hungry eyes looking for 370s in the NASDAQ. I guess I got to wait until tomorrow.
Now I got that song going through my head.
Hungry eyes. 28,856. London close coming up here in 10. There we go. Sing it, Hogue. 10 seconds. London close coming at us right now.
Let's
Ted
go.
and Hogue
Now
on
I got the
vocals.
weed eater edge. All right, I'm out. Bought it. I had bought it again at 6.3 to the 6.9 level. Volatility did sell a little bit going into 11:30 close, European close.
There we go. Ted getting
Yeah,
active there, scalping around
Ted,
this range.
That's what I do.
Can't keep up with you, Ted. I can't keep
Hey.
up with you.
He's buying it, Hogue. He's buying it.
I was.
NASDAQ
taking profits.
holding these 860s for now.
That was Hogue's price. That was Hogue's price.
This is where we were at on
1904
Friday. A little
bid.
bit of consolidation before we had that major breakout. Basically right here at the beginning.
$20 bounce off that spot in gold.
Off those 45s.
Yeah, tech doing it. What's up today? Apple, Meta, Walmart, United Healthcare. Not many to name here. Netflix
right.
is the big, up 3.8%.
Crude.
Awesome stuff. Well, we got the markets in the midst of the biggest sell-off we've seen in a while here, talking about the equity markets. So I am sure there are traders taking some big chunks out of the market. Ted's back in here. We're going to bring in JD for some stats, get a look in at our biggest traders for the day. What do we got, JD?
What's up, guys? We're going to take a look at some payouts and P&Ls from yesterday. Let's start with those P&L numbers. Up at the top, Lucas. You might remember Lucas. We mentioned him yesterday, Friday. He had a huge day, almost $35,000 in profits. Picked up another nearly $50,000 yesterday. That's quite a two-day running total, nearly $85,000 in profits in 2 days of trading for Lucas. Trading on 150K life on an account in the NASDAQ and gold. He's taken over $110,000 in payouts so far. So, big year for Lucas. G, $20,189 in profits yesterday, trading on 50K life on an account in the NASDAQ and gold. 7 winning days since G's last payout. Go get that money. Eligible for a payout. Benjamin, $13,662 in 150K live funded account, trading in the NASDAQ and micro NASDAQ. 10 winning days in the live funded account. Also no payouts yet. Benjamin and G, get on top of that. Make sure you're paying yourself. Kai, $11,712 in profits yesterday in a 100K live funded account, trading the NASDAQ and S&P. Turned around. Kai turned around and requested a $17,000 payout yesterday after picking up $11,700 in profits. And Aaron rounds out the top 5, $9,961 in profits yesterday, trading on a 50K live funded account. Aaron's just 1 day shy of taking another payout. Again, go get that money, everyone. All right, those are yesterday's top 5 live funded P&Ls. Here are some payout numbers for you. More impressive stuff. Up at the top, Avinash, $14,996. Utsav, $13,950. Dylan, $10,788. Brett, $9,155. And Emmanuel rounds out the top 5 payouts from yesterday. $8,970 in the pocket. Impressive stuff coming from our live funded traders. That's what I've got for you guys. All right. Back to you.
Right on. Thank you, JD. During that break there, anyone getting anything? Ted?
Yeah, I bought it. Went to, I think 73, 77 in the ES is a level. So I don't play end zone to end zone. I go 50-yard line to 50-yard line. So I was looking for 73 and got out for a quick scalp.
Right
Bought
on.
the
We're
69s.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
Almost
almost back
there.
to 7350 SPX right here. Hogue, anything you're looking at right now?
I'm looking at a lot of things.
Just contemplating life.
Oh, man.
Yeah, good looking
All right,
3-bar
we'll see
reversal on a
there.
5-minute chart.
Yeah,
Does
that
indeed.
7366 level there in the S&P is putting a pretty nice bounce.
Exactly.
Nothing
It's
over
twice
the
the initial
wire
balance.
at the moment. Oil's pulled back a little bit. We're trading 101.50 in the June crude.
All right, let's just retrace everything right back to settlement. Come on, NASDAQ.
Let's do it.
It's not impossible.
If
Please.
there's any market that could.
Yeah,
You got some room to 945 in the
that would be
MNQ.
wild.
It could. I still don't think that would be healthy. I was talking about yesterday. We haven't had a close 1% down day in the S&P 500 since like the end of March. I don't think it counts as a sell-off if we just sell off in one day and then have a V bounce. So I think the sellers are still active here. Definitely a little change in vibes today, especially with the semiconductors. So we'll see.
Yeah, no, I agree, Jack. This inflation data, I think, is going to become more of a headline going forward.
It should be. I have a graphic we can show later that I shared about this was the first one. The question becomes if all this is temporary, but the year-over-year inflation, the CPI report, did outstrip wage growth for the first time in a long time. Yeah. I think we do have this. I believe here we are. So the orange line is the year-over-year CPI inflation, and the blue line is the year-over-year wage growth. So as it says here, for the first time in 3 years, inflation is wiping out wage gains. So we don't want to see that orange line stay above the blue for any significant amount of time, especially if the rates will be higher if there's inflation. So that will be the case. The consumer is the backbone of the American economy. If they're tapped out and credit card rates are through the roof, it's not a good combination. So hopefully we turn that around.
There you go. 3-bar reversal confirmed here on the 5-minute NASDAQ. You guys can see that right here. We got this nice trend. We got a key level. Hogue mentioned it, these 860s. And now we got a confirmed reversal. So we'll see how that holds up. So far we're in the green. My next level, I think, can we come back up and bounce and maybe retest 960s, 970s? Sure. That's what I'd be looking at. 960s, 970s to the upside. If we can hold.
Someone asked,
Big
where's
if.
Andre? This is my favorite game to play when someone's out on a day. Andre got the opportunity to meet a pangolin, and so he's off today to do that.
Pangolin.
You ever seen one of those?
No.
Very unusual animals. I can't tell if they're cute. Let me know in chat. Are pangolins cute or like terrifying Lovecraftian things?
I'm Googling
See if I can pull a
it.
picture of one.
It's like almost like an armadillo.
A little bit. I think they're cute. They look kind of like rocks or something. I think they're cute. Andre does too.
Okay.
That's why he's not here today. All right. What are we thinking here, lads?
I like the longs up to 960s. That 3-bar reversal already confirmed, and I missed the bus on that.
You might get another shot. I mean, I don't hate the shorts here. I don't hate the longs here either. We're twice the initial balance. We've got reference 73.66 in the S&Ps, 3-bar reversal. We get a cheap long. I don't hate it.
Yeah, we're going. Yeah, beautiful looking 3-bar reversal. Yeah, this is why I missed the bus. If we get another opportunity, I'm not going to take
And
it.
a pretty good pullback in gold in crude oil here as well, if we're still correlated.
Sorry, got you
I
on
feel
mute.
like
I got every garden tool in the world is out out my window right now.
That's all right.
Razor, leafer, lawnmower. Like the
As long as
long
we can
type
still
of
hear your
950.
executions.
All right.
Well, if we
Trading
have a
in-
minute, I got a little
Yeah.
bit of history in futures trading.
Ooh.
This guy in the red jacket right there, his name is Tom Cashman, and anybody from Chicago that knows about the Board of Trade or futures knows the name Cashman. His uncle was Gene Cashman, probably one of the most famous grain speculators in the of the century, really. But Tom Cashman was a good friend of my dad's. Last time I saw Tom was at my dad's wake, actually, and he just passed away a day or two ago. Same age as my dad when he passed. He was 87 years old, but he was an absolute gentleman. And one of the reasons why they say at the Board of Trade, my word is my bond. He was a great trader. This was the cover of Business Week magazine from March 15th, 1976. I think it's probably the only time the futures markets were mentioned on the front page of Business Week magazine. But of course, we pray for the comfort of their family. He was always a gentleman, always a nice guy to me. I was a little kid back then, and he was always very, very nice, very, very sweet. You can see his most recent jacket. If you go to the lobby of the Board of Trade, there is a history of futures trading museum there, and his trading jacket is framed and hung in that little museum. So just thought I'd tell everybody a little bit of history. This is probably the soybean pit back in 1976 with Tom Cashman, a gentleman, a great trader. R.I.P. One of the greats. Always a gentleman, always
That's
honest. Great man.
Well, Hogue, thank you for sharing. Business Week, man. That's a nostalgia all over for me. But
Yes, it is.
yeah, thanks for sharing that, Hogue.
My dad
hanging
actually
right
saved that
around.
magazine from 1976. I mean, they were friends, good friends.
Well, in the markets, we're back 7350 SPX level. We've visited this quite a few times. Let's see what the bulls got here. Dakota, anything that would get you in, or are you in?
No. I want to see if we could pop up to these 960s, 970s, kind of where we bounced off earlier. Or we just come back down, retest these lows at 860s. So I'm just watching the market structure right now, seeing how we form. And then I zoom out to the hourly chart. You can see where we bounced off that level. Hogue talked about it. This is where the rally started on Friday. And we found some buyers down there. So question is, do we hold? Do we hold? Can we see the market like higher lows, higher highs? So just looking for that market structure. The one I missed was that 3-bar reversal that played out really well, and buyers
Right
are
off the low.
still trying to hold this thing up. We're making higher lows. You can see on this 100-tick chart those higher lows starting to come in, along with these higher highs. So let's see if we can pop up into those 960s.
All right. Thanks for sharing, Dakota.
Yep.
What do we got? There's a little bounce in semiconductors, maybe 1% off the lows, still down 5.4% on the day. Bonds not on their lows, but not too much movement. And crude, it's trading down to 101.27. So we got a little bit of a break here in crude. Stocks don't always go lower when the crude goes higher, at least in the short term, but they love to rally when the crude sells off. Russell's still down just over 2%. Was down more than 2.5 last time I checked, so we're bouncing all around here.
ES is picking up some strength back to 90. 73.90 is another level. And it looks like the left side of that little dip, that little cup.
Yeah. Well, while we monitor to see if this is the treasure map that MP talks about, why don't we hit the rest? I showed one of the charts, but we have a few more tidbits here in the news. Yes.
Yes.
That is indeed right. Let's just look at the CPI number a little bit more here. We showed the other chart. This is, remember, there's that discontinuity from when we just didn't release it in October, which I didn't realize you could do. The blue line is all items year over year inflation. And the purple line there is less food and energy. And you can see, obviously, a lot of the spike is because of food and energy, but we are trending in the wrong direction as far as everything else. Goolsby this morning mentioning that the services inflation was especially concerning. I think the CPI number next month is going to be very important, especially if there's no resolution with Iran. We do have PPI coming out tomorrow, and that'll be our week in inflation. I showed the second chart here already. We can flip to it again if we want. Once again, CPI on an annualized rate has moved above wage growth, and that's something that we don't want to see. Other interesting tidbit here. I don't often share Zero Hedge, but I found this interesting. NVIDIA now has a larger market cap than the entire healthcare sector of the S&P 500.
Wow.
I guess you can use your AI doctor, but that's surprising to me. I guess, no, it's not surprising, but it just puts things in perspective. And then lastly, this is from a few days back. I don't know if you saw it, Hogue. Pope Leo wearing what appears to be Nikes. What do you think, Hogue? You wear Nikes around, or what are your stomps these days?
Not often, mostly Birkenstocks.
That is true. So there you go.
Some would say they're Jesus shoes.
Yeah. Well, street casual fashion taking over up to the Pontiff. So
I bet they're
I found
waterproof.
that interesting. See Jay back there. What do you think about those shoes, Jay? Rate that look.
I'd give it a 9 out of 10. Give it a 9 out of 10.
9 out of 10.
That's
pretty
nice,
good.
nice swag for the Pope. Absolutely. What did I miss, guys? Are we still selling off? Are we at zero yet? What's happening?
We're on our way.
I don't know.
20.
I prefer my Air Jerusalems to Air Jordans.
That's a good one, Hogue. That is a good one. Should the Pope be able to wear kicks? I mean, he's from Chicago, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they should have been a pair of Jordan 1s, but maybe you couldn't get them in time. Get your votes in there in the chat. I'm going to say yes. Oh wow, 93% of the chat saying yes. I did not expect that. What do we got going on here? Anyone in any trades actively? I think I heard an order filled from Ted there. Those 69s held pretty nicely, Ted. 73.78 last trade here. Ted on mute.
Leaf blower is like 6 feet away from me right now. So
okay.
I didn't want to ruin the sound
All
on
good.
the broadcast. Yep.
Oh, good. 73.78 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 28.908 last trade here in the S&P. Dakota, you were talking a little bit earlier about potentially locking it up here or, taking it easy for fast markets. Any other opportunities you're seeing here? Or you kind of let this market settle out for a little bit?
I wouldn't mind a long for maybe a push up to these 960s, but we got to find some buyers. Like we are making higher lows. We're finding a little bit of maybe some buyers here at this, but it's very fragile, meaning we could just dump 50 points at a blink of an eye.
Did we hit 2% down? We got close. No, we didn't hit it. 835s would have been that price. Yeah, pretty close. Got to within 20 points of it or so. 28.914's last trade here in the NASDAQ. Crude oil back below those 102s, 101.46s. Taking a look at the tilt, 57% long in the S&P, 56% long in the NASDAQ, 58% short in crude, and 68% long in gold. Question to anyone in the chat, specifically to those who took shorts. Are you still hanging on for more profits? Are you seeing more downside in this market, or are you out for that trade? Just curious how shorts are looking at this. We've seen that tilt flip. It was 60% short in the NASDAQ at one point. It is starting to get back in long. King Caesar is short the NASDAQ. Dylan short the Dow.
Short ES.
Ted short ES. What price you get short?
Yep. I think a break below 77, we get that back down to 69 again.
Break below 77s. Ted is short in the S&P. Yep.
78.
See a lot of shorts in the chat. NASDAQ couldn't hold those 900s. Go ahead, Dakota. Major components still selling off here as well.
Yeah, I mean,
1%.
Nvidia wasn't able to hold on. Walmart's up 2% though. Apple and Meta slightly up. As mentioned, a couple of random ones. United Healthcare up 1%. Still got the memory stocks getting hammered, but off the lows a little bit.
Tight stop.
Tight stop on this one. Ted, short right now.
Yeah, I got a trailing stop up at 81.
Okay, got you. Seeing a little bit of size on the book there, up at 73.80s, about 500 contracts on the offer in the S&P Euro Hogue. This is a successful downside auction for now, Hogue. We're hanging out below the IB low.
Yeah, for now.
I'm going to get into a small long right here.
We did. Go ahead.
Right, go ahead.
We did reach twice the initial balance, which that's some pretty good extension.
Yes. Okay.
Finding support down there.
Still got VWAP inside that initial balance. Dakota trying a little bit of a long here. What are we seeing?
The 912. I'd seen that we bounced off these 890s. I'm still liking a little bit of a push higher up to those 960s, 970s.
Did we get a 3-bar reversal on the lows? It looks like we did.
77 holding.
Yeah, we got that 3-bar reversal. That was 20 minutes ago.
Oh yeah. 77's holding for now, Ted.
Yeah, we're not holding. We're not holding this.
No, not yet.
I think we're breaking.
Nope.
I think we get back below 73.50 in the S&P cash. I think we test it again.
73.50, and we got about a 25 point spread there, so that would put us under 73.75s here in the futures.
Yes. Yep.
Still,
the trend is to the downside in the day time frame. So if you're looking for longs, it's got to be good trade location.
100% Hogue. 100%. Delta still negative, Hogue?
Yes,
growing negative, or is it kind of stabilizing?
It's negative 11,500 in the S&Ps now, so still increasing in negativity. NASDAQ's down 2,400 negative right now. So we're still getting deeper. If we keep getting deeper and we can't break, then the buyers are around.
Yep. I'm seeing in this last 30-minute candle here, which we still have another 7 minutes, this would be the first positive delta 30-minute candle of the regular trading hour session. Positive 600 in the NASDAQ, positive 2,400 in the S&P. So maybe
I'm gonna wait.
Could be profit taking. Gonna wait here, Ted.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait. I'd like to see a break of 50 in the cash, and then I think we may test the mid 60s in the ES.
Yeah, we're right back to that 73.50 SPX. Also, we got the pullback. 88% agree that the Pope should be able to wear kicks. I agree.
Agreed. He's the Pope. But he's
so my my poll this morning, do we have a temporary high in the ES and NQs? 61% of you said yes. 39 said no. Nice job of that 61%.
There we go, Hogue.
Mm-hmm.
We might just
There
flush and
we
break
go.
these lows again.
Agreed.
So I reversed. I'm now
28.56
short.
half.
I'm
okay.
short on this.
I like it. I like it. Not holding on to a bias here, Dakota.
There's a break.
Adding to
All right.
this. Add some more. Let's get this
Shorty,
breakdown through these session lows.
Let's
I agree. I don't like that tail. I don't like that wick right there, but
No, I don't like that one either.
yep, that was a little
You
absorption.
see us flush now.
Did we not make a new
That's-
low there? We got to get to a break, but
Correct.
I want to see if this trade plays out here. Dakota short right now. Do we get new lows in the NASDAQ? Are the lows in? If they are, that would be an
Weak low.
impressive effort from the buyers here. Weak lows, Hogue. Those get run, don't they? 28,856 half. Oh, what a stick save there for right now in the NASDAQ. We got to get to a break. We got a special guest coming in. If you like payouts, you are going to want to stick around for this. Jack, Ted, Dakota,
Thank you,
Michael
guys.
B, Hogue, great fast markets, guys. Thank you for joining us this morning on Topstep TV here. Still a lot to do. Hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. Dakota, keep us up to date in the chat on how this trade plays out. We're going to go to a little bit of a break, and then we're going to bring in the CEO of AeroPay, Dan Muller, to talk about some instant payouts.
Nice.
Let's get it. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
At Topstep, we've paid out more money to more traders than anyone in this industry. Over $1.4 billion and counting. Now, we're making that payout process even faster with automated approvals and real-time payment processing. Approved payouts can hit your account instantly. The best payout policy in the industry just got a lot faster. Grade well.
All right, quick little break there, but we are back. Chat, do your thing. Welcome to the first time on Topstep TV, CEO and founder of AeroPay, Dan Muller. Dan, very nice to meet you. Good to have you on Topstep TV. How are we doing today?
Doing great. Great to meet you too, Coach Shea. Excited to be on Topstep TV. Excited to talk about instant payouts.
Absolutely. If you're wondering why we have Dan here, you might have seen it on social media already. But we are bringing instant payouts to Topstep. Topstep now has instant payouts with AeroPay. Thanks to Dan there, the best payout policy in the industry just got a little bit faster. Dan, we live in the world of instant gratification right now, right? If I make some money, I want it now. And AeroPay is helping put money in traders' bank accounts as quickly as possible. Talk to us a little bit about this process. What can traders expect from AeroPay taking their payouts in AeroPay? Talk to us a little bit about what you guys do.
Yeah, absolutely. So a little bit about AeroPay. We're the fastest growing pay-by-bank solution in the US. We enable easy ways for users to connect their banks and then make payments, but also receive payments instantly. I think it's interesting that, in your world moves fast, real time, instant trades, but historically payments have been slow, chargebacks, legacy, can take multiple days to settle. And we've got to catch up. We've got to get payments to catch up. So really the entire thesis of AeroPay, why I started the company, is that we got to make payments easy, fast, secure by going direct from one bank account to the other. Instead of using these old ways of ACH and cards. So that's AeroPay.
Yeah, absolutely. We hear those complaints all the time, right? If I have to pay for something, it's instant. They take the money out of my account right away. But if it's coming back into my account, I got to wait 3 days for an ACH. But AeroPay is making that process quicker. Up on the screen here, we have a bunch of platforms that you are already partnered with. We can add Topstep to that list. I see Kalshi there, Polymarket. What has that experience been for you getting into partnerships with a bunch of these bigger companies, and again, getting people their payouts as quickly as possible?
Look, I think the demand to get payouts moving quicker has become table stakes. You know, if you're in these industries, whether it's gaming, predictions, trading, you have to move at the speed of those industries. And you know, predictions is setting new standards on real-time markets in, you know, many industries, and we have to bring the solutions that match the speed of those industries. And I think that's what instant payouts is really doing. You know, we enable instant payouts to over 80% of the banking industry, with more coming, and we're encouraging more banks to participate in this real-time world. The other thing too is safety, right? The biggest hesitation for banks to enable real time is the idea that things, you know, real time money movement means real time risk and fraud. So our technology helps mitigate a lot of the fraud on the platforms, and then we get more banks to participate, and then it opens the landscape for consumers to get real time money movement or real time settlement.
Awesome stuff there, Dan. So again, we are bringing AeroPay to our U.S. based traders for now, 100% to our US based traders as of today. So if you are eligible for a payout, you will see that AeroPay option in your Topstep dashboard. I think we have another image that we can bring up to see exactly what that looks like. And I'm due for a payout pretty soon. So I know exactly the option that I'm going to be using here in just a little bit to take that payout. Let's get that money moving over. So if we can bring up that image, there it is. So on your Topstep dashboard, you're going to see an image or the option to take a AeroPay payout. You know, confirm that, like Dan was saying, safety is a thing. So you're going to confirm that with an SMS. And Dan, how quick are we talking about these payouts, man? What should I expect on payouts? I've seen
yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
I've seen a couple on social media. It's anywhere from 8 to 16 seconds, which you know, I'm not even pouring a cup of coffee in that amount of time, Dan.
Yeah, exactly. The idea is you know, move the money as real time as possible, but do those safety checks ahead of time. So we're doing that in a couple seconds, and then we're settling to the account, you know, within 15 seconds. And so this is the fastest money can move in the US. The other thing too is we built our own bank connection tool. So we don't use a third party, and therefore the connection conversion should be really, really good. So if anyone has issues connecting their bank, they can also reach out. We're also prioritize a lot of end user support and make sure you get your bank connected so you can get the real-time payout.
Awesome stuff. So most major banks right now, but even smaller institutions are on the way. Awesome stuff. Dan, I know the chat is excited. I see a bunch of people in the chat already saying, hey, thank you for doing this. For those outside of the US, there may be some potential options coming right now, but again, 100% for our US based traders, instant payouts. And Dan, I think you knew this was coming. But we're going to do a little bit of a speed round. You talked about instant payouts. First, before we do the speed round, anything else that you want to give to our traders? Anything that you want to say to our audience before we get into the speed round here?
No, yeah, the AeroPay platform and network is growing. We've got millions of users on it, but we want to hear from you on your experience, making sure that, you know, even the smaller banks get attention on how to be a part of this experience. So feel free to reach out, communicate with us. If you have an issue, let us know, and we'll get you up and running in no time.
Awesome stuff. Well, just some stats to share with you guys real quick before we get into this speed round. Topstep has already paid out over $1.4 billion in payouts, doing it the slow way. Dan is going to help us speed run the $2 billion payout mark, 99.26% payout approval rate. And if you're eligible for a payout, you're going to get it that much faster thanks to Dan Muller, CEO and founder of AeroPay. All right, let's get into the fun here, Dan. We are going to do a little bit of a speed round. Your whole business is built on speed. So we are going to give you about the average. We'll go on the slower end of the spectrum for your payouts. You got 16 seconds to answer these questions. So whenever you are ready, we are going to start. First question for you, Dan. Super speed or time travel? Which one would you prefer?
Time travel, because I'm a history nerd and I'd love to see what things were like, and, you know, envision a world where I could bring modern things to the past. That'd be really cool.
We just used all of your 16 seconds right there, Dan. We got to speed through these. Always early or always late? Which would you prefer?
Always late. I'm South American, so we are always late.
There we go. Live in the past or live in the future?
Future always. Gotta look ahead.
Got to look ahead. What's more valuable, time or money?
Time always. Got to be with family. Money will come.
Awesome stuff. And your preferred payout method, best payout method, AeroPay or Plaid? You can take your time.
No doubt, AeroPay all the way.
AeroPay is the new option to take payouts on your Topstep dashboard. Thanks again, CEO and founder Dan Muller of AeroPay. Dan, thanks for joining us on Topstep TV. Chat, if you like instant payouts, do us a favor, hit that thumbs up button. Tell your friends and family to like and subscribe. Dan, awesome stuff. Thanks for joining us on Topstep TV. We'll see you again soon.
Thanks, Jay. Great to be with you.
Later, guys. All right, welcome back to Topstep TV Power Player Edition. I'm Jay. To the far right, we got Mr. Dolby Time, and in the middle, live funded trader with Topstep. Braden, welcome back to Topstep TV. How are we doing today?
Yeah, doing good. Not so much live funded anymore, Jay. I actually closed my live account. So I'm on a full reset path, kind of following what Dakota did. We'll try to get back into the live account within a month or two. But I feel good about my trading and everything. It's just these markets are a little irrational. And so when markets get a little irrational and don't start to make too much sense, I want to preserve the capital that I do have, and I don't want to just be blowing through live capital. So went ahead and paid out the rest of it. And yeah, just a fresh restart, which is good. I haven't been getting smoked too much, but yeah, not to ramble on too much, but the markets are a little insane right now, right? And so when things don't make complete sense, and I'm not the best at kind of like brainwashing myself into just buy it, and no technicals, just buy it. So
yeah,
I'm not going to put
tough,
myself
man.
through that.
It is tough, man. What's great to hear about that is that you took a payout, right? It's not, the money didn't go back to the markets, right? You were able to pay yourself, put it in a bank account, put it in a personal account, whatever you wanted to do with it, where the market conditions are not facilitating what you like to see. So we saw Dakota do that. He was talking about, trading combines until the market agreed with what he saw, and then was able to take advantage of a $3,000 short today. So there are options. And Braden, been in that live account for a very long time. If you take 30 days of payouts in your live account, you are eligible to withdraw the entire balance and start from the beginning. So we're back in combines here. Mr. Dolby Time, what is going on? How are we looking at the markets? Take a look at some potential trades here.
I am doing good. Braden, I'm glad you decided to take the payout. Jay is right. You don't want to be not feeling the markets and just bleed your account and not just take the money. Just take it. So that's awesome that you got paid. Looking at the markets here, Jay, quite a bit has happened. I mean, you were here for the whole thing.
It has, man.
And chat already knows who you are because you've been here for like 5 hours in a row. So, pretty much like the entire thing. Yes, Westy, my beard is getting gray because I'm 40 years old. Thank you, Westy. Thank you, chat. That was great.
That's how age works.
Yeah, it's how age works. Don't get old, Westy. Try that. So we got crude here, 180. I got the hourly range up to 102.24. I think we're gonna get back down to these 180s here, and then NASDAQ. I'm looking at this 15-minute range because honestly, we don't have much of a range outside of that. I'm looking at the daily. There's no range. I'm looking at the 4-hour. There's no range, and of course, I just I got to be able to draw a line through the candlesticks for relative equal highs. 1 hour, we only have 2 candlesticks right now. 30-minute. Maybe I'll put a maybe on that one, but the 15 minutes really the only range we're looking at right now. So we're looking at maybe 28,946 down to about 28,810s for the range there. So we like the shorts. That's where I'm looking. 28,940s.
28,940s. We got a poll up in the chat. We just had a segment, quick little segment there with Dan Muller, CEO of AeroPay. How frequently do you pay yourself? Are you working on your first payout? Are you paying yourself weekly, monthly, or whenever you need to cover your expenses? Poll is up in the chat, 182 votes, 60% saying working on your first payout. Well, let's see if we can get it done this week. Poll in the chat there. Braden, so starting over in some combines, any potential levels you're looking at here for some trades?
Yeah, I think a lot of traders are going to be interested in looking for kind of this intraday reversal that we're seeing form here. We've sold off quite a bit. I'm looking at NQ and I'm looking at gold. But what I will say is on the recent sell-off into new session lows, I feel like gold, it's pretty obvious gold had a nicer reaction off of that low. We had a more aggressive buying reaction there. So if I'm going to look to play continuation higher, I think I would prefer to do it in gold. It's just showing more relative strength compared to NQ at the moment. And that's kind of what I'm looking at. So looking at potential longs on gold, but we'll see if we can get an entry. We're kind of breaking to the upside right now. But yeah, I think I like gold more than NQ.
Okay, nice. Good stuff. We had Michael B earlier this morning looking for gold longs as well. Made a low in the day of gold, low of the day in gold, 46.45.20. trading 46.81s right now. NASDAQ trading 28,890. Crude oil cannot hold above those 102s. I'm curious if the house count is still long. We were long in the opening range trade. JD or Hogue, if you can give us an update on that crude trade, trading 101.29s right now. And 73, 76, 75 last trade in the S&P. 60% long in the S&P, 63% long in the NASDAQ. 58% short crude, and 72% long in gold right now.
Yeah, gold on the hourly.
Great.
We broke below the hourly lows, left a giant wick, and now reclaimed it, and we're holding above it pretty well. Nice tight price ranges above that level, and just grinding up. So I do like the gold trade. What were you going to say, Jay?
No, I was looking at gold. I was actually just about to mention that we ran that prior day low as well. So this could potentially close back inside yesterday's range. There was some nice volume that traded there, and then we got a little reversal pattern going on here. So do we trade back up to 4,700s in gold?
Yeah, I mean, speaking of, I mean, gold and NASDAQ are kind of correlated a little bit here. And Jay, something I'm seeing on the NASDAQ here is a potential inverse head and shoulders pattern, neckline 28,860. And maybe, just maybe, if we can get above like 28,947s, that could be kind of a confirmation of this to reverse. Also, crude's kind of stuck in the middle of the range right now, but I think if crude can dip back down to maybe the hundreds, might be some fuel for NASDAQ to bid back up again. But I actually kind of want to bid these 28,861s.
Okay.
Actually, we're going to do it. We're going to put that order in. So about 30 points lower here, but I want to see if we can get find some support. This is one of my favorite setups, actually.
Awesome stuff. Getting some bids here in the NASDAQ. Shout out to Popeye the Trader, who is Michael B. Says, I'm long again, stayed out, let it flushed, and grabbed a 5 micro lot at 46.47s. That is a hell of a trade.
Yeah, he's been
pretty much
crushing it.
What a trade, Michael. Really nice trade there. King Caesar out of longs. Let's see what we got going on here. This is usually the slower time of the day, lower volume. Go ahead, Dolby.
I was going to say, Jay, for once, what we're down on the day actually feels like what is going on in the market. NASDAQ down 1.85%, and it actually feels like down 1.85%.
Absolutely. What caused this sell-off, though? Was it just a technical sell-off? Was it that CPI number? I don't really know. We didn't get really any negative news.
Yeah.
Braden, I see you laughing at something. What are you laughing at there, Braden? I think I know.
No, I was just laughing. I mean, the market's due for a sell-off. I mean, the market's due for at least one day here. So,
right.
I wasn't surprised to see the sell-off. You know it's coming. It's just when.
When.
So yeah, I mean, this is. It's nothing crazy. It's like 500 points. That's what we've been averaging on most of these breakout days to the upside. About a 400 or 500 point move higher. So just a normal day where sellers are in control. One out of the 35 sessions or whatever it's been. So nothing crazy. I will say, I wonder if sellers kind of sustain this price action throughout the entire session, given how extended this move up was on NQ. Like, I don't know how much probability there is for like a strong intraday reversal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it might just be like a concede type of day. Like, just don't even like just let them have their day. The shit, they haven't had a day for 30 sessions.
You get one. Here's your day.
Yeah.
All the profits.
Have a day. Hold it down all day.
Eventually. Right.
Then we'll probably just bid up all night, like we usually do.
We got
one long.
Okay. 867s you were looking at there, Dolby.
862 quarters, what we got filled on.
Long one?
Long one.
862 quarter trading.
Oh, we bottom ticked that. Yeah. I mean, we got a really nice bounce here. Can we get continuation off this neckline? We'll see, but this might be a sort of position where we can already kind of move our stop up, maybe just below our entry. Because, I mean, let's go. This is great so far. I'm also tempted just to take the profit right here, right now, because we are counter trend. Look how fast this thing moves. Holy cow.
Fast markets, fast payouts, fast moving NASDAQ.
Wow.
We did get some. Yeah, right back down.
Whoa. All right, we're
That's
back
sustained selling you
out.
were talking about, Brady.
Jeez,
Yeah, I
crazy fast.
I think we see sellers kind of sustain this format kind of all day. To be honest with you,
Crude back on the
Do you
move.
see a downside level, or is it just
not really. I mean, obviously that low at 570s. But yeah, I'm not looking to be too ambitious right here. I don't know if there's going to be a super strong rally from this level. I think even if we don't continue selling, I think we just kind of just hold lower. Not that we
Makes sense.
necessarily find a ton of continuation lower, but I think we just kind of hold lower. Maybe even develop a range. But I'd be trading it with a bearish bias.
Gotcha.
Yeah, man. After that, Braden, I don't know. We might just get short at this point. Crude's back on the bid, 101.53. NASDAQ is just not making a higher high of any sort right now. Of any sort.
We do have comments here from the EIA. If the Strait of Hormuz is shut through late June, crude oil prices would be $20 a barrel higher than the current forecast that assumes reopening in late May. So the EIA looking for a higher crude prices. We got Braden Braden, you get short there?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get short here. See if we can make a
like
push into session lows.
I like that. What's your entry?
853.
You know, we got an offering at 857, but we might have to move this down if we want to. All right, we're at 847 here.
All right, short 847s. Braden short
Yeah.
853. Low of the day in the NASDAQ is
Crude
28,811.
Jay. Crude's got some wiggle in the dome right now. We were just talking 101.50s. Now we're starting to approach 101.60s. We can get above 101.60s. Now we're talking a 15-minute range break to the upside. Maybe we can go and retest 102.24. Braden, this is a scary trade for me as a range trader, so you're gonna have to hold my hand through this one.
Oh, we got it.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, the price action we saw this morning, where this market just kept kind of getting these aggressive retracements. I'm sure a lot of buyers got trapped in this kind of price action, thinking, okay, that's our low. That retracement's really clean, really strong, and just getting in. And just every single time it got faded. We've seen a couple. Just every bounce today is getting faded.
It really is, and I think that's making itself apparent too when you just can't find a higher high, right? Anytime it tries to get back up to a previous level, the buyers are just not nearly as convinced, and sellers are more convinced, and so you get these downtrending markets where you just can't make a higher high. You make the lower lows, lower highs, and that's your trend right there. Another one?
Yeah, I'm adding in on this. I'll try to get pretty aggressive. If we can get into session lows, that would be a great position to be in here.
I would agree. What's your downside target here, Braden?
0.
Yeah, I'm just gonna like session lows is the first thing on my mind, Dolby. If we can get into session lows, I want to see what the reaction looks like. Can we break it? If we can, cool. Then we can start talking about like expected downside moves. Go look at recent structure that we broke below. How far did the market move on those breaks? It tends to be like 50-60 points currently. On breaks of structure to the downside, we're moving about 50-60 points on average. Although momentum's starting to fade a little bit. I'd look for like 50-60 points under session lows here. Depends what the momentum looks like too.
We did have, while we were at that break with Dan, we did have that WASDE report come out. I see a bunch of traders talking about it in the chat, so I'll mention it. Wheat prices, wheat is our biggest percentage mover to the upside right now, up 6.4% on the day. Yeah, from that WASDE report, wheat's up about 3.5%. And not a market that you hear talked about often, but when it's our biggest percentage mover and it's been in an uptrend, and kind of some downstream effects from what's going on with the situation in Iran and with the Strait of Hormuz, right? The longer that stays closed, it's affecting ag prices as well. And again, wheat up 6.5% on the day right now. So shout out to all the traders who are taking advantage of that trend. See a couple of you in the chat. So I had to mention that. But we are trading the NASDAQ right now, 28,845 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Oil trading 101.58. Braden short 10. Dolby, Tommy, are you still short the one lot? 47s?
Yeah, we're just short 1. You're short 10, Braden? Oh, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
Let's
gonna be
go,
short 30
buddy.
if we can break under
Crude.
836.
Oh, here we go. I think we're going to get our action here. Crude trading 101.70. Just broke above the 15-minute range high. I got the 1 hour range high at 102.20. That's only about 50 cents away. Kind of surprised NASDAQ's bidding here. Actually, maybe we can find a way to get into another one, but I would want to get into maybe in the 60s or 70s for a second. Kind of weird seeing Crude bid here so aggressively with NASDAQ also bidding. But maybe it just ends up rolling off a cliff here.
An informed source, been talking a lot today. An informed
Yeah, you got
source
5 hours, man. You're good. You're good. Say whatever you want.
familiar with negotiations. Iran has 5 points that need to be achieved before starting negotiations on a nuclear file. This is from Al Jazeera. 5 points are ending the war on all fronts, lifting all sanctions, releasing the frozen funds, compensating for the damages and losses resulting from the war, and recognizing Iran's sovereign right over the strait. So those are Iran's 5 negotiating points right now.
Okay.
That's coming from Al Jazeera. Seeing oil trade 101.68, 28,845 last trade in NASDAQ. Dylan says that ain't going to happen.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Dylan.
Yeah. We will see here. Does the market really still care too much?
I don't know. NASDAQ's a little stuck in the mud right now, to be honest.
A little bit.
We put another offer in at 28,869, so it's only about 6 points away from our stop. It is something I do like doing. But we got a little series of higher lows here. On higher lows on the lows. Does make me a little bit nervous, but bulls got to prove themselves at this point. They got to do something.
Haven't all day.
Yeah, they haven't
not
done
all day.
ish all day. They've not done anything. And sellers are right back in. Let's go.
Holding it down for now. Got both of these guys short the NASDAQ here. Looking at the tilt, 60% long in the NASDAQ, 57% long in the ES. ES trading 73.75s. Ted was talking about a 69 level, 73.69s in the S&P is where he started to buy. But we've kind of traded through that on both sides of it here. Reminder to everyone, group coaching. We got group coaching coming up after this, top of the hour group coaching. That form is pinned to the top of the chat. You can get your question in here for our coaches. Who do we have on group coaching today? That will be Hogue, Anne-Marie, and Coach Hoop. You see Coach Hoop in the chat. If you got any questions for Hogue, Anne-Marie, or Hoop, make sure you get them in group coaching at the top of the hour. Nice selling coming in here in
Here we go.
NASDAQ again, 28,840s.
NASDAQ's got to
And
go.
get some follows here.
NASDAQ has to do the opposite of what it wants to do. That's why it's so frustrating to trade. If it wants to go down, it has to go up 30 points. If it wants to go up, it has to go down 30 points. Also, bottom of the hour coming up in 5 seconds. So maybe a little bit of liquidity happening at the bottom of the hour. We will see. Ooh, poll question here.
Kevin Warsh. The U.S. Senate confirms Kevin Warsh to be the Fed Reserve Governor. So it is confirmed.
Jay, if you were Fed governor, what would you do? And CPI came in hot and your boss wants interest rates low. Go. Solve the problem.
You don't want me to be your Fed governor?
Yeah.
You don't want me to be your Fed governor.
I'd vote
we'll
for
do
you,
what
though.
makes sense for the economy. I'd vote for me too, but I wouldn't put myself in that position.
You're on the Hall of Fame.
We got a poll up in the chat. If you traded grains before, which product have you traded? Corn, wheat, soybeans, or sticking to my regular market? Have you traded? I've actually traded all 3 of those, but I'm going to vote for soybeans because that's the one I default to if I'm going to trade the grains.
I have never
Interest
traded
rates
a grain
12%.
before. What about
No?
you, Braden? You ever trade the grains?
I have never traded the grains, actually.
Yeah.
Nice selling coming in
like
here. This trade is looking good,
yeah,
guys.
Let's go. I feel like as someone who is gluten intolerant, it'd be kind of like sacrilege of me to trade any of the grains.
Just locking in some profit on the test of session lows here.
Like it. Like it a
This
lot.
is a beautiful trade. The Nasdaq's down over 2%. This is a real sell-off that we are seeing here.
We're going to start rolling our stop down a little bit.
Yeah, you also think like what would
In the
trick
money.
the I don't know what's the word for like when you continue seeing a pattern that's played out so many times in a row, you just like you're waiting for that pattern to break.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The pattern's been for the past 3 weeks. I don't know. You just kind of wait for that outlier day where it's like there's almost like a hypnotism in the market where it's like you just buy the dip and it's going to work out for you. And I feel like this is just that one day out of maybe this month or
Where it
next
doesn't
year or
work.
the previous month where it just it just doesn't work. That's not going to work.
15-minute range lows broken in the NASDAQ. This might start getting heavy here to the downside.
Yeah, new lows, 28,795.50.
I like this range for a target between like 750s and 720s. We have a lot of previous range midpoints down there. So that might be an easy target to take a look at. I kind of got this this bracketed between this 4-hour high at 28,945 down to about 28,544. The midpoint of that 4-hour range is going to put us at right around 745s. Jay, I know you're a fan of the midpoint. I'm a fan of the midpoint. Market typically likes midpoints. So let's see if we can actually get a target down there. It's about a 100-point trade. If we can sustain price here to the downside.
Keyword sustain. Which
Yes.
I think we will sustain it all session, really. That's the main takeaway I'm trying to get at. I think we kind of sustain it all session. I think we get
That's
a
what it's looking
relatively
like.
bearish close on it. I don't see a huge rally coming. At least not for the session. Maybe in the overnight.
See if we get some selling below 800s here. 28,806 last trade in the NASDAQ. Brady, you took some profits, but you're still short.
Yeah, I'm short 20
How many
micros. I took some on the
20
Tesla
micros.
session lows just in
Let's
case we
go.
bounce. And now, yeah.
Got the 2,000 tick up chart. Where's Mohammed at? Is Mohammed in chat? He's not in chat.
That was one of the greatest
schooling
segments
me
ever on
He was
Topstep
schooling
TV.
me. So now I got to look at the 2,000 tick chart.
Free game from Mohammed. Equities
Ooh,
gonna
800.
continue to sell here.
It's looking a little sus,
The-
as the kids would say 4 years ago. Oh,
Almost
hello.
there.
Hello.
Delta still building to
know what?
the downside.
We're
Negative
taking this.
6,500. You're out.
Yeah, we're gonna take the base hit. Up 55, we risk about $50 a trade, so we're on base for the day. That little move there was enough for me to just get out. Maybe this ends up rolling over completely.
Oil catching a
but at
bid here.
least we can reset this trade if we need to.
Oil catching a slight bid. Gonna test 102s again potentially here.
I need to trade some
The,
crude right
the
now.
S&P did not make new lows of the day. The NASDAQ did.
Okay.
Gold not really moving too much here. The EU is in talks to join a U.S.-led alliance to secure tech supply chains. That headline just came out.
Okay, that might be bullish. I heard that the EU is going to cut like a bunch of American companies out of their infrastructure.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, let me pull up the article.
Maybe is that retaliation for tariffs?
Probably. Hope this sells for you. I hope me getting out of this trade, Braden, works for you. Yeah, so here's the so the European Union is actively pursuing digital sovereignty to reduce reliance on U.S. tech giants like Amazon, Microsoft, and Google, driven by fears of service disruptions amid tensions with President Trump's administration. So governments and institutions are shifting to European or open source alternatives for cloud computing, video conferencing, productivity tools. So that might be where some of that's coming from. I don't know what European tech companies there are.
Yeah.
Does chat know?
Interesting.
Chat TST. Who are European tech companies?
Someone knows out there.
Vodafone. That's one.
Okay.
Siemens. That's another one. There's two. I think they're German. SAP. Okay, there we go. Telenor. All right. Nokia. Nice. Let's go.
Got a couple options. Didn't Department of Defense just make a deal with Nokia? Seen a little bit of a bid here in the NASDAQ 28,832s, but a little bit of a bid in oil as well. 101.91 / trade there in oil. Oh, we got a bunch of companies
Ericsson?
in the chat here.
Cricket's no, Cricket Mobile's American, I think. Freedom Day Trader. Shout out to Cricket Mobile
And
and Ryan Reynolds.
the hidden comments in the chat, man. What are you guys doing?
I wish we could sell a subscription for YouTube chat that unhides automatically all the hidden
Right.
comments. So it's like
Yeah.
moderator free YouTube. It'd be so funny.
I don't know. Sometimes chat. Brady, do you get chat? Do you get that in your stream as well? Just like some random. It's like what is this person talking about in the chat? How did your brain go there when you ask a question? I don't get it. But hey, we appreciate you all being here. We appreciate the engagement, chat. Seeing a little bit of a bid here.
Yeah.
VWAP George is a subscriber to your chat idea there, Dolby.
Oh, good. Yeah. Oh, Ryan Reynolds is Mint, not Cricket. My bad, chat.
Brady, you're flat there on that trade?
Yeah, I got stopped out of the rest break even. So
Gotcha.
Okay.
Nice trade. Catching some of that flow to the downside. NASDAQ did make new lows there. We got a little bit of news we can bring in, and then we'll get right back to the charts. We are back to the days of inflation outpacing wage growth. What do we got, Gabe? Bring that in.
April's inflation rate clocked in at 3.8%, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That's a 0.6% jump over March, exactly what economists had predicted. The new rate marks the highest since May of 2023. It's also the first time in 3 years inflation is more than the average salary raise. That means most workers now have less spending power now than they did last year.
Thanks for that, Gabe. Inflation outpacing wages. 816s last trade here in the NASDAQ. Are we going to run that low again? Looking like it. Brady back in there. Yeah.
I'm gonna scalp.
Man, like you've been saying, it's kind of just stair stepping lower.
Yeah. I mean,
Scalp
honestly,
trade, see if we can get a breakthrough the lows here.
yeah. Like, there's always that double-edged sword of, averaging into a trade because it lowers your average. But if you can put on size and get to break even, the risk reward is phenomenal. You know what I mean? So it's like you were short 20, and if it works out, you're golden. If it doesn't, I mean, you're break even. So you had the opportunity of, asymmetrical risk in your favor there, which is great.
Yeah, that's kind of my entire system when it comes to like when I'm trading around, when it's not so much a range, but maybe like a breakdown trade like that has the potential for continuation and some clean direction. I'm all about adding into that and protecting the risk while I do it. And just like you said, if it hits, I can't predict what's going to happen. You kind of need the market to work with you a little bit. And if it does, great. And if it doesn't, well, you've hopefully you've partialed out of something. And if not, it's just a break-even trade.
How many you in? Oh, nice. How many you in on this one?
I'm in 15.
Okay.
Just trying to, playing it pretty tight here. I'm looking for the breakdown right now.
We got a big bear in the chat. Big Trust Trading says, I bought a very sketchy option. We're not going to give any financial advice, Big Trust, but wants to poll the chat. Can we get down to 28,600s today in the NASDAQ? Another 200 points lower.
I mean,
you buying a lotto ticket there, in my opinion.
I
But
think
hey, anything can happen.
If we can get another negative headline today that's substantial, that has merit, then I wouldn't see why not.
It could happen.
Don't,
Very well could happen. 200 points is nothing on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, 200 points is absolutely nothing, especially if we're already down 2%. What's another 200 points? Also, it's probably pretty cheap if I had to guess. If I had to guess, it was probably pretty cheap.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that option for sure. Let's see. Are we going to make the run of this lows? Braden back in short. This is looking pretty good.
Nice
New
job.
lows coming up here in the NASDAQ. New lows of the day, 28,791.50. Beautiful trade
Nice
here.
job. You know, in
Beautiful
hindsight,
trade. Let's get some.
these lower highs just look so obvious. It's just like the cleanest stair step pattern to the downside, but because of like the volatility, just makes it a little bit nerve wracking to trade. Crude pushing back up again here. 101.93 is
just a good old fashioned sell off.
we're gonna offer
796s. Hogue did call it. New lows.
I'm in
new lows,
60
new
micros,
lows.
800s.
Let's go, Braden.
60.
Yeah.
Let's go.
All you need sometimes whenever you get momentum like that, you just need like 10, 15 points of room, you know, to start managing it and sizing in like a madman. Risk protected. Can't complain.
2.2%.
That's what the greats do. The greats smell blood in the water and they size up and attack the market. They don't get passive.
S&P not following here. Tech is just getting sold. It looks like. I'm trying to figure out what components of the NASDAQ are leading to this sell-off, but we are seeing a beautiful trade going on here. Go ahead, Braden.
I was just gonna say, I'm like adding in every time we continue retesting these lows. I'm adding in for the break. We're flashing 10 points under these lows every time, so we're adding into this. Sellers are in control. We're following the momentum. Continue adding in. Risk is protected. I love that about Project X. You know, the ease in which it is to just kind of hit that break even button, and you don't have to really type anything in. You don't have to do anything. All right. We'll walk away. I'm up 3,000 on that.
Let's go.
Beautiful.
Hell yeah. Hell
What
yeah.
a trade. Chat, if you don't like that, you don't like live trading. I'll do I want to bring that up? No, we won't give any merit to that. Beautiful trade,
like
Braden.
a wuss.
Beautiful trade. Up 3K on that trade right there. Identified the trend, got in with the trend. Some might say, why is he selling the lows where it's only the low if it stops there? But really nice extension, 28,769.50. New low of the day there in the NASDAQ. Brady, you took that trade off.
This is a trend day, right? We continue breaking structure to the downside, and the continuation moves are still at this point worth it, right? We're getting breaks of like 20, 30 points at a time. It's not as strong as it was a little earlier in the session, but we're still breaking structure to the downside. It's a trend day. And so on trend days to the downside, yeah, when you say, why are you selling the low? Well, hey, we're trending. We're pushing into lower prices below the session lows. So that's the pattern. And we just continue following that.
We're offering 7.
You only can really say why you're selling the lows when there's a range, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when it's trending, you're never really selling the lows. You assume that the trend is going to continue because that's what's happening.
You do not know where that low is. We do have a poll in the chat here. What is the bottom for the NASDAQ today? 28,600s or higher, 28,500 or lower, 400 or lower, or zero. 44% coming back with 28,600s. Right now, the low is 28,769.50. Nice out there by Braden. Dolby, I heard you said you're offering 790s there. Are you short?
Yeah, we're in 797s. We're short one.
All right. 797 short. Seeing a little bit of a bounce. The S&P did not move on that entire move there.
Look at this. NASDAQ. Price action. NASDAQ's like, yeah, we're good. Support becomes resistance. See ya.
It's the stair step. It's stair step and lower, like Braden said. The lows are not in here. I'll bring it up. There was a comment, Braden. You said you closed your live account. There was a comment in the chat, and I do want to bring this up because we bring on guests. Every guest that you see on Topstep TV is going to be in a different journey in their trading. There was a comment that said, "Why should we trust the opinion of somebody who's not in a live account?" The trade you just saw Braden take, and I'm going to speak for Braden here. You don't have to talk. This is why he was in a live account for so damn long. Okay. Every trader is in a different journey, and he took probably 20 grand out of that account on that last payout, paid himself, and then is looking to recycle that again. Everyone's going to be in a different space. The interesting part of trading is that, especially what we do here, when you're seeing people stream, you're seeing one moment in time in their journey, and that should not tell the whole story. And if it does, I think that tells a lot more about you as a trader than it does as the person that's on the screen. I think Braden made a very smart financial decision with taking that payout. And that's ultimately why we do this. And we can recycle and get right back into the process. That is why this prop firm is here. So I know we talk a lot about individual trades. Oh, why are you in? Why are you out? But on the grand scheme of things, the goal is to put money into your account. And that's how you do it. So I'm going to talk your shit for you, Braden. Really nice trade. We might make new lows here in the NASDAQ. Let's see what
Yeah,
we
appreciate
going
that.
in.
Yeah,
Dolby
that's
time.
you hit that. I mean,
Working
that's yeah, pretty much. You said it
I
all.
just want to take profit here, but the downside feels good. But I probably have to start trading with 2 lots, to be honest, for just going forward. Just being in one contract is just so frustrating.
Oh yeah, finite decisions.
It's just it is. It's finite decision. It's like a little mini reversal challenge, but you're not hitting the reverse button. You're just stuck in this trade. You know, gotta have the cojones to keep it.
New lows.
All right, we're out. $99. Roll over if it wants to. Yeah, we gotta start trading with two micros at least.
Let's see here. S&P looks like it wants to take out another low here as well, 73.65. Anne-Marie was talking about 73.50s as a call wall in the S&P. That's about 15 points from where we are right now. New lows in the NASDAQ, 757s. S&P getting ready to make new lows here as well, 73.65. 73.63.25 is the low of the day in the S&P. We're a couple points off of that. Speaking of Anne-Marie, she's coming up for group coaching here next. We still have that form pinned to the chat. Hogue, Anne-Marie, and Coach Hoop for group coaching. Get your questions in there. Ask Anne-Marie about that call wall that she's looking at. How can we put wall? Sorry, Anne-Marie, put wall down there at 73.50s. Ask her about that. What is the relevance of it? How can we use that information going forward? We know we love Anne-Marie's levels. Mo says that is exactly 1% down in the S&P. And I love all the information that we get here in the chat from our regulars that are here, those blue names that you see in the chat. All of you that join us each and every day on Topstep TV. A great trading community that we are building here. I know the chat hates when we say this, but we're all in this together.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, like High School Musical says, we're all in this together.
Sing it,
I was
bro.
watching that last night. It's the only reason I bring it up.
Nice. Nice.
That's a good
I'm
song.
interested. You get short again, Braden?
No, I actually got long. We started to find some buyers
like
off
it, man.
60s. And the breakdowns are still happening, but with a little bit less strength. So I was kind of looking to see if we can catch a bit of a bid here. And
Yeah,
I've only risking 150, and I'll try to add into it, keep it break even if we start to catch a move, maybe to this recent structure above 800s.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. I'm actually interested in bidding 745s here. That's very close to that midpoint that I was mentioning earlier on that previous 4-hour range. I feel pretty comfortable being able to take at least one here. We're not going to do 2 on this one because it's counter trend, but sometimes we get those bounces at the midpoint, and they can be very, very bouncy. So we're going to roll with it.
ES didn't not make that low yet. ES did not make that low. Stopped a couple ticks before it. 756 low of the day.
Yeah, I'm in the house account, AV. This is the house account. Crude pushing again. Trying to break 1 minute range here at 101.93. It needs to get to about 101.95 to break the 1 minute range to the upside. Adding another one, I'm assuming.
All right. Yeah, now I'm in 10 now. I need to see a break of 83 here.
Just in the zone right now. Just being out of the live account and just like kind of back into Trading Combine just give you a little bit more confidence that you can just crush trades like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely different. It's definitely different. There's 3 stages of it. The Combine is a little less stressful than the XFA. The XFA is a little less stressful than the live account. And it's no joke. It's way different. But yeah, I definitely feel, I mean, there's not as much at stake, right? Like even when you're in the XFA, it's like, until you've taken that payout, of course, you know, But when you're in the live account, like that's all at a certain point, that's all withdrawable funds. So like you can't be trading like crap. You can't afford to trade like crap. So yeah, no, it's different.
It's kind of one of like the paradoxes of trading too. Is like you want to take that energy you have in a trading combine or a practice account and actually trade like that in a live account, like kind of carefree. You letting trades work. You see blood in the market. You scale up, leverage up, kind of just not having to worry about the P&L. It's such a big difference, but it is definitely a discipline. Look at NASDAQ here, maybe bouncing. Crude's selling off actually. Yeah, Crude.
Yes, it is.
So Crude about to break the 1 minute range here.
There's a lot of head fakes, man. Even this momentum streak, like
tight range here,
just head fake. Yeah, I'm gonna be done with it and lock out.
Yeah,
There we
I'm
go.
gonna be so reckless. I'm gonna go ahead and lock out for this session. But
That
well
is
done.
a great session right there, Braden. Quick work, and we are seeing new lows in the NASDAQ, so nice call on that. The original bias was short, got in longs, and hitting that lockout button, which was voted on a poll this week as the favorite feature on Topstep X for 60% of our voters there. So make some money, lock it up. We saw Dan Muller on earlier today when if you're taking out a payout, AeroPay, new option for our US-based traders to get your payout in about 15 seconds. And you do that by locking in the money that you make for the day. So nice lockout there, Braden. Dolby, are you still short?
No, we stopped being short.
Okay.
We took another like $50 base hit. We're actually trying to get long with 745 here.
Okay.
I mean, it's just going to be for a scalp. If we can get like 15, 20 points out of it, that'd be more than good. But I have pretty high confidence in midpoints being bouncy, at least for a scalp. So we'll see if we can get it.
Awesome stuff. New lows in the NASDAQ. Nice out there, Braden. 28,748. New low of the day in the NASDAQ. The S&P holding on for dear life here to not take out that low of the day. I don't think that's going to last. We are about a point above it right now. Really not seeing too much movement across the board. Gold not doing a whole lot. Crude trying to figure out what to do at 102 still. The Dow is catching a bid here. If anyone's looking to buy an equity market, the Dow is rallying. The Russell's making new lows of the day as well. Some really nice selling here. Braden, are you on slow markets tonight?
I think so. I'll have to double check with Dakota, but yeah, this is really, it's just sustaining, right? It's like,
yep,
it's sustaining. It's nothing flashy,
No bounce.
but it's a healthy, clean, strong trend to the downside.
We are
2.3%.
long 745s
got
here, just one. Trying to get a midpoint bounce from our
745s.
old 4-hour range, yeah. So we're in the middle. I'll draw a circle around it. We're in the middle of this range. We're going to see if we can get a little bounce. Not looking for a lot. And honestly, we might even go to break even pretty fast if we can get favorable price action here.
745s. Did Dolby Time call the low?
Up. Never. I would never.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
I'm loading it. got a musical segment today. This is great.
Right, yeah. Everyone's feeling singy today. But we got Dolby Time long 745s in the NASDAQ. Keep us up to date in the chat on how that trade plays out. We are in the midst of the biggest sell-off we've seen in a very long time here. NASDAQ down 2.3%. We know the buyers are lurking around the corner. It's just, where is that corner? Well, we might get the answer on group coaching coming up next. We got Hogue, Anne-Marie, and Coach Hoop coming in for group coaching. That form is still pinned to the chat. Braden, maybe we will see you for slow markets tonight, but really nice trading there, and congrats on taking that payout from the live account. Chat, if you haven't done so already today, if we didn't give you a reason to, I think this segment did give you a reason to hit that thumbs up button. But we got group coaching coming up next. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
There we go.
Welcome, traders, for group coaching. Happy just afternoon. Get yourself a sandwich. Get yourself a nice cold Pepsi and get ready for group coaching. You've sent in some wonderful questions. We do appreciate that. Thank you very much. And I want to make sure and welcome our good friend Anne Marie and Hoop. Anne Marie, how you doing today? How's things?
I'm doing great, especially now that I'm here with you guys.
Ah, well, feel very lucky to have you with us. Thank you very much. The rose between two thorns, the other side of the other thorn on the other side there, we got Hoop. What's going on, man? How are you?
Recovered from having a crappy day yesterday, so trading pretty good today. Man, the WASD report came out and we almost limit up, Hogue. 45 cents, got pretty close.
Really?
Was it a forecast of something, or
the WASD always gives, basically production numbers. Wheat's kind of had a mind of its own lately too, Amory. It was on its low, bounced pretty good. It runs a different planting cycle than corn and beans. So there was a lot of drought going on, so it started rallying. So, like Jay says, Coach Paul say, I don't like trading the grass, is what Coach Paul will say. And the big thing yesterday was the president came out and took a shot at cattle yesterday. Did you see that one, Anne Marie?
I did not.
Talking about beef prices yesterday.
No, I missed it.
Yeah, middle of the day yesterday, he came out and cattle was sitting around. I could pull up the chart real quick. 252 a change, and stretch that out. You can see that yesterday. That's a 30-minute. Market was pumping its way up. That news came out and sold off pretty good, but good old cattle rallied back.
Yeah.
But it's created. Technically now you're kind of, once again, we're not far from all-time highs. We're consolidating, and the cash news is still phenomenal. Typically, cash cattle right now is trading at 260. So you have the futures trading in the low 250s. So demand is still there. But technically, we're starting to lose a little structure. So I'd keep an eye on that
one. Okay.
Well, President says something about everything, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Well, just go around around the horn here. We've got crude oil coming off these highs here. We're still holding on to that long from the open at $100.92. What do you guys think of that? I mean, I don't see much continuation happening above 102.13, which was really with the target that I had for that. Do we stay in it? I know we've got risk off on it. This seems to be kind of rotational here. We do have failed upside auctions above the IB high. Do we just pull this, or just what should we do with it?
Well,
those. Yeah. Go ahead, Avery.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
All I would say, that I'm looking at, Hogue, is these moves get a little bit exaggerated both ways when it starts to roll.
Yes.
And once again, I know how much we love Crude. It rolls every month. So, yeah, I just think these moves get a little wonky, right, Emery? During rollover.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think it's a fair place to exit. On top of that, we really have had no new highs to speak of. We've tried to wick higher, but we can't hold higher. And so that's always a little bit of a warning sign to me. On top of that, the equities have started really bouncing, which are a little surprise to me. I felt like it would, I feel like Braden, that there's going to be sustained slow leakage, and so
The
this
equities.
bounce is surprise. Yeah.
So we've got to stop right now at 101.08. Really just kind of below this swing low right there. We can make this bigger. So there's really where our stop is, 101.08. It's just one micro. Opening range still the high, still the low of the day. Risk is
I
off.
like it. Yeah, I like the stop.
Okay. You know what we're gonna do? I think we're gonna try and put up a poll. We're gonna ask
Oh, good.
the chat, kind of back to make Hogue money days. We'll see what the chat has to say
Oh
about
my gosh, I totally remember that.
You too.
If you've been around a while, we used to do that. Make Hogue money.
Love that.
Crude oil, gold, pretty much back to the initial balance low. And these naked points of control, 3 times today, we've seen how these naked points of control are targeted and sometimes offer wonderful opportunities. I mean, this actually hit within 2 ticks of this naked point of control on this directional move, and it's just been bouncing off ever since. I mean, we're about a $40 move off of that level. We show examples of this over and over and over on almost a daily basis. Here's the S&Ps. Here's the naked point of control from Thursday. We talked about it on the way down as a target. 73.66 quarter. Look where it's bouncing right off of 73.66 quarter. You know what that is? That's the market going to where the volume is. These naked points of control are high volume nodes from past sessions that have never been revisited. We know somebody else who says market has a tendency to go where the volume is, don't we, Anne Marie?
That's exactly right. Coach Jack is just the absolute best. You know, I bent his ear, golly, months ago, and he said it so simply. He was like, "Price goes where the volume is," and I said, I was waiting for, and would it tell me more? Go figure it out. Go figure it out. So I did, and it's one of the most wise things I've ever heard that makes all the sense in the world. So much sense.
And super simple.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
very
My
simple.
dad used to say the same thing. Yeah, you'll figure it out.
Yeah.
You'll figure it out. Dad, what do I do about this? I don't know. What do you want me to tell you? Figure it out.
That's
Well, can I
such a
talk to you about
dad
it?
thing,
Sure.
though, right?
Yeah.
Dads are so much better at doing that with their kids than moms, because moms are like, "Oh, well, let me help you," and dads are like, "Go figure it out," which
Yep.
I love. I love to go
He
figure it
said,
out. It's great.
Dad, what do I do about this? I don't know. Well, what do you think? Well, I don't know. What do you think? So talk to him about it. Talk to him about it. Talk to him about it. And then I'd figure it out on my own. And he'd say, that's what I thought you'd do.
I love
It was
that. Well,
never,
that's a dad who has confidence in a son, though, right? He had confidence
yeah.
in me, so that's awesome.
But I want you to tell me, Dad. I want you to
I
tell
know.
me.
Easy.
Nope. Nope. All right. So what are we looking at on this poll here? We are ride or die, 67% so far with 70
I'm not
votes
shocked.
in. Make sure you get your votes in. Make sure you get your votes in. All right. Well, you guys ready to dive into a question? I think we got
Absolutely.
markets,
Billy.
questions. Let's do it. Charles, Anne Marie is asking where you get your put and call wall options info. Charles is only one that is just using bar charts. But which do you use?
You know, you can get them in so many places. I get mine from Mentor Q. You can get them from Bar Chart. You can get them from Spot Gamma. You can get them all kinds of places. You know, if you even Unusual Whales, I think they have a free tab somewhere on their blog that will give those to you. You know, you use those mostly as, well, isn't that interesting kind of information? So the put wall sits down here at 73.50 in the ES. And so the question might be, are we going to play another game of seek and destroy, as we have in times past, but on the put side, or are we actually going to allow it to be a defensive area for us? So it really remains to be seen. My gut says they're going to turn around and jam it in the other direction, but we'll have to see. If it holds, it's going to be great. If not, there's more downside ahead for sure.
Right. Thank you. Hoop, do you have any? Do you look at these gamma levels, gex levels, whatever you want to call them?
Gex levels, gamma levels. I do, but really kind of in infancy of talking to Anne-Marie and Dee about them. I know, I think I saw the other day, Anne-Marie, that Mentor Q released them for ags too now. So
nice.
Yeah. So once again, a lot of hedgers, a lot of larger players don't want to be in the outright futures anymore, Hogue. They look at options because they can basically get a little more stability in there and limit the risk, I think. So options have become bigger in everything over the last, I'll say, post-COVID. So I need to dig into them more, but I am aware, especially, you know, talking with Dee and talking with Anne-Marie of, hey, you know, like you'll see Anne-Marie pop in chat, hey, kind of a put wall here, kind of a call wall here. Just, and once again, Anne-Marie, I love the way you said it. It's a level.
Exactly.
You know, early in my career, I got so used to support, resistance. It's a level. Wait to see how the market reacts around it, is the way I would say. But I am becoming more and more aware of gex levels and gamma levels in ags now. So got to teach old dogs new tricks, right, Hope?
Yep.
Hey, if
Looks
we
like,
couldn't learn new tricks,
Yep.
we'd be up a creek.
We'd be in trouble.
Gotta learn new tricks. I know.
We'd be in trouble. So it looks like the answer from the chat on the poll was ride or die. So we are in the good,
I know that.
the bad,
I know.
or the
Shocking.
ugly. Good, the bad, or the yes, absolutely. Yeah, that does remind me of Make Hog Money. Maybe we should
I
resurrect
know.
that one of
That
these
was
days.
so
That might be a
fun.
good one.
Yeah,
It was
that
fun.
was fun.
It was fun. Is there a service, or is one better than the other? I mean, they're both telling you basically the same thing. It's where the open interest is at these different strike levels, right?
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay. So not one better than the other. Awesome. Scott, China Pug in the chat. Good to see you, China Pug. Has a question, and I think I'm going to start with Hoop on this one. Could you explain how you might have traded the ES this morning? It's 10:50 a.m. Eastern at the time he's asking this question, and I'm about ready to throw in the towel for the day. I'm positive, by the way, and wary of nickel and diming away the profits and hitting stops. So, Hoop, you know, from let's just say what you saw in the overnight, what you saw on the open. Maybe if you were listening to the opening call, what would you do if you were trading the S&Ps today? I know it's all hindsight now, and we can all be perfect, but if you were just to look at it honestly and Objectively, what would you look at, and how would you trade this morning?
Yeah, I think the big thing too is someone's in. Is once again, I do look at the NASDAQ along with the ES, right? And that's just me. Not everybody. Everybody just focuses on one. I do look at both. Basically above and below, and looking at them. Sometimes, and we just had it happen. For an example, NASDAQ hit low and took out its low, continued to take out its low, and ES literally went to almost the low of the day again, and now it's bounced. What did we bounce? Almost 20 handles off the bottom.
Yep.
So I think I was, believe it or not, before he came on air, I was trying to lean into a short and thinking, Hogue, that we'd swipe those lows and get one more flush down. But the NASDAQ kept going, and the ES said, nah, I'm not participating. So I think anytime if you're go back and look, and we always say look left to trade the right.
I like that.
Go back and look at it is, I guess the biggest thing for me is if you have some profits in there, and I have it up on mine. The biggest thing that came back, and you see, Mandy do it, is just use that trailing drawdown. You have it. I have 3 losing trades after I'm up. I'm done. Right now I have like $350 in there. If I give back that, I'm done. So I think any way you go back and look, because there's always, trust me, Hope, we always know this, Anne Marie, there's always another trade, right?
Exactly.
I can find it, trust me. So you have to be, if you have a good overnight session, you walk into the day session, and once again, New York and overnight can be different. So just locking in the profits and look at the ES, just go, guys. I think we found a bottom. Wow.
Just getting ready to send a poll in. Are the lows in for the ES and the NQ? Now the chat was right this morning. My first poll today was, is the all-time high in for the time being, I guess was the way I put it, or is it in for now? And 63% I said yes. They said yes, and they were right. We were kind of talking about getting a little bit I don't know, losing momentum, whatever it was at the highs. We were, my main hypothesis was overlapping to lower or lower range, and that's what happened. So all right, there is the poll. Are the lows in for the ES and Q? Let us know what you think. You were right this morning. 63% were right. The high is in for now. Is the low in? Anne Marie, how would you answer that question? How would you have traded the ES this morning?
Well, I did trade the ES based on what I saw last night. And I did see that, Dan. I did see the bounce off of there. I just think that there's a little bit of weakness sitting in the market still. It's going to sort of jockey its way around. I could be wrong, but that's what I am seeing. So this morning, I remembered yesterday how hard it was for the traders to get up over the 0 DTE call wall, which was way up at 74.50, and they just could not get up over there. And then, because I love to look at those big volume candlesticks, I looked at the MOC candle, and I saw that it was holding there, but the Globex candle tried to move above it and couldn't. So I was prepared to short this morning. And so coming off of 74.11, I took a short, but, I had about 6 points of risk, and it stopped me out, but I got back in, which, here's the truth. Sometimes sometimes you miss the right spot in the short where your stop needs to be, or the long where your stop needs to be. It does not invalidate your trade if it comes into that zone and then begins to reverse. So I chased it back down and got out at 73.90, where we are getting ready to look at the chart again. But my thought is that we fade this area, but we shall see.
I'm short 2 MES.
Nice.
Nice. You're short too. All right. So that's a
Maybe early.
that's a no for Hoop, thinking that the low is in.
I'm a scalper.
Well, we might
I
retest
don't have
it.
that.
Yeah.
Scalper.
Retest low.
All right. So, I mean, if you were here for the opening call, I mean, I was pretty much thinking that we were going to see a pullback. My main hypothesis was to the short side. And then when the opening range was left at the dead high in the S&Ps,
Yeah.
that's always
Right.
going to be a short for me. You know, I didn't trade it on the house account today, so but I mean, you heard me say in the opening call, I'm thinking we're going to see a pullback, the opening range, the dead high. That kind of tells you how I would have been looking to trade this in the house account had I had the opportunity to. We got a little bit of news coming in. We got Apple warning iPhone users to update phones. Wonder what that's all about. JD, let's bring it in.
I'll tell you what it's all about. For all you baby toy owners out there, Apple says don't ignore that iPhone update prompt, urging customers to do it now. Apple is urging iPhone and iPad users to update to its newest operating systems to keep their devices safe. The company says the 26.5 versions, that's iOS 26.5 and iPad OS 26.5 versions, address a lengthy list of security flaws. Apple says it's also introducing support for end-to-end encrypted RCS messaging at the beta level. Experts say hackers are making use of artificial intelligence to find new ways to attack phones and tablets. Back to you guys.
JD,
Android represent JD.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Toys. Did you just call them baby toys?
Yes, Hog, I certainly did.
It's okay.
Androids, JD.
All right. JD is obviously an Android user.
Me too.
I don't even want a phone. I still have a 12 here. This is a 12. I never wanted the dang thing to begin with. But I'm old. All right. S&P's back to the initial balance low. We're halfway back from off the lows back to the highs here in the S&Ps. NASDAQ nowhere near that far off the lows here just yet. We do have crude gold, but coming back in inside the initial balance at least for now, and we're still hanging in this crude oil trade here. I think 08 is our stop, but it keeps creeping on the way down. Now, our poll. Are the lows in for ES and NQ? Even more confident than you were this morning that the all-time high was in for now. You're more confident that the lows are in for the ES and the NQ. 68% say yes. 68%. Now, if we use that as tilt, there's no way that the low is in. But currently, the tilt, 53% long ES, 62% long NQ, 60% short crude. We need that to get a little bit shorter before we hit our stop, and then we can turn around. And 71% long gold. 71% long gold in the tilt. All right. Now, thank you, Jack, for the polls. Let's take a look at another question here. Aaron. Hopefully you're here, Aaron. I'm having a hard time trusting my strategy, even though I do believe in it. Man, that's so hard. It's so hard.
Yeah.
Even if it's proven it,
Yeah.
I have a hard time believing I'm smart enough to actually have a strategy that's going to be positive. I tend to move my stop too quickly, and then when I'm in profit, I get greedy and I push my targets further out. Most of the time, adjusting my stop or profit target ends up costing me gains, which then leads to FOMO. How do I stay disciplined and let the trade play out according to plan? Aaron, you sound like me and everybody else in trading where you've got a bowl of spaghetti in your head and you don't know which spaghetti is going to lead you to the right answer. And the right answer is there's never a right answer,
Yeah.
because it always seems as though if I don't move my stop, I should have. If I don't extend my target, I should have. If I leave my target, I should have extended it. And if I move my stop, I shouldn't have. It's just the nature of the beast. So I mean, to me, Aaron, the thing you should do is try and experiment. Even if it's in a practice account, take your trades and don't move a thing. Put your stop in, put your target in, don't move a thing, and account for the performance. And if the performance outdoes your performance when you're optimizing your strategy, there's your answer. And every time you do that, you'll gain hopefully a little bit more trust in your strategy and your ability to execute that strategy. Aaron, it's hard, man. It is hard. Trading is hard.
100%.
Kind of reminds me of, I was teaching a woman that was part of the program, Market Profile. And if I say the name, I know you're going to know who this is. And she was getting really good at finding good trade locations. Okay, great. She's finding cheap trades. She's finding good trades in good location with low risk. And one of the things that happened was she ended up like hitting a grand slam. I mean, she had a 10, 15 to 1 reward over risk because she just never touched it. Then she started to think that every trade that she was finding was going to be one of those grand slams, and she couldn't get out of a trade. Then she would be in a trade that was a 2, 3, 4, 5 to 1 reward over risk, and she thought every one of them was going to be a 10 to 1. So she had trouble getting out of trades. So we did an experiment, and I suggest this with you, Aaron. Is just get it in your practice account, trade your strategy exactly as it is meant to be, and then you can trade your strategy however you want to be in another account and see which one wins, see which one actually plays out better. I find that if you optimize too much, you do end up hurting your performance, and if you just trade the strategy as is, you'll be better off. And you just have to deal with, if you don't move your target further out, well, there may be some trades that are going to keep going in that direction, but it doesn't matter because it wasn't part of the plan. I think so many people get upset when they take 40 ticks on a trade that they meant to take. It's a 40 tick winner for a 10 tick loss. Okay, that's the plan for the trade. It hits your 40 tick profit and goes another 40 ticks your way. And instead of being happy that you just had a winning trade that played out exactly as you'd hoped, you're bummed because you feel like you left a whole bunch of money on the table that wasn't yours to begin with. It is such a mind game, and we are all big bowls of noodles in our brain. Just keep on doing the right things to kind of rewire your brain to get back to just doing what you're supposed to be doing. I've yammered enough on this. Anne Marie, would you yammer on this for a little while?
It's a good place to yammer, to be honest. Sometimes we have to look at trades and say, my target is good enough. But we're always caught in the more style of space. And we always want more. No matter what it is, we just want more when we're sitting in the market. And so we just have to get ourselves into a space where we go, this is my target for risk, this is my target for profit. And when I've got it, I'm good. I'll set up for the next trade. When I get better at understanding how markets can expand, maybe I learn to expand my profit. But nobody looks at it like a learning space. They just say, oh my gosh, I missed out on X or I missed out on Y, instead of looking at it and going, okay, well, next time I'll see how all of these go. And next time when it comes into that space, I'll see if I can move my profit target just a little higher and grow in the spaces that the market's teaching you.
Simple.
But not easy.
No.
Yeah.
Simple,
No,
but
not
not
easy.
easy.
Yep. Yep. Hoop, how do you feel?
Sorry, I just was watching limit go limit bid and then come off.
Yeah.
So that for ag traders, you see that more than anything you see in equities. Limit offer, limit bid. People go, well, I don't understand that. Well, Hogue, from a guy who's been stuck on the other side of limit, basically the wheat has a 45-cent cap inside of a day. It can go up or down. And right a minute ago, it went all the way limit up, and there was like 1,200 contracts that were bid. So basically, that lock limits. That means they can't trade it anymore. Somebody went and sold it at limit up, and we're starting to creep back up again. So if you trade ags, just beware of limits inside of the markets you trade. I don't care if it's cattle, hogs, grains, because some people will come back and say, I don't understand why I can't get out. Well, the market can't trade any higher or lower. You just don't see it a lot in equities. And limit up, Hogue, I think, is probably more rare, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. I mean, sellers, when they get to work.
It'll go both.
Yeah. So, once again, it was, you don't get to see it a lot. So it looks like I'm going to get stuck out in ES. But I'm willing to risk $100 on it. So we'll see. The Bulls are back, Anne-Marie.
Apparently.
Yep.
Well, they were gone for what, 45 minutes?
Yeah, for about an hour.
They just went out for brunch and came back.
Yep, exactly. Some eggs Benedict, and they came back.
There you go. I think you're on mute.
Mute, Hogue.
A lot of people seem to have questions about putting call walls and gamma flow. A lot of questions about that.
100%.
1 second. Aaron is asking, April was great. May has been hard. Gave back all my profits from April so far. I tend to sell the highs and sometimes get so out of line with the market. How do you stay in tune with the market? Well, Aaron, I can understand. I mean, we've been in the equities markets pretty much ballistic to the upside with a lot of momentum moves to the upside. And I don't think you're alone in the fact that if you're picking tops all the way up, you're going to give back a lot of profits and you're going to have a hard time. So it's all about, market state recognition and context in the markets. Aaron, when you see higher highs and higher lows on a weekly chart and a daily chart, and day over day you keep seeing higher highs and higher lows, that's a strong market. You got to understand that is a market that is continuing to auction higher and auction higher and auction higher. And if you're going to be trying to pick tops on it, you better be either really good at it or really quick to get out. So markets are changing all the time. They go from trending to the upside to balance to trending to the downside to balance to trending to the downside to trending to the upside. It's all in understanding the context of the market and understanding which market not to fight. We always say DFADM, don't fight a directional market. So there's different strategies for those different kinds of markets. Who could you kind of go over what you would kind of look at as a different strategy for different states?
So, it's especially as a metals trader and trading gold mainly, it's as directional as anything I've traded when it gets cooking. And if you get in front of that, like last night's a perfect example. Market took off right out of the box and then just put on the brakes. And then all of a sudden you get 1, 2, 3, 4, you'll get 5 straight 30-minute down candles. That's directional. The question is what are you looking at when these levels exhaust, right? You go all the way back down to here. Now the move since we broke VWAP last night has been down, right? So, and the selling comes in, and I think we all get caught. Wow, we're going to keep going lower. You feel the momentum. We're going to take out the lows again, and then you get this exhaustion area, right? High volume, you get a big old wick off the bottom. Well, then you start selling it. Well, this is just a little pullback. We're going to go test those lows again. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 straight 30-minute up bars. So identifying those market state changes, you're still just going to have to manage the risk inside there. That's the thing. So, the market has been going down. You're sticking with it, but then all of a sudden it decides to make a U-turn. You have to, and this is a J trade. If it isn't staring at me, I don't know what is. Selling exhaustion, high volume candle of the day on a low. Put that in your journal. Look at that and identify it. So, the people, to me, Hogue, over 30 plus years of doing it, is the people that react to a market state change the quickest are the ones that stay the course and don't
ones that
get in there. Gotta go lower. It's gotta go lower. It's going lower. It's going higher. Yeah, it's when you see a change, reacting, whether you decide to stay out or get with it, that's up to you. Like here, Anne Marie and I are both shorting a 40 handle rally in the equities. Could it go higher? Sure as hell it could. Yep.
Yeah. Well, Anne Marie, I want to give you a chance to comment on that, but we do have to get into another news break here. We've got it's apparent high gas prices won't deter most people from traveling this Memorial Day weekend. I'm not planning on going much of anywhere. The holiday is still 2 weeks away, though. Some experts worry gas prices are going to go up even more. In today's Consumer Watch, Jen Sullivan explains why. Let's run it.
Despite high gas prices, people aren't putting the brakes on traveling. AAA estimates a record 45 million Americans will travel 50 miles or more this Memorial Day weekend, with more than 39 million expected to drive.
I think it would have to take a much higher jump and spike in gas prices in order for people to just stay home altogether if they were already planning to travel.
AAA spokesperson Aixa Diaz says more than 3.6 million people plan to fly over the holiday weekend, even with airfare going up. She says travelers will likely pull back on spending elsewhere.
The people who want to get away this summer or just even over Memorial Day weekend are going to find a way to do it.
As of Monday, the national average for a gallon of regular gas was $4.52. That's about $1.35 more than Memorial Day prices last year, according to AAA. Since the war with Iran began, gas prices have surged more than 50%. Maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz has essentially halted, and it's severely impacting oil production around the world.
Every day that goes by, it could add another week to how long it takes to recover. These massive tanks that hold crude oil are draining. Iran's stored oil at sea is draining.
Patrick DeHaan with Gas Buddy says gas prices won't come down until there's more clarity on a possible peace deal between the U.S. and Iran. Without a deal in sight, summer travel could get even more expensive.
The risk is that if we go into peak travel season across the Northern Hemisphere with the Strait of Hormuz holding back nearly 18 million barrels of oil every day, that there could be a super surge in prices as the summer starts to get underway.
Even when a deal is struck, DeHaan says it could take months or even a year to see pre-war prices at the pump again. For Consumer Watch, I'm Jen Sullivan.
Staycations.
Hoop, you going anywhere
Lots
for
of
Memorial Day?
staycations.
Hoop, you going anywhere for Memorial Day?
Oh, me? No,
Yeah.
I'll probably play some golf, and it'll probably be 110 here, so go in the pool. That'll probably be
There
about
you go.
the
There you
gist
go.
of that one. Yeah.
Anne Marie, you live in vacation land, so you're probably not going anywhere for Memorial Day, are you?
Yeah, I am not. I am not.
You'll be at the pool, perhaps.
Maybe I might get out. I might get out on the kayak or Hobie Cat.
Oh, nice.
That would be fun. Yeah,
Oh, Hobies are a blast.
aren't
Hobies
they?
are a blast. Oh,
Love them.
I used to love sailing.
Mhm.
So, what about the question Aaron had? Market state. How do you stay in tune with the market? What do you think of that?
For me, I just look at one thing, and I look at where I am relative to the moving average, and I know that the dips or bounces when the moving averages are up, particularly my 200. I just happen to think that the bounce wasn't going to hold, but obviously we'll see what happens there. But yeah, I just look at the 200, and if I get into a space where I make, more than three trades and I'm going in the wrong direction, I literally just stop trading. And the way that I get out of trouble is to make sure that my risk is always low. If my risk is low, I'm going to be able to make it through the gauntlet, right? You're not going to get every trade right. You're going to make mistakes. You just have to manage that risk so you can come back and play again.
Yep. 100%.
I see JD is going to be going to the farm in Minnesota and doing some walleye fishing. JD, I may follow you out there. I may crawl into your suitcase if I would fit, and because I do love me some walleye fishing. I hope you catch 1,000,000 of them, JD. Man, that sounds like a perfect Memorial Day weekend. How about that? And Mike Brunelli, I've been there. Baseball tournaments. Baseball tournaments. Baseball tournaments. My son's 27 now. We're a few years beyond that, but looking forward to it, I was like, oh man, I got a baseball tournament. Looking back, I would love to go to one of those baseball tournaments again. It was so much fun. I was a coach on the team. We did okay, but mostly we just had a lot of fun with those kids.
Oh, great picture of you on the floor with your jacket with your kid.
Oh,
on
oh
a
yeah.
always remember that. A lot of traders on the floor when they had when you were talking about trading jackets, they'd have their kids, picture on like a button that would be pinned to their jacket. And there's maybe tomorrow we'll try and find that picture of Hogue, but there's a picture of Hogue when he's on the floor, and we were trying to figure out how old you were, right? And we're looking at his kid, and I'm like, well, my son's first thing Hogue says, well, my son's 27, and I said that kid looks like 7. And but it's a cool how traders, could personalize their jackets a little bit too, Hogue, with their
I
family.
love that. I'd love to see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah,
nice.
I had all my daughter's like cheer pictures and
Right.
dance pictures and my son's football
Mhm.
pictures and baseball pictures. We tried real hard to keep them busy because if we felt like it kept them out of
Out of
trouble,
trouble. Yep.
Oh yeah.
just keep them busy. And
Mhm.
they're my kids. They found ways to get in trouble anyway. So
100%.
That's all of them. That's all
Mhm.
kids. All kids.
all right. See these questions really kind of tug at my heartstrings because I mean obviously OG is probably a pretty new trader and asking how can I pass my first combine? I haven't been able to pass one. First off, OG, it's not easy. It's not easy. But if I had to say, take your time. Don't be in a hurry. If you're trying to pass it in 2 days, eventually you'll probably pass one, but you're going to go through a whole bunch of them before you hit the right 2 days. So really focus on becoming a good trader, making good trading decisions. Start small. If you're starting from zero, there's a lot to learn and there's a lot to know. I've seen a lot of people kind of go through the Dunning-Kruger effect where you've seen somebody trade and they make it look easy. So you think it's going to be easy and you have these high expectations for being able to just pick it up and start making money easily. And some people are able to do that. They just get lucky. There were a lot of people on the trading floor that, had windfall profits on their first trade and they thought, well, this is easy. This is how it's always going to be. And then loss after loss after loss, they find out how difficult it really is going to be. So you have these big expectations and then those expectations get crushed and then you kind of have to figure out, okay, there's a lot to learn, and then you start the learning curve. So depending on where you are, I don't know if you've been part of the Dunning-Kruger effect, like you thought it was going to be easy and you found out how hard it was going to be, but it is a worthwhile thing to work towards, is to become somebody who can consistently profit. And it occurred to me yesterday, we were talking at the end of the morning the morning highlights. It was about success, and how you can fail 10,000 times, but you're not losing. You're finding 10,000 ways that something doesn't work. But when it comes to trading, there's so many layers of success. I mean, you have to start learning from the bottom, and everything you learn takes you a little bit closer to possible or eventual success. And you get through your first combine, that's a degree of success. You get into your first your XFA. Maybe you lose that, but you go back to the trading combine and you succeed again. That's another level of success. You start to make a little bit of money in your XFA. That's another level of success. There are so many layers of success to trading, and it's not going to be a destination. You're never going to get to a point where you're going to say, I get it now. I am profitable and I always will be. It's always a journey to continue to learn and to grow. And, OG, how to pass it? One trade at a time. one good trade at a time. Follow a simple strategy, a simple plan. And if that plan doesn't work, tweak it. Don't throw it away. Make small changes in the trajectory until you start to see over time, hopefully, some success with it. It is such a difficult thing to do, but so worthwhile, because not only will you be a better, hopefully a good trader, but you'll probably be a better investor and maybe even a better person overall. I don't know. What do you think, Anne Marie? What do you tell somebody who's saying, "How do I pass my first combine?" I mean, it's not easy.
You know, it's so true. And the key thing to remember when you're trying to pass a combine is, are you running before you can walk? A lot of times we come into the trading space and really a lot of us think, man, I just got to get a little lucky. And that's perfectly fine. Luck, as I've mentioned many times, time and chance happen to all men. But the longer you do something, the more likely it is that how developed your skill is comes out. And this is a space where there's literally no barrier to entry. I can have no skills and come in and just try and figure it out. And like any endeavor that's worthwhile, for you to get to a space where you are even performing at a mediocre level within this vast arena of competition, you've got to put in that work. So my question is, how much time are you spending on the practice field instead of just coming out in the combine? Are you using your practice account to understand rhythm and flow of the markets? Realize that every professional spends, particularly athletes, they spend way more time on the practice field than they do on the live playing field. Traders, we don't like to do that. Practice is boring. Trade review is boring. It's not exciting at all. And we have to realize it's the boring stuff that makes us good.
Even the professionals are. Even the professionals are always working the basics, right? We do have Trump speaking right now, apparently. We've got he's speaking on Iran, only going to make a good deal. I will have a long talk with China's President Xi about the Iran war. We've got on his trip to China, good things will happen like that. Trump, I don't think China's President Xi is help on. I don't think I need China's President Xi help on Iran. Blockade has been effective. You're going to have a gusher of oil, and my policies are working. So we're looking forward to seeing that gusher of oil. Order filled. Looks like we are time's up. And Marie, Hoop, as always, thank you for your time, your knowledge, and experience. Blessings to you. We're looking forward to seeing a couple of good ones here. We got Trade with Topstep. We got JD coming in with Alfie and my cousin Vinny. Vinny, two ticks is coming up here soon. Anne Marie, Hoop, blessings to all of you. Stick around. It's Topstep TV. You're in the right place, the right time. We'll be right back.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It is time to trade with Topstep. We got an all-star joining us, the man in the middle, Mr. Alfie himself. Welcome back, my friend. Great to see you. And of course, we all know Coach Vince. I'm not trying to. We all love Coach Vince. That was a joke. That was a joke. Anyway, Alfie, we both, you guys both got positions on, or Vince, you just got out of a position. Alfie, you just put a position on. Let's talk through these markets. What are we doing? Alfie, you're long some gold right now, and it's
I'm short
higher.
actually, JD.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's ripping
You're
higher.
short.
No
Okay,
worries at all.
my
I wish I was
apologies.
long. But here we go. Bit of a switch up here.
There we go. Here we go. Here's another
Almost
move.
as if by magic.
What is going on here? This gold is just whipping around.
Yeah, huge move up from that bounce at the bottom there, but definitely some weakness in the charts. At least it seemed like today, with some of the tape that was rolling out after CPI.
Little tape bomb there. Vince, what's your position?
Yeah,
You were
tape
looking
bomb
at the
there.
Dow earlier today. What's going on?
Yeah, so I got short the Dow, took a stop. I'm down 121 on the day, and I'm looking maybe to try a potential long here.
Okay.
So we're going to give it a
I
little
was
bit of
counting
time,
this.
see if we can kind of build a little bit of balance up here near the highs. But we're above the value area from the last 2 days, so there might be some sellers lurking up here too. So going to be cautious here, JD, but I might try something here.
Caution seems to be the key word right now. We've got some headlines coming out. We just saw a nice rip in crude oil. House count is still long a micro crude oil contract from the opening range breakout trade. We are long from $100.92. Last print 101.84. Here's a couple of headlines that just hit the tape. Saudi Arabia carried out unpublicized retaliatory strikes on Iran during the war. That's according to 4 people familiar with the matter. Who these 4 people are, so obviously we have no idea. But then President Trump said OPEC is having difficulties. I think there's a lot of difficulties floating around the air these days. Saudi striking Iran. What do you guys think? Are you watching headlines or are you just playing the tape?
Head on a swivel, man. You've got to be. It feels like anyway. It's just so tough. Like you feel like you can take a breath and then something else comes out. I don't know how you guys play it, but size down, slow down, I think is the only real approach in these environments. And I say that as someone who hasn't sized down or hasn't slowed down and paid the price, right? So it's more out of necessity that it kind of brings that behavior change.
It's true. It's true. In times of high volatility, you need to scale down your size and expand your risk parameters. This is not financial advice of any time, but it comes from experience. Alfie knows, I know, Coach Vince knows for sure. We've all been doing this for a very long time. You could scale down your size and expand your risk parameters, stay in your trade for a little bit longer without taking any more risk. Does that make sense to everybody? I hope it does. All right, Vince, I think we got you back. How you doing? Maybe we don't have Vince back. All right, we got more headlines coming out. Trump to UK Prime Minister Starmer. Open up your North Sea oil. The North Sea, that's where they get Brent crude oil from. European standard. Here in the United States, we have West Texas Intermediate. That's what we're trading in these crude oil markets. WTI crude. West Texas Intermediate crude. Another quote from the president. Iran will either do the right thing or we will finish the job. That sounds like a veiled threat.
Ooh.
I believe that is a veiled threat, right?
Yeah.
Starmer most likely stepping down. We don't have a...
I'm setting up a trade here, JD.
Okay, what do you got, Vince? Tell us everything.
All right, so I'm going to maybe look to Dow. Let me just line up my stuff real quick, and I'll let you know where. Let's see. What are you guys looking at right now? Anything? I know Alfie's short gold.
Got a little rippy and crude here.
It's hovering for gold as well. No, I was just going to say we're hovering at entry. I mean, I'm looking at that crude gold relationship at the minute. It seems to be a little bit antagonistic, right? Like crude pops, gold drops, but I haven't really tracked it 1-to-1 of late. But yeah, I mean, good sign, right, for me that crude's popping. Although I hate to use the word good sign when you hear like war news, right? It's just because you're excited about it in your trade doesn't mean it's good, so to speak.
As day traders, though, it's good to find a nice, solid correlation between markets, right? If something goes down, something else goes up, that's an edge. And that's what we're here to do. We're here to find edges and get into these markets. So, Alfie's on the right side, short side of gold. House accounts on the long side of crude. Vince, what's the trade you're looking at? What are you setting up?
I'm going to probably look to buy one Dow Mini. I'm not going to risk a lot. This is going to be really cheap here. I'm getting some sort of lag, though, so I might have to do something here because it's lagging a little bit.
Gotcha. No position yet.
Let's see.
Take a look at this crude trade. We've been in this crude trade for we've been in this crude trade since about 8:05 a.m. Central Time this morning, and we're still in it now. We've got we're in right at the low of the day. We've got a nice sideways chop market going. Do we just get out at the top of this range? I don't know. Do we save this for the auto liquidator? Let's take a look at the 15-minute chart. That is some
if it breaks the top of the range, it might go flying if it breaks the top.
Yeah. Talk about barcoding, though. We're barcoding right now, and we're right at the top of the range. going into the end of the day. Do we just kill this trade? Do we take it? Who's got an opinion? Alfie, you ever
If
look
you're
at
asking
crude
a
oil?
question, you know the
Versus
answer.
the
I think
high.
JD, mate.
I'm trying to make good TV here.
I mean, no one went broke taking profit, right? But you never also got rich off not letting it run. So it's
You're 100%
it's the dichotomy
correct.
we tread.
Yeah. I mean, if it takes out the high, JD, it's gonna run some. So there's stops up there. Maybe
Is
see
this
if
the
they'll run some
Ripper?
stops.
Chad said let it ride. That's right. We did run a poll during the last segment, and Chad said let it ride. Is this the rip to the promised land? That's the question. Are we going to break through? We're holding for glory. Just wondering if we should adjust our stop maybe, just to lock in some more profit. Right now we've got to stop at 108.08. Came within 6 ticks taking us out of this trade. We're still in it. Ooh, Justin in the chat says
Good
no.
stop
Crude's going
placement,
to
JD.
104 today. Crude's going to 104 today, says somebody in the chat. Ooh,
There you
we got
go.
a little rippy happening. Here we go.
Maybe this second as well, Justin, right?
We got a
let it
new poll
ride.
up in the chat also. Should we move our stop to 1R? Yes or no? As we rip on the highs of the day. We're taking out the highs right now. How's that gold trade looking, Alfie?
Yeah, we're still pretty much around entry. I'm about a point or so down, $24 in drawdown, but yeah, nothing's really changed since this is where it kind of come on. I was just trying to trend follow in a contrarian way, which is, wait for the pop from that bounce at 46, 45, and now just try and look for trend resumption. But if we don't get it here, I'm not going to let it consume the rest of my evening, let's say, because yeah, it can turn around quick, gold.
Noted. We've got another rip happening on crude oil right now. Good thing we did not get out of that trade. We just popped a half a buck in the last 10 seconds. Look at crude. Off to the races. Here we go, guys.
Nice.
Now we adjust risk. Now we accept profit. I won't lose more than $75 on this single micro contract. Right at the bottom of that big candle. We're at
When you look at a chart like that, where would you guys even think about going long if you were sidelined on crude?
Good question. Where do you look at going long when you see a chart like that? I'm looking at a 15-minute chart on crude oil, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what chart are you talking about? Are you talking about?
I'm looking at just the 100 tick, man. On degen land, but by any means, like when you see like a parabola uptick like that, one of the hard emotions that I deal with in trading is right, because you didn't get in, you automatically want to go short, right? But trying to flip that mentality, when you see that parabola, right, where do you even get in, or is it just a step away from the screen kind of moment?
We've been talking about this for weeks, trying to pick tops in the equity markets because we just keep printing new all-time highs. It's one of the most difficult things to do. Trying to buy into a rallying market. Where do you get in? Where's your risk? The short side always seems like the easier trade. It's the safer trade because your risk is super tight and you can do it 10 times. You only got to be right once to make them all the money back, That's why it feels like the safer trade. But when you get a rip like this on a short-term move, I think you just trail your stop and lock in profits. That's where we're at on this trade. Which is what I think I'm going to do. I'm looking at a 15-minute chart in crude oil. We had that nice rippy. We were holding these highs around $102 all day long. I don't know if I want to take...
Where are you long from, JD?
We're long from $100.92. We got nearly $1.50 into this trade in crude oil. We peeled off a couple. We took some profits, so we're locked in. But I mean, I feel like now we should just get out. $250 on 2 micros. That's a good trade.
Mm-hmm. It is a good trade. All right, so I'm working along here. 1 Dow mini, 49,756. It's gonna be cheap. You know, I'm not risking a lot. It's under $100 worth of risk here.
Very good. Very good. Let's see. What are the shorter term charts telling us? I was looking at a 15-minute chart, and that looked like a hold. 5-minute chart, looking a little wicky to the upside. We need to hold this base here.
Yeah.
Previous resistance, 102.20. It's going to be our line in the sand. I'm going to draw a line there for everybody.
The ES is popping.
ES is popping. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. If we get a 5-minute close below this 102.20, we'll close out this crude oil position. What are bonds doing? Anybody got a pulse on the bond market? Pull up a chart.
Yeah, we can pull it up. 30-year.
The ZB.
10-year. Yeah, the ZB. 112.09 last. It gapped down on the open today.
Yeah. That's exactly how I remember 30-year charts. Let's take a look at it, though. This is a 30-minute chart. Right on these lows, coming off these lows, I should say, as bond prices go down, bond yields go up. That's how it works. If you didn't know how the yield curve worked. Jack is an expert on bonds.
Jack Bond.
We're going to run a clip real quick. The president is talking. There's a gaggle in front of the White House, I think. Let's roll it.
Well, I think number one, we're going to have a long talk about it. I think he's been relatively good, to be honest with you. You look at the blockade, no problems. They get a lot of their oil from that area. We've had no problem, and he's been a friend of mine. He's been somebody that we get along with. And I think you're going to see that good things are going to happen. This is going to be a very exciting trip. A lot of good things are going to happen.
Do you think he needs to intervene at all with the Iranians?
I don't
Do you
think
think
he
he can
does,
help
no.
in any way?
No, I don't think we need any help with Iran. We'll win it one way or the other.
I'm not sure I understood a single word of that. Did anybody else catch anything?
Nah.
Good news is on the way, is what I got.
Trump's going to China.
All that we're going to win. That's all I know.
Yes, and he's going to meet with President Xi, and we'll all be. I'm sure it'll be riveting content. I'm sure it'll be exciting. All right, I'm going to get off this bond chart. We're going to go back to the ES. Actually,
Alpha,
you're
you're short from 86.20, right? 86.20.
Correct, Jay. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, still about 2 points in drawdown at the minute on gold.
Okay. What got you short? Curious.
Tough to say, really. Maybe just the tempo slowing up a little bit around these 46.90 levels, and just we swept it at the new hourly candle, and we saw like a decent reaction off that sweep.
Mm-hmm.
So it was more just that tempo change that kind of made me interested in the short. But yeah, it's one of those things where the longer it stalls out, right, the less enticing it becomes, because it's just continuation, right?
What's your where's the CYA at on that?
I'm looking at 46.92 and 7.7. Yeah, so around there. So nothing too crazy on 3 micros, right about 7 points or so.
Okay. Gotcha.
We're getting close to a close on this position in crude oil. We're back
10 minutes.
inside of that range. Looked like a liquidity grab. Well, I'm looking at a 5 minute now. We got 20 seconds. I think we just take this trade off.
Yeah, 10 minutes into the pit close, so might get a little shenanigans going into the last 10 minutes of the close there.
This is true. I did move our stop up. Yep.
Lone trader, we do trade other things other than gold.
We trade all the things. You know how many markets are available to you here? Trading at Topstep. We got everything. You got currency futures. You got treasury futures. Grain futures. We had the WASDE report out today. Wheat went limit up. Did anybody trade wheat today? Did anybody make money on wheat going limit up today?
Limit up today in wheat. Nice.
I'll be watching out at the supermarket when I buy my shreddies.
Yeah, look at that. Wheat. 679 wheat.
Should we show a wheat chart? Hang on.
Yeah, I have it up. If you want to go to my screen, I have the wheat chart up.
You got it? ZW? Beauty.
Yeah,
Look at that.
Yeah, I got it up. Yep.
That's a move.
This is the overnight is stripped out. I have regular trading hours only on here. Let me go to extended so we can see everything. But yeah, look at that chart.
Coach Hoop made 50 bones. $50 is $50. Love it, Hoop.
That's right.
It's a pizza and a
buy
pop.
2 cheeseburgers. 2 cheeseburgers. The other day I was traveling. Yeah, the other day I was traveling and I bought 3 bottles of I think it was Aquafina water. It came out to $14.72 for 3 bottles of water. Something's wrong. You know
water.
I mean?
$15 for water.
$14.72, 3 bottles of water.
Now's the time of year, though, folks.
Were you in a desert by any chance?
What's that?
We're talking.
I said, were you in a desert by any chance, Vince?
No, not at all. Just a gas station, just gassing up, you know. Inflation's
How deep
real.
would you dig for water? Yeah.
Yeah, right.
It is real.
You should have at least some alcohol content for that price, you know.
Well, for anybody looking for volatility in the markets right now, it's planting season. Well, actually, seeds are in the ground. If you're trading grains, corn, soybeans, wheat.
Let's look at corn.
We're going to start talking to farmers pretty soon. See what their predictions are for the crop coming up.
Beautiful bottom in corn there. Look at this beautiful bottom we had. Nice little head and shoulders reversal here. Look at that. How?
If you are a technical trader, it doesn't get much better than that.
Look at that. Look at this.
And these markets are so seasonal. These markets are so seasonal. You know when they're going up. You know when they're going down. That's actually why the futures markets were created in the first place, for grain hedgers, you know. They only have a finite amount of time where they can grow their grain, but then they have all year to sell it. Hence, the futures markets.
It's a nice looking chart right there. Nice bottom. How's Pops doing? He still trades corn, right?
My old man, all he does is look at corn. No, he looks at a lot of things, but he loves trading corn.
Yeah, corn's his favorite.
He's got a good pulse on the market. He talks to people. Nice. I talk to people. I'm going to be up in Minnesota a week from today talking to some grain farmers. I'll get the pulse on it. We'll do a little reporting live from the farm.
Yeah, just canceled that entry order I had, the limit order. It took off the Dow. So,
yeah.
Yep. ES taking off, Dow's taking off.
Crude peeled back. I'm thinking we should get out of this crude trade now. I think it's just going to range.
Is gold running with the ES right now? I know they were kind of hand in hand. 90s.
Still got 5 minutes.
Looks like it.
Oh, you survived that. All right. Good stop placement so far. See 91.80s.
Yeah, for now.
We still got about 5 minutes until the energy complex settlement, which includes crude oil. Is it going to rip or dip? We know the chat wants us to hold this for the auto liquidator, which goes well beyond this. But I'm also curious. Do you think crude's going to rip or dip from here? We got headlines coming out.
Yeah. I mean, it did get that nice stop run we were looking for. Because you knew there were stops up there. They cleaned the books. Maybe see if it holds 102s.
Yeah, my dad's in here all day. He's always listening. He's in Discord and he's watching Topstep TV and he's trading all day. He's still very aggressive in the markets.
Nice.
If you didn't know that, Alfie, my father was also a commodity futures trader. He worked in the lumber pit at the Chicago Mercantile Exchange for many years. Lumber is a commodity.
I remember you saying.
Trade. Yep.
The lumber gold ratio is often tracked, isn't it, for risk on, risk off as a metric. I know there's a few talking heads on Twitter that talk about that quite a lot. I think Michael Guyad's one of them, tracks that quite heavily.
Mm-hmm. Very overlooked market, the lumber market.
Yeah, remember just when the pandemic was heating up, right? That lumber went up to what, 1,400 or something like that? I think it's around 580 today or something, somewhere in that area. 579, 580.
Yep. Trades in board feet too. Anytime you see a natural disaster or a some type of other anomaly like the spotted owl crisis. Does anybody remember the spotted owl crisis? Do you have any idea what I'm talking about?
I don't think I remember that one.
Oh, you got tagged there as well, guys.
It was an endangered species of owl that started. They had to stop milling timber because of owls setting up residence in this area. The spotted owl crisis.
Wow.
So there was no lumber for a long time, and lumber prices shot through the roof. Something to watch. It's something to look at for. We had a whole lot of housing data out just this last week. Housing starts and permits, construction spending, those kinds of numbers. All those numbers affect the lumber market. It's a very interesting market to trade because it affects everything. Lumber's in everything, from our shoes to our homes, all over the place.
Yeah, crude's hanging in there, JD. Held them 102s.
It's hanging in there.
Yeah, it held the 102s. So we want to stay above that, right? Kind of a breakout spot. See if we can hold that there.
NQ's flirting with 29K again.
Yeah, gold popped.
Yep, stopped out, unfortunately.
Let's see, equities. Oh, wow. Yes, just took off too. Just bounced like 10 points in like 2 minutes there. Few minutes. Well, the Dow was the trade for me, JD. Just didn't pull back deep enough.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
There's always another trade. It looks like crude wants to pop again. Crude looks poised to pop again. We're still in this trade. It didn't get out, even though we closed below that level. We closed below that high a couple of times on the 5-minute chart, but we stopped right at. I've got a 9 period EMA on my chart, right at 101.98. We stopped there dead in its tracks.
We got 1 minute till the pit closed, till settlement. So let's see what happens here in this last minute. Maybe we'll get a little bounce here.
Oop is right. Never sell a quiet market. Death by 1,000 cuts. That's old school right there. Never short a quiet market.
That's up there with don't eat that yellow snow for me, because short and quiet markets just feels like the right thing to do sometimes.
Don't eat the yellow snow. Yes, that's
it's funny. Alf, are you looking at anything else right now? Any other markets you're dialed in on, or?
I'm really resisting the urge not to short the NASDAQ, but I can feel Dan and Coach Hoop in the chat shaking me, saying don't short all-time high region in the zone, just purely because I missed out on that pop-up. I'm kind of hands off at the minute. In fact, I might even press this little lockout button for 15 minutes and just call off, because that's what it's there for, right?
It is what it's there for.
NASDAQ is
lock in those profits.
NASDAQ's the weakest today.
It is, and the day I finally press buy is the day it decides to turn around, Vince. So there's something to that, surely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got the Dow. Dow's the strongest right now.
Crude's looking strong again right now too.
Yeah.
Oil's looking like
102.44.
Looks like it wants to take out a new, or put in a new high, I should say.
Yeah. The chat, they were calling 104s, right? Target 104s in the chat.
That's true. Who called 104 in the chat? Show yourself. $104 would be incredible if we saw that before the close.
Heck yeah. That'd be a nice move.
We've only got a single micro contract on.
Oh, sorry, Jay.
I'm sorry, say again, Alfie?
No, I was just wondering, like with a market like oil ripping kind of back up to where it was, in the peak of this run prior, at what point do you think the long time frame people start stepping back in the charts, right? Because it's easy to, miss the forest for the trees sometimes when you're seeing these rips, but when you're getting into these areas that are really of interest. I'm just wondering, like, what you look for when you're thinking like other time frames getting involved here.
It's an excellent question, and there's so many moving parts of the oil market right now. So people talk about gas prices. So gasoline prices right now, they reflect what people were paying for oil basically 3 months ago, right? So you have refiners that need to take that crude oil and produce gasoline out of it, and that's a process that takes time. So it gets stretched out. That's why you always see gas prices going up faster than they come down, right? The refinery process, the shipping costs, there's a lot of moving parts to crude oil. So when do we see crude oil start coming back down? It's not going to be an immediate effect. We'll see immediate effects from the headlines, but those are just reactions. Those are just knee-jerk reactions. And in the long term, it's going to be basically, when are they going to solve this problem? It could be next month. It could be 6 months from now. I don't have the answer to when. Again, this is not trading advice of any kind, but we all see the headlines coming out. We all know what's happening. We know the effects of what's happening. It's all fundamentals at this point.
I mean, we're in a pretty decent sized range though in crude. I mean, if you go over to my chart real quick, you'll see. I mean, 110 is probably where I would say the producers are probably unloading it, right? Just around that 108 to 112 zone up here. And this is, if I was drilling crude oil, if it got up here, that's where I would be selling it, and then they're buying it down here on this $80 mark. So we have a pretty nice range. It's a pretty big range, actually. We're talking, what, $30 range in crude? It was on the daily chart.
We had no change. I'm looking at the Baker Hughes rig count, which we'll get on Friday, the new report. But week over week, there was no change in open active oil and gas rigs in North America. So they're still pumping it out of the ground.
Yeah. Did you remember back Katrina and Rita times when all the oil rigs were getting shut down in the Gulf from the hurricanes. That was wild. Oh
there was that big underwater oil spill at that time also.
Yeah.
Was that BP? BP with the big
BP,
underwater.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was BP.
That was another wild time.
Yep.
Crude oil prices hit as high as was that $160 a barrel or $140 a barrel?
Yeah, it was around 140. Yeah. Yeah.
So we've seen it all in crude. Deepwater Horizon, that was it. Yeah.
Yep.
Sounds like a movie. Did they make a movie out of it?
That was T-Boone Pickens days.
T-Boone, yeah. I'll never forget T-Boone saying, "We'll never see $80 oil again."
Yeah,
he
right.
called the bottom.
Here
He
it
tried
is.
to call the bottom, and then we went negative.
Yeah. Yep. The crude oil, I mean, if I was a more of a longer time buyer, I'd probably look around this trend line here. But we're kind of consolidating, right? It's kind of developing a little bit of a pennant type formation here, coming off these highs. Sure. We're just like we're consolidating. You know, I think it's gonna build a lot of pressure. You know, it's gonna squeeze, and then something's gonna happen at some point. But our extremes are up there. Interesting market though. Just when everybody thought crude was dead, right? And last year, everybody like crude is dead. It's not moving. We had like what, $1? I think it was like $1.10 ATR for the day last year on average. Had like no range. But it gets into its moments, crude.
All right, Elfie, tell us everything. What are you looking at? What are you seeing?
Currently, just Vince's chart. I was just trying to avoid looking at mine for another 8 minutes and 30 seconds until I'm unlocked. But really, yeah, just trying to remind myself, right? Like I'm not necessarily wedded to taking a trade. If the one presents itself, then great. But I should probably be a bit more biased to the long side, just given what price actions played out over the last 40 minutes or so for the equities. Gold, I've kind of scrubbed my short idea for now. We're ripping up to 4,700, so that's quite a big psychological level. But if anything, that can be a long signal, right? Breaking through a round number, because I've been on many a short of a round number and had my face ripped off. So from touching that stove one too many times, I'm going to avoid just shorting that whole number there. If anything, it's a long signal more than the short for me at the minute.
That's a great topic of conversation. Big fat round numbers. Do you look at them as support and resistance or target areas? There's a big difference. There's nuance involved there. Is it a target?
Yeah, and there's also the game theory of it, right? If it is resistance and everyone believes it to be resistance, to the market, or like, you know, I'm not saying like there's a cabal of market makers behind making sure that you get stopped out beforehand, but just the gameplay of like, you know, people jumping in early and then the orders come in and just flush them out, and then the actual move occurs. That often happens to me a lot of the times. I've been on the receiving end of that enough to know that that's a thing. Whether that's just human nature playing out, who knows?
Yep.
Probably.
It's kind of like crude oil.
This is really.
You got to watch the 20s and the 80s in the crude oil. A lot of things happen around 20s and 80s.
Yeah, they say that about the NASDAQ too, around the 20s and 80s. Yeah, that crosses a couple of different markets. Here's another question.
I'm thinking maybe it's ready to change the number, maybe, you know, like to start a new zone.
Yeah. Here's another question for you. If you have a target zone and you get to that target zone, does the longer you stay at that target zone, jockeying for position around it, do you gain more and more confidence about it as support and resistance? If you put on a trade, if you were targeting an area, let's say a 20 or an 80 in crude oil, I want to be short there. And then you spend the next 2 hours just barcoding around that area. How confident do you feel? When does it become a crapshoot, do you think?
That's a great
When
question.
does it
I mean,
just turn
I'll
into a
take part
coin
of this
flip?
first. Yeah. So I've kind of built a little bit of a strategy, JD, where it's from the emotional trade journaling and stuff like that. When you start sitting in a zone like that, it'll wear you out. And a lot of times you will bail on that trade right before it breaks, right? Like kind of like the crude oil. We were getting ready to bail on that, and when you start getting that feeling, sometimes you just got to hold it just a little bit longer, right? You got to accept the risk though. If you can't take a stop or get, whatever, trailing stop out, or it might be tough to do it. But if you can accept the risk, a lot of times it's just when you feel that wear out point is when the market starts to move. It's weird how it works, but it happens a lot.
It's not just market exhaustion. It's physical, emotional exhaustion from
physical,
us.
mental. Yes, absolutely. For sure.
100%.
Ever get
I
that
can
feeling,
definitely
Alfie?
echo that, Vince. Yeah, all the time. And like trying to get in on the right hand side of the move where you miss out all the BS. That's like, they're the slam dunk trades where you come in after the tempo's slowed for like 2 hours. You've worn out all the shorts and you've worn out all the longs, trapped in a cage of the price action. And then you see the break and you're getting in then. That's the easy money trade, right? Not that there's any easy money, right? But just avoiding all that psychological turmoil is key. I mean, Asia is an absolute. Well, I won't say it on this show for that for me because it opens at 11 p.m. UK time. My eyes are on the screen on the Globex for the hour open. By the time I'm ready to go to bed, like let's say I've kept up late, like 1 a.m., that's when it's starting to move, and that's when I'm like just itching to see anything on the chart, and that's when those exhaustion points occur, and that's where the real moves come from. There's definitely got to be something psychological in there, it manifested in the candles play out.
Yeah,
I love how you labeled it too. Trapped in a cage. Our good friend Mr. Dobie would call it range trading, Dorito trading, but trapped in a cage. That's a great visual. We're trying to bust out of this cage. Which way are we going? Up or down? That's a good one.
I like that.
Yeah, if you feel like you're in the cage as well, if you're in the trade, right? So
if you feel like you're in the cage, you are in the cage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cage match. There we go. Let's have a cage match. That's that'd be a good segment. Writing it down. Cage match.
That was nice risk management there you had there, Alfie. I mean, you got out, you got to stop, but I mean, look where we are now, right? If you didn't have the stop, that could have been
100%.
Pretty bad. So that's good risk management. 4702.
Thank you. Yeah, I need to take that on the chin for Asia. I think Asia's the when the books are so thin, the risk management is feels like you need to be a lot wider, but that's also a trap, right, Vince? Because the wider you widen your stop, the more emotionally invested you become, and all of a sudden you just shifted that a little bit more, right? But being strict risk management is a skill for sure.
Just scale down.
It's not a trade anymore. It's not a trade anymore. It's a real position. We're in this one for the long haul. I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
But at the same time, keeping yourself in the trade longer sort of ups your odds a little. This is not trading advice of any kind. Staying in a trade longer does not up your odds, especially if you're on the wrong side of the market. But if you know how to calculate your position size versus the amount of risk you want to take on a trade, staying in that trade longer could possibly benefit. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Especially during times of high volatility, like we're speaking of.
I think I saw my favorite chat name, Bilbo Bag Holding.
Oh yeah, he's an all-star.
Which one is it?
Yeah. Bilbo Bag Holding. He said, "Still just a rat in the cage." And yeah, sometimes I feel like I'm hitting that lever, waiting for a random reward, man, in that cage. So it's
despite all my rage, yeah. We got the VIX down 1.5%, 18.09. I haven't checked in on it in a little bit. Let me scale down this chart. How low can I go? 1 minute chart. All right. We're on the lower end of the range for the day in the VIX. So if we see a pop from here, it's negative for stocks.
What's it out? What's the VIX at?
Positive for 1808. 1808.
Okay.
So we'll keep an eye on that. Always a good gauge.
Yeah.
Volatility. You heard Ted talking about it during fast markets this morning. He's always watching volatility.
Let's see here.
I look at these volume bars just consistently petering out. Volume bars lower, 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 lower. Like, I really want to get out of this trade right now. I don't see any more upside potential in crude. Just based on that volume. This is what I'm talking about. You got my chart up. See how we have consistently decreasing volume down here.
Yeah.
Slowly
right after the settlement.
Yeah, slowly increasing and sort of condensing candles.
JD, which bar is the settlement bar? Is it the big one there? Is that the
Settlement
130 bar?
price?
Yeah. Well, the bar for the volume bar. Is it the really big one right there, right before it's tapering down?
Oh, it would be this one right here.
That one right there. There you go.
That's right at 125.
15 minutes.
Yeah, that'll be our So we've got a lack of participation in crude oil.
I'm long 3 micro NASDAQ 28959, and I'm out my cage. Unlocked.
You flip long.
I did, yeah. Just might be a quick one here because my cover is at 940. But we'll see. I mean, we broke out above. We touched 29,000. We've come back down. Like every bone in my body wanted to press short, but I thought I'd try and flip down its head and see, where the stock money is. The harder trade was the long, so I'm giving it a go. But as I said last time, I'm pressing long now, so we may have topped.
I am going to get out on the highs of this session.
Beautiful trade there, JD.
All right, we closed that crude position. $258 on 2 micro crude trades. Took all day. I know you're supposed to hold it for the auto liquidator, but I'm taking market generated information and locking in some profits. So thank you everybody for voting in that poll. We are out of that crude oil trade.
Actually,
from the opening
I might join you in this long here, Alfie. Hold on a minute. I'm gonna check a couple things out here. NASDAQ, right? Got a different screen up here. Let's take a look.
It's been hard with the NASDAQ recently because it seems like the whole expression like the tail wagging the dog of late, where like the indices are ripping faster than the whole individual stock. So that's been a really hard read for me, at least in the last few weeks.
Yeah, let's see. I might join in here. Let's have some fun. Let's see.
We just made a new high by 1 tick, a single tick. We got out on the highs. No complaints here.
All right, so I'm working an entry here, but I'm gonna try to take this as a momentum type trade here. Let's see. All right, we're long.
Nice, welcome to play.
All right, let's party. Let's see, 950s. Let's see. I'm long from 99.73 quarter, 28.973 quarter. I'm not going to risk a lot on this. We're going to risk about 20 points. So like $40. Nothing major.
Just cavemanning into it. Is that what you're saying?
There we go.
Just buying it. Yeah.
Yep. So we're long. All right.
Okay.
My target, we're looking, I'm going to try to get up here close to like 29,100-ish. Maybe we're just short of that. 29, here. I'll do 0.97s for now. All right, let's see. Let's party, Alfie.
Let's go. I've got the
Party starts now. Everybody's long.
The IB low at 29,082, which is my kind of area of interest for this. But we'll see. It's quite a nice rejection in early in the morning US time off of that. We're slightly above about that 29,120 area, which we could come back to.
What I'm looking for here, like if we take this on the 30-minute chart, because I'm a profile guy, right? So when I'm looking at this chart here, we have excess up here. So that's why I'm trying to exit somewhere around this 29,100, because I think I probably would look to get short up here around this 29,160s in that zone. So if I'm long, that's where I would cover before I'm looking at where I would get short. So that would be why the target's up there. Because we're fighting the trend is down, obviously. We're going against it, but I think we might get a push up there at some point. We'll see. It's not looking great yet, but let's go, Chad. Hit the like button. Makes the market
click subscribe. Tell us how you really feel. Sound off in chat. We want to know your true feelings.
And Vince, I know you said earlier you turn off the overnight price action, right, for your charts. Is that so you can kind of see and gauge like the size of the gaps when the market reopens? Or you using that to kind of
I
discern
can see the
like an
gaps
edge?
better in the market. I can see the gaps better. I can kind of see when we're opening like with an imbalance in the market and stuff like that. I look at it both ways, but I tend to look at it a lot without the overnight in there.
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense. And the gap probability fills are definitely something I've been trying to add to the roster. So I might have to do the same. Although I'll be looking at a blank chart for most of my day, but I'm cool with that.
Yeah, it's quicker for some analysis. I would keep both up. Like I have two up usually. I'll look at the one with the full, information, and I'll look at the other one with just the U.S. session only.
It's smart because you can spot the counter auction quicker, right? If you see that too, I'd take it.
Yep.
Yeah.
For sure.
Are you guys liking these longs? Yeah. Looking good?
I'm not loving it. I mean, these 73s are kind of sticky. Every time it gets up there, it's kind of sticky.
What does sticky mean?
It just keeps trading to it, right? So it's trading below it, comes back to 73, goes above it a little bit, comes back to 73. It's like a sticky zone for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe
pain points.
I'm looking at a 15-minute chart. I mean, we do have this wick high here on the 15-minute bar at 29.0750s. So maybe there's some sellers there, But I'm hoping we can take them out and run them. Let's run them, Alfie. Run them out.
Let's do it. Nvidia's getting a tiny pop on the last hour.
Oh, there we go, Nvidia.
Flirting with 220.
Yeah. Let's do it.
If we can stay above that, then I think we're looking good.
Yeah.
There you go. Buying highs. Love it. Looking like a rippy.
All right, let's do it. Come on.
Potential bull flag on the NQ. Look at a 15-minute chart. Are we looking at... We might have a treasure map here going into the close. This has all the makings of the perfect treasure map formation, which is a V bottom, but MP once referred to it as a treasure map. So that's what I always call it.
I remember that day too. I was watching TV that time, and he drew the X on the chart. X marks the spot.
X marks the spot. There it is.
Come on,
treasure map.
All right, we're gonna have a little problem up here on 29,000. I'm hoping we could pop the 29,000 number. Right, we're talking about that round number. So maybe people will start shorting it there, and we could just plow through it.
You know what they say, right? If you can't see the liquidity, you are the liquidity.
You are liquidity.
That's
Yeah.
You sit down at a poker table and
I call it shark
you don't
bait,
know who the
Alfie.
mule is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sit down at a poker
Shark
table
bait.
and you don't know who the mule is. That means you're the mule.
Got some bad news for you. Yeah.
I call it shark bait.
Shark bait.
Nice.
Yeah.
Shark bait.
Pretty accurate. Considering the markets, we talked about this in group coaching, the markets have a tendency to do whatever's going to screw the most amount of people, right? Just a natural tendency
Absolutely.
of things.
Half of most pain, right?
Highest pain points, highest pressure points. That's what these markets do. So get used to that and learn from it.
You know, these futures markets, though, they're supposed to stabilize, right? The cost of goods. It's not working with oil right now. Right? It's supposed to be speculation to keep things in line, keep pricing in check. But we're definitely in an imbalance in the oil market. Let's see if we can get this
All right,
little
guys.
pop above 29,000. Oh,
I want to see you guys get out of these trades. Unfortunately, we are out of time for Trade with Topstep. But we've got Power Hour coming up in just a minute. Thank you, Alfie, for joining us. Great to have you back, my man. I can't
My
wait
pleasure.
to see you again very soon.
That was fun, Alfie.
It's our pleasure. Our pleasure
Yeah,
to have
likewise,
you.
Vince.
Vince, we will catch you again very soon. Also, coming up next, we've got Power Hour. Jack, Mandy, and Dolby Time are going to be here to trade it up in the final hour of the day. Make sure you stick around. We've got also Coach Jay and Coach Paul after the buzzer, 3:15 p.m. Central Time. Then Coach Dakota with Braden on slow markets later this evening, 7 o'clock p.m. Central Time. We've got a whole lot of tradertainment coming your way so far, or for the rest of the day. But 1 hour left and regular trading hours, Power Hour coming up next. Thank you, Alfie. Thank you, Vince. We'll catch all you guys very shortly. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Hello, everybody out there. Welcome to Power Hour. We're closing out the day. We got Mandy with us. Mandy, how you doing?
I did not trade this morning. I heard that it was phenomenal. Watching Mike and Zoom. Man, these are some great traders, and I'm kind of sad. Yesterday in my Discord, I said yesterday morning, right before the week open, I said let's look for 28 820s, and we literally hit it today. And I'm so mad I didn't get in on that today, but it's okay. I took a short earlier at around 11 o'clock Central. Got also took a long as well on that bounce, and so I'm still happy with my P&L. I've been under the weather. I'm trying to be better about treating trading as an actual job. So if I'm sick, not trading. Don't be smart with my trading if I'm feeling sick. So yeah, I'm on a combine today, up 430 on those two trades that I took at 11 and 12, or I guess it was like 11 and 11:15. So yeah, that's where we're at.
Excellent.
Nice.
We'll look forward to seeing what you can do here. We're also joined by the incomparable Dolby Time. What's up, my man?
Doing good. We called the lows today. That was fun. We bought 28,745 and then promptly sold it at 28,760. So we got 15 points out of it. But yeah, we called that midpoint, and we're back at it. We're up 127 today, which is fantastic, and we're going to see if we can get a little bit more. Got a nice little 5-minute range forming in the NASDAQ. We're stair-stepping higher. Got higher lows, higher highs. Had a nice bounce off of that. So that's a large time frame sort of bounce there. That was a 4-hour range. That's how we cued in on that. We kind of have our lines drawn right here. That's the high, that's the low, there's the middle, and that's the bounce that we bounced off of. Coach Jay and I talk about the 50% range bounce kind of a lot. It works. Why does it work? I don't actually know, but we don't need to know why. We just need to know that it's fairly reliable, which it is. So with that being said, since this is a large time frame range and we bounced off of it, I'm looking for this to continue to the upside on some strength. So where do we get long?
All right, Dolby already dissecting all the ranges. Let's get some of the back office work out of the way here. This is Power Hour. If you have anything you want us to see, please hashtag Power Hour on the Twitter. And if we like it, we may show it. If we despise it, we will probably also show it, as long as it's not grossly offensive. We also like to start out here by asking our guest to do a little fortune telling. Mandy, you wanted to do above below today. So what is it going to be?
Well, I will put us at 29,055. It's not far, you guys, but it is the V. Actually, let's go 6. 060. We'll give it 5 more points. Reason, it's the VWAP off of the 1 day. And look at this retest of my moving averages on the 1 day. We literally came and tagged the EMA earlier. That's what I was looking for, like 820s. But we came down, touched the moving average at 717, and now we're bidding up. So I think we can kind of clear the runway is kind of my goal.
Right.
But I just don't know how far we can make up a down day, you know?
Right. So what was that number again? It was
29,060.
29,060 for the above below. We'll get that into the chat so you guys and gals can vote for it. And with that, we're away here. Dolby, did you put any bids or offers into the dome?
Oh, yes. We're trying to get long 28,950. It's about 30 points lower than where we are currently trading. We have this nice sort of stair-step pattern to the upside, also known as range over range. So we're going to see if we can get filled at the base of the 5-minute range that we're currently trading in, 28,950 and 3/4. And if we can
Nice.
get filled there, we should have a target of at least 29,000.
Oh,
All right, looking
that'll
for
be a
29.
hard level, I think, to kind of get over. Would you think? Are you in agreement with that statement?
Probably.
Maybe tricky. Maybe
I
tricky.
mean, your above below is 29,060. Manny, that's 60
I know.
points higher than the 29,000 even. So yeah, yes.
I
It's
know.
gonna be easy.
I think it's gonna be like a speed bump. Like we're gonna need some good effort to get like that push to get over 29,000s.
Mhm.
Then I hope we get the push. There's always a chance we kind of attempt it and then we kind of roll back. But that's a big one to watch. We've already tagged it, we rejected it, but we're attempting here soon. So I'm excited to see what happens at 29,000.
I think it's very fair. My biggest concern now is are we being too stingy, Mandy? Are we being too stingy with this trade?
That's a good question. I don't know. We're on a
Well-
down day. That's
I'm gonna say
Yeah,
yes.
I was just gonna
That's
say
not a
there's a
vacation.
couple of trying to use not the gross version. There's a couple of complications here that I can see because I took a little break for lunch, and I'm seeing
Great.
stocks do their usual Leroy Jenkins thing off the low. So I was quite shocked when I looked at crude oil and saw that we're trading right about the highs, 102.46 a barrel for the June contract. And then I looked at bonds and I see that the 30 year is trading 5.03 and the 10 year is trading 4.46. And I'm thinking, wow, that's pretty nuts that oil got worse, bonds got a little bit worse, and we got this big bounce here. Now,
Yep.
momentum rules everything around me. You're probably right. We're in this massive uptrend, but that's the only thing giving me pause here as we approach, well, we're already in it, second most liquid hour of the day here. What are the big buyers and sellers doing?
Good question, Doc. Really good question.
I was trying to reference that poll, Jack, about how many traders understand bonds and the relationship to the market. I believe it was approximately 25% of chat understood
gonna
how
guess about
bonds
30.
relate to the market. That's a good guess. Yeah, I thought about the
Yeah.
same, honestly.
Yeah.
Still kind of an enigma to me. Jack, how important is it to understand bonds and its relationship to the market? Is it too large time frame for most traders, or is it important to know?
No, I mean, I would argue that it's by far the most important market in the world. I'm not even biased on that. It just is.
Okay.
The reason most people don't trade it, I mean, you're all involved with it. If you're in like money market accounts or it affects your life every day. If you're someone that has a mortgage or has any sort of debt or has any interaction with rates, it's extremely important. The reason people don't trade it is because it's not a fun thing to trade. And if you're my age too, it's not something that you ever wanted for my entire adult life until 2022. Bonds were yielding basically nothing, right? Who wanted a 2% a year 30-year treasury bond? They'll get more interesting. Like right now, the yield is above 5% in the 30-year, but in the past, in like the early 80s, it got to like 20%. And there's a couple mechanisms here that affect stocks. First, if I could buy a risk-free, so to speak, instrument that's yielding 20% a year, well, suddenly that becomes a very attractive investment compared to
Absolutely.
stocks. And more importantly,
long.
it just represents the cost of money, right? It will slow things down because it's more expensive to finance things at higher rates.
I think that's a great way of putting it. The cost of money.
Yeah, it's the cost of money.
Love that. Love that.
Cost of
Mandy,
money.
you're long.
I am long.
Not
Just
stingy.
3.
Not stingy.
Just
Where's
3.
Mo at? Is Mo in chat right now?
I'm looking for my target of 60-ish area as TP3. Actually, let's just do one. We're gonna Hold on here. Yeah, I still really like that. 59.25 is my TP. That's 60 freaking points, dude. But I'm gonna scale some of that out at 23.
It's already going.
I know. I love it. We're gonna scale out.
Oh god. Sorry. My cat just fell off the table. Sorry.
Just go, oh god.
Very cat thing to do.
You're doing great. No, he has a cat bed and he just rolled himself right off the table in his cat bed.
All right, we're going for
Right on his feet.
28.75 for TP1, TP 59.25 for TP2. I'm only in 3 contracts. My stop loss is at 943s. That would be the last area where we had some support with some bottom wicks on the 5-minute and 1 minute. So let's see if we can get some follow through here. Get a good push.
Yeah. All right. Momentum Mandy is in the house. Let's see what we can do for her and take a little look around the markets right now. Damn. Overall in the day. You know, I've been saying the joke for weeks. I don't know why this is the number, but, you know, generational buying opportunity down 30 bips. After all that, we are only down 0.33% in the ES, 1.36% NQ, and Russell is down 1.22%. Not exactly blood in the streets. Bitcoin's 80,785 in the spot. As mentioned, crude still high, 102.43 in the June contract. Nvidia's flipped back to green.
That helps.
Yeah, not much, but
we're out of our 2. Oh, I bid into
happened?
2. My bad. I bid
Oh, let's
into
go.
2. It's okay.
Reversal challenge. Double that lot size every 15 minutes, Mandy. Love seeing
Why did
it.
I put limit? I'm so out of it today. Okay, I'm gonna get out of get back to my 3. Let's get back to my 3.
All right.
I got serious
There we
FOMO.
go.
I had FOMO 30 points ago.
Well, I do see some.
Okay, we're out of we're down to 2.
Nice.
I'm not gonna. This is great. Wow, how did I like fat finger that? That was terrible execution, but we'll take it. We'll take it.
You're doing great. Look
Thank
at this
you.
thing rip. When did we start this segment? When did we start this segment? It was at
not long ago.
Left for 2.
Not long ago. Yeah, we're already up almost 50, 60 points.
Wow.
In the
How
beginning
did I
of this,
do that?
This thing is cooking. And now I had FOMO 40 points ago.
All right. I'm down to 1, set to break even. That's a $210 so far. Just on 3 to 5 micros. I wasn't in 5 for long. Let's go. Here's our above below, 10 points away.
Yep.
Let's go. Sheesh.
Now I have FOMO 50 points ago. Too stingy. Sometimes those market orders are just the way to get in.
Yep.
All right. How do we?
What the hell?
How do we get along?
Cave Mandy into this thing.
Cave Mandy. Do we have a Cave Mandy graphic yet or no?
Oh, we should.
Should?
Where's
Any
is
ideas?
Drake gone this week? I missed yesterday and today's. But
He's
I
just
may
out
or may
today.
not
He'll be
have-
back.
Okay, I may or may not have a couple Discord emojis of Dre doing his like, let's go, you know, those are good ones.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can't bring the same exuberance, but I'll try.
Oh, it's all great.
Damn.
Oh, I may or may not have also done one for you, Jack. There was one
Oh,
time I took a
perfect.
great trade and you were like clapping, and so I clipped that one too. And we're out. Look at that, you guys.
Okay. I'll do it again.
Yeah, IE can confirm on those emojis. I don't know if I'm supposed to have like written permission, but for emojis from Discord, but I did it.
That's your own world right there.
Go do it.
We need written. We need like written in stone from the legal team. Whatever we can do.
Yeah, there you
You
go.
have to send us
Sure.
what you want your Cave Mandy to be, then we have to send it to the
Yeah,
legal
okay.
team. So make it
I
as
do have one of
ridiculous as
these.
possible, so they have to review it. Send like 10 different copies.
Okay, sounds
They're not
great.
watching.
They're not.
All right.
Let it go.
We hit those 60s. I'm all out.
Well
I'm
done.
sorry. That was like a really perfect trade for me. I can replay it for you guys real quick. Why I loved that trade setup. I mean, you saw my above below. I came in and told you I wanted the VWAP on the daily. If we go to the 15-minute, we came down. We were pushing higher, right? Came down, tested our EMA. We didn't close below it. Our EMA, MA. We had a nice strong uptrend on the 15-minute, of course. 5-minute, I waited for this cross on the MA, EMA. And once we closed above, that's where I entered, right at like 96s, I think. I had a matching entry on the 1 minute, and we took off. I mean, it was all still telling me buying pressure. So my EMA is set at 5. My MA is set at 7 when EMA is on top. That's telling me buyers are in control. When yellow, my MA is on top, tells me sellers are in control. So for that reason, 15, 5, and 1 all came in alignment. We like confluence. We like agreement. That was an A++ setup for me, and it paid. And I like VWAP. I like support resistance levels. And so that was the daily VWAP that I was targeting. So let's go back to the daily. You can see that.
Wow. Well, okay. So where would have your stop been on that trade? Because you had green immediately.
My stop was $300 on those 3 contracts. About 944. That was below the last wicks here on these 1 minute. And then if we go back to the 5-minute, we had the wicks down there too. A wick down there as well.
Got it. Nice.
So
Nice.
kind of like a pivot zone, so to speak, like where we're rotating. And yeah, we took on like no heat.
Yeah, no heat.
I think we took on no heat. Yeah,
that was
it was amazing.
A really good trade. Very favorable the entire time. Okay, now what?
Well,
says
there's
chat?
a little bit.
I don't know.
You can see on the chart too, just like why it might be there. This is kind of like the high from just before the open, right? But right around here, we're getting close to that 7,400 SPX, big round number. I'm seeing some possible resistance just below it. So kind of right at about those the CPI, like post CPI highs there. Why it spiked off that number initially, I'm not sure, but might be hard driving to get through there. Let us know in chat. Is anyone long? You're just holding it for the auto lick, or what's your plan?
The auto lick.
That's a good question.
50. We're 50-50 in the ES, 62% long NASDAQ. What semiconductors have rebounded. They were down like 6%. The ETF's down 4% right now. Still not a great day, but
I mean, they can't go up forever, Jack. I mean, they gotta be read a little bit.
It's pretty good for them that they bounced, not just because the price went higher, but there's billions upon billions of dollars in leveraged ETFs. These folks are trading on it, right?
Oof.
And if we finish down like 6%, that would invite a lot of additional selling. So they may have dodged the guillotine for now.
I mean, I still want to find a way to get long, if possible. I don't think it's as good as a price as what Mandy had. They're a little bit far away from the range, a little bit extended out. But we do have a nice little 1 minute range forming here, right at the right below the above below. So I'm not a huge fan of trading 1 minute ranges in the NASDAQ because it tends to kind of slice down pretty good. I mean, not really.
What's the minimum you would go? Would you like why stop at 1 minute? We got 30-second charts. We got 15. We got 5 seconds. Chat, let me know. What is the lowest time frame range you would trade?
The problem with the 1 minute ranges is that they can kind of end up in no man's land. And what I mean by that is that if you like look to the left, there just really isn't a level to like reference on. So I'd rather look for a long at maybe like these 29,008s where we had a double top before as resistance and we broke out of it. So maybe we come back and retest and then can bid back up again. And like the space between that and it's almost like a 50-point difference, right? And so you're just trying to be a little bit more patient to get a better trade location. So we actually will bid the 29,008s to see if we can get a pullback that far. We also have a midpoint of the today's session is 29,018 3/4, which we're very, very close to. But if we could get maybe a 3-minute range, I'd be more interested. But I think the 1 minute ranges are just a little bit too not trustworthy, too squirrely.
I think that's a fair statement. Yeah, that's a fair statement.
Squirrely.
5
minute is like my favorite. 5 minute and 15 are my two favorites. For sure.
Absolutely. They're
the best.
For our day trading futures, not being in a trade for what's your max ideal time for being in a trade, Dolby? When you're using a 5 and a 15? Like is it like 3 candles worth on a 15? So like 45 minutes, or are you willing to go hour and a half, 2 hours?
It depends. So like for range trading, I just want to find any 3 candles on any time frame that I can like draw a line through that have like relatively equal highs and relatively equal lows. But if you're trading like a 1 hour range, the wicks out of it that end up like getting back in, like that could be like 60, 70, 80 points. So the trading like those 1 hour ranges can be kind of tricky because you have to adjust your stop loss to account for wicks outside of the range that end up coming back within. But that's kind of why I like the 5 minute and the 15 minute, because it just aligns better with like the risk that I kind of have. I think if you're going to do like a 1 hour range trade, you have to give it a lot more room to breathe and a lot more time. Like it could take 2 hours for a trade. So I think that 5 to 15 is kind of like a sweet point for a range trade, at least for like a day trade. Like a day trade is really good. So we're going to bid 08s and 78s. So we're going to have 2. We're going to see if we can get back into the middle of the previous range for a continuation trade to the upside.
It was a decent rejection off of the daily VWAP. They're at 160s. We tagged 64, 63 and 3/4, somewhere in there. No, 4 1/4. 64 1/4. I do like this that idea that you have there, Dolby. We came back and tagged my 5 minute EMA, so I am looking for another round of longs if we can get that crossed here on the 1 minute. That probably won't happen until about 41-ish area, or in another minute or two. But yeah, I still like long. I'm still long biased.
For sure. Unless we get news, I think we're just gonna bid up.
Yeah.
But my FOMO's already starting to kick off again as NASDAQ bounced off that 50% at the 29,018s here. Now trading 29,040, up a cool 20 points just like that. So still maintaining its range over range. Looks very, very good so far. But, typically NASDAQ has to go down to go up. So let's keep these trades in here and see if we can get filled. Bottom of the hour, it's 6 minutes. Mandy's already put on a winning trade and is crushing it. Shocker.
Yeah, chat's bullish too. I saw the results. Above, below, 64%. Set above 29,060. What are we at, Neep? I don't even look at the MNQ. Or NQ.
I said we might have hesitation around 29,000. What was that hesitation? It was 15 points. I think, right? 15 points. Yeah, I think that's all of our hesitation was. So it was a really clean. But I mean, how many times down the 1 minute did we hesitate around there? 1, 2, 3 times. So didn't take, in my opinion, I don't think it took much. I'm going to enter long 1. just because
You're getting long one?
it's set up again. Yeah, it's set up again on my trade plan. We're gonna go back down. It's negative risk to reward on this one. 970s, because why not? I'm not looking for much.
So what are you looking for? Just like 10, 15 points?
No, this one's like 30. Just because I want to test of the 5-minute VWAP, like not the daily VWAP.
Got it. Okay.
Like there's potential to get there. If we like double top,
I like that trade
and
too.
we print another red candle, I think I'm gonna cut it quick and not let it sell off. But
Okay. And where we sit right now, we're just down 1.3% in the NQ from settlement. A little less than 30 bips now in the ES. I would think it'd be kind of tough to get through the 74.24 in the ES.
That's fair.
Oh, man. What a perfect double bottom here in that.
Lucas Stonks, gold is stupid. What is gold doing right now? Why is it stupid?
It's vexing Lucas. Vexing. Let's
Hey,
see what we
listen,
got.
I'm not a fan of trading gold. Props to all those who can.
I've gotten chopped up a few times lately, last week or two with it.
My problem with gold is that it behaves totally normal, and then all of a sudden it shoots down or up $60, and then goes back to where it was just at, and then acts like nothing happened. And it drives me absolutely insane.
Sounds right. Sounds right.
Well, things have slowed down a little bit as we're approaching the bottom of the hour here. I believe we do have a little news break we can share real quick. It was a little something like this.
Someone must be red in the face after mistakenly sending a speeding ticket bill to Kit from Knight Rider. Yes, that Knight Rider. The Volo Museum in Illinois received a $50 citation claiming their replica of the famous talking car was spotted speeding in New York City. And while Kit is certainly capable of excessive speeds, the museum says their car has been on display inside the building for years. They believe it's a mistaken identity mix-up, likely linked to someone else's vanity plates, and have requested a hearing about the ticket.
Well, that didn't disappoint. You want to hear something crazy too? David Hasselhoff, I believe, may have dated my aunt in high school. A true story. Yeah, he graduated from LT, if you can believe it. I've never got why the Germans are so into him.
Wait, LT is in like Lane Tech?
Lyons Township.
Oh, Lyons Township. Okay. So may have or has? Do we know?
I know they went to school together. I forget. I can text my mom right now if it was her or one of their friends, but they knew the Hoff.
I mean, if you have to, James, if you have to put us on a 2-up so Jack can text his mom to get to the bottom of this story, I mean,
okay, I'll do it.
Mandy and I can cook here just fine. We gotta get to the bottom of this. Chat, has anyone in your family dated anyone famous or who became famous? Please let us know. Let us know. And NASDAQ pushing the highs again here. Man, you still in this trade. You're just crushing this long right now. Very frustrating.
You know, if there weren't a half an hour left, we should get her on the show. We should just bring my mom in. If this is true.
Oh, yeah. No, we can do an interview for sure. For sure. I'll send her the on-air waiver real quick. It'll be great.
Your cousin literally married Al Roker? Okay, that's good. Chat, don't disappoint.
Right. That one's winning. Manny, you might be muted right now. Chat is
Oh my
calling you
gosh,
out on your
sorry.
mute
I'm all
button.
out
Nice.
now.
Nice.
I was
just
gonna
wanna get
say,
long.
Jack, we need pictures if they're supposedly dated. There should be some evidence, right? Some pictures.
Like a cheeseburger on the floor.
Polaroids or
Yeah,
something?
maybe, yeah.
Picture of a
My
picture.
brother-in-law's aunt is a a doctor on Psych, that one
Okay.
comedy show.
Oh.
The female, like, is it? Well, I don't know if she was the doctor or the top cop or whatever. I don't know, but that was.
Oh, that's
I'm
very
somehow
cool.
connected to her. We just busted past my TP. I was looking for the VWAP at 81, and we just took that out. Looking at 100s here as our next target. I have a multiple touch point support resistance on the 15-minute at 102.5. So that would be my next upside target, depending on how we behave here at VWAP. Shout out to George. Thanks for the target, bud. Like it.
And my FOMO is now at 75 points of FOMO.
Do we need
That's
to lock out?
Do I need a lockout?
Just kidding, totally.
No, I just need to talk less
okay,
and trade
good.
more. That's always the answer to everything is talk less, trade more.
Well, sometimes talking out your trades helps you make the right trades. That's what I've been trying to do. Is like,
that's a good point.
Can I validate my trade out loud? Like, can I say have a good if then statement? If NQ does this, I'm going to do this, or I'm not gonna do this. I like the talking out loud idea, but
I just feel like now it's too late. This is like the problem, Andy, is
I
that
agree.
I like sit on my hands. I'm like, I'm not gonna FOMO. I'm not gonna FOMO. Then like the third
You
push it takes, I'm like, now I'm gonna
Move,
FOMO
yeah,
in, and then I end up like calling the top. It ends up being a disaster. Because now we're getting up to 29,100s, and so maybe that's where it ends up, selling off 20,
Yeah.
30 points.
Yeah, we like
So,
not chasing.
yeah, this is a chase. This is a chase. We're not chasing.
We're
Still
not.
waiting for that. Still waiting for that pullback.
That pullback. Yep.
Yeah, and insert skeleton meme.
I really enjoyed the pivots. I was using those
Oh, yeah?
today, and it was just like, oh, why are we getting some hesitation? Like, I didn't have any good rationale for hesitations, and now I'm like, oh, there they are. That's why NQ decided to chop at this one area. Oh, okay. So it's been fun seeing these on the charts now. I had some fun with them late this morning.
Are you going to add it to your toolbox, Mandy? The pivot points.
Absolutely. As I was telling somebody, it's a piece to the puzzle. It's not my trigger. It's not my entry. It's not the core of my trading strategy with the moving averages. It's just information to help me know why might we be chopping, or what would be a good upside target or stop loss, and a few points, right? Like, you don't want to be right at it because it'll oftentimes tag it. But I like giving myself, 1 to 3 points off of that as like a stop loss or whatnot. Or we talk about 10%ing it, right? That's what Hope talks about. Maybe not right at the pivot or my TP. I'll go like $1 or $2 before it. I did the same thing earlier when I was looking at the 60s. I think I went 59.25. It did hit 60s, but it always sucks when you're this close and it just doesn't take it. And so that's where I'm okay giving up a couple points on a relatively decent sized trade. Meaning 30 plus points.
There's 105.
This is
There we go.
60 points in it. We are right at SPX 7,400 now. I would be
There we go.
Short.
Don't
short.
shocked. No.
Yeah.
I would be shocked if we continue much beyond here, but stranger things have happened. Like, hell, why not? We only got 13 points to flip the S&P green for the day. No red days allowed, people.
That's
None.
true. Rule number 1 of trading the
True.
NASDAQ, there's no red days.
We're right on a pivot point right now on NQ as well.
Nice.
That is, what was that today? Support 2. It was really a great spot today to see that rotation at support 5 on the pivot points. That's where the buy was today.
A little bit.
Color
We're also
swap,
getting
yeah.
back up to a 1 hour range. It's like the range that we broke down through. That level was 29,116s. So we kind of just got like right up there. So if we can push up into the 116s, then that would still be very bullish. But typically, if you kind of revisit an old range, you're going to get a little bit of resistance or turbulence, however you want to say it, and we did. So I'm still bullish, but maybe we can leverage this sort of resistance area as a way to get long, depending on how far back this pulls. Maybe like 29,064s could be okay.
I love that. I have a spot at 60, 68s. Would be a good spot for me.
Cool. I'm envisioning your view up, kind of just like curving up here with this uptrend.
Yeah, starting to.
Yeah. Maybe we can get a poll in chat. Chat, are you using pivot points? Yes or no?
Ooh, I love that question.
I think Jeremy is in chat right now. Put Jeremy to work. His last comment was that Psych is a great show.
It's a good one. I haven't seen it in a long time, but it's good. My husband loves comedy. I'm not really huge into comedy, but he kind of like screens comedy shows for me, whether or not it would be something I'm interested in. It's got to be like the right type of comedy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like stupid comedy. I like clever comedy. I don't know if that's a thing. Like Psych's really clever to me, but
classy comedy.
Classy, yeah.
Classy. There you go. Yeah.
Well, we are hanging up a little bit at the 7,400. Maybe this will be where it stops. We'll get a lot more volume coming in these last 20 minutes.
Yes, we will.
Absolutely.
Come on down. Wonderful.
What's on the news for tomorrow? Do we have anything on the calendar?
We got PPI.
Again, I'm a little late. I wasn't here this morning paying attention.
Well, you missed a lot. But PPI is tomorrow at 7:30. We also, Trump and Xi are meeting in Beijing.
Oh, yes, that's huge.
Crude oil inventories could be a little bit. There's been a lot of drawing down those crude reserves lately. We got a bond auction. That could be interesting. Like, I'm usually good about saying when it won't be interesting. A 30-year bond auction, given what's happening in the market at noon tomorrow, could move stuff.
Interesting. Yeah. It's good to know.
And then
noon
we got
tomorrow.
Cisco, the company, not the rapper of Thong Song, is reporting earnings after the bell tomorrow.
He's saying the national
anthem. Does Cisco have any shares
at a sporting event recently, and it was terrible. It was terrible. It goes for one of the basketball games. It was so
Gons. I'm happy that you like the parabolic SAR. A cool feature for you. I would say do your back testing, see what settings keep it in a good spot. NQ just bidding up. Holy crap. Do your back testing. I ended up changing the default to 0.04, 0.04, 0.2. That fit my strategy really well. The default is 0.02, 0.02, 0.2. So play around with that parabolic SAR. You don't always have to go with the default. Find what follows your trade plan and see what gives you better clues to the puzzle, right? You can edit those settings and make it advantageous to your trade plan. So I would encourage you to do that if you haven't already. 5 EMA and a 7 MA Jules rules. I should put that in the box.
Incredible bounce right now.
It's insane. I know.
How do we get long? Press the buy button. It's always an option. Always an option.
Always an option.
Yep. We're going to bid 90s, 90 quarter. We're going to bid 90 quarter.
This is an easy poll, you guys. We don't have a lot of votes for how many viewers we have. I really want to. It's either a yes or a no. Put it in the chat.
And you know the answer. We're rejecting
this is
ever
just
so slightly in the ES.
Just not what
At
NQ
the
is doing.
7400 SPX.
Fascinating.
I just 112 points of FOMO and counting.
Do we have like a FOMO counter in the background?
It's running in my head currently. It's
your-
not great. It's not
Do you
great.
still have that tally on your board, Jack? Of
yeah.
I'm never shorting this again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we need Andre back for it.
Okay.
Eventually, I'll draw some other things up there, but I'm not good at that sort of thing. So
Yeah.
Chalkboards or
Brayden.
drawing?
Handwriting.
It's wild.
Yeah, drawing, chalkboards, all the above.
No.
Are you
Yeah, dry
artistic,
erase board
Jack?
would be better.
Artistic? Like, are you good with like penmanship or drawing or like I'm limited to
Pipe
stick figures.
cleaners.
I'm not cutesy at all. But there's some really like my boys. I have a brother and my son. They're just so artistic. They could just draw up something on that board and make it look awesome.
Yes. No. In the visual medium, no, I am not very good at arts.
Yeah. Me neither.
You play
I'm
piano, though.
math science minded. Oh, you play piano, Jack? That's
I do.
awesome.
Oh, he plays piano.
That's great. Are you guys gonna do like a band thing sometime? Like piano, guitar. Jacoby, you do guitar, right?
I do drums.
Yeah.
Drums.
probably aware.
I knew that.
30
I
years
knew
and
that.
counting.
Do you know guitar though?
I do.
Or just drums.
I don't.
NQ is not giving up. This is Brayden, I agree. This is a rally that's a little ridiculous. It's
Wanna
definitely
see a magic trick?
Would you say it's overextended? I'm saying it's overextended. You weren't wrong, Jack.
think
Where's
it is.
our where's settlement? Why can't I find settlement on here?
It's 1% higher than this, whatever that means.
Well, you're looking
Yeah,
at the
whatever
NQ.
that number is.
We're doing a lot better in the ES. ES, we're just like 12.5 points from settlement.
I have to refresh.
Wow.
Just no chill. Whatever. You know what? Buying one.
Okay.
Whatever. Y'all want to see a magic trick?
Okay.
I'll call the top of this thing right now. Target is 194.
NASDAQ. Wow. MOC in 7 minutes. We don't have
Good.
what's gonna
It's always
stop
buy
this,
side.
Jack or Dolby? Like, why can't we just keep bidding up? What would be the hesitation? We're past that.
I hit the market buy button. That's literally the only thing I got. Is I hit
on
the
ES.
market order.
Redonkulous, Brayden.
Still going.
That's a word. Haven't heard that one in a long time.
There's no ranges on any time frame right now.
No.
That's insane.
I don't have any support
Nothing on the
resistance.
4
This is kind of
hour.
thin
1
air up
hour.
here. Not a lot of history.
30-minute. There's nothing. Everything is broken out to the upside every time frame.
Well, every time frame up to what? Like 5 minutes?
One to daily. One to daily, there is no range. It's just up. Braden's envious of how easy it is to be a bull in the NQ.
Cgons, it's actually 5 minutes to MOC or less than 5. We're at 450 now. Market on close. We'll see those uptick in volatility here in about 4.5 minutes.
Is this the pullback
What's
of
the
the
top,
ages right
Dolby?
here? Top of what?
You said you're calling the top.
Oh, me hitting the market order button to get it to get
Oh, that
long.
button. Got it. Yes.
That is my magic trick, is being able to call the top or bottom by hitting the market buy and or sell
Market.
button.
Yeah.
Because
The
my
cave
timing
Dolby
is so
into it.
bad. is so bad as a momentum trader. And look at this. We're already
Yeah, I mean, all I'll say is I'm looking at the MES, not that. It's going to be tough to get through the 7,400. I feel like you got to throw that FOMO aside because, like, I wouldn't feel any FOMO if it does plow through this to the upside. It's like, okay, all right.
Who could have seen that? Like,
Well,
who wants to play with
yeah,
that, Jack?
it could happen, but I don't want that smoke. Like in a normal market, I would probably be short MES here. That being said, we do have. I see in the chat now he's putting the Dr. Volatility moniker in. We do have some hashtag Power Hour things to share. So James, hit us with those sweet tweets.
I didn't like it was a bunch of random letters and numbers, so I changed it to what you all know me as. But hey, we got 3 minutes to MOC. Let's make this fast. Earlier today, we asked you to take to Twitter and tag us using hashtag Fast Markets, hashtag Power Hour. Here's what you guys brought today, starting with Nick H. Got stopped out, but made it back. Nice job, Nick H. Coming up $132 in your what I assume to be trading combine. And if it's not, make sure you get the accounts in there next time so we can all applaud you. But good work. Next up from Misfit. Almost halfway there. Whoa! And you're using that lockout button, and that is incredible. You are using the tools at your disposal to lock it up when you're green, and that's how you end the day up $1,223. Moving on, from Tommy Trades, thanks to Topstep and Topstep TV, I am 43 days in the green and just took my 8th payout, my XFA. Couldn't have done it without the proper guidance from the team. Appreciate you all. Well, you know what, Tommy Trades? We appreciate you. Thank you for showing up, and thank you for tuning in bell to bell. You're the one putting in the work. You're the one doing it. Next up from Pika, up $16,000 in my Topstep live account. What a beautiful day to slam short, trying to make Michael and Josh proud. Well, Pika, I'm sure they are proud of you, and I choose you any day of the week, so keep on trading it up and keep on sharing with us. I love that Pikachu is in a live funded account with us. And last but certainly not least, from Trader Lee, payouts in the bank from Topstep and AeroPay equals undefeated. It only took 4 minutes for both payouts to hit my bank account. That's right. If you guys haven't heard, Topstep and AeroPay are now delivering you the fastest payouts out there. How fast, you may ask? Well, fast enough that we're going to take a quick AeroPay break and be right back.
All right, AeroPay, and we're sending it a little more to the upside here in the stocks. We got about
what a
a
push
minute and 15 seconds until MOC.
NASDAQ to the moon. That's all it knows. Where'd my moon
There's
emoji
nothing
go?
else.
I had one somewhere. Did I delete it?
Oh, on the screen, yeah.
Yeah, it was at like, I think it was around like 28,700s when we were trading at like 28,500s. We're up $40 in this one going into MOC because NASDAQ doesn't know how to do anything else. Just goes up.
Not even
45
down
seconds to
1%.
MOC. We're just going to hold it.
Oh my
Say
goodness, the
what
NQ, you're right, is down under 1%. That would be
It's down under
unreal.
1%. ACH.
What's going
Thank
on?
you. 0.97% right now.
Ah, look at that rally. Look at that rally. What is settlement, actually? That's a good question. We get back to settlement?
424? No, that's not. Yeah, 424.
424 is settlement? Holy moly.
That doesn't sound right. Is that right?
That can't be right. That's 300 points from here. That's so far.
Here we go.
Have we moved that much today?
And what is it? Looks like buy side. Feels like buy side.
I don't have the instant thing.
It feels definitely buy side.
On the money.
Let's go NQ. Holy crap. Wow. What are your thoughts on this, Brayden? What, it's redonkulous? Is that what NQ is right
That's
now?
a great term for it. Chat, do we hold into close or do we keep it? Hold into close or keep, chat. We're going to keep our stop where it's at.
Auto lick.
Auto lick?
Well, are there any earnings after the bell? That's
Never
the one.
mind. Don't auto
None of
lick
it
it.
matters. none of it. It's just the more I
Who are
touch
the
trades,
earnings
the worse
today,
they get.
Jack?
Up.
Who's reporting earnings today?
Oh, nothing too important. I see Oklo is nothing that's probably gonna kill you in the auto lick. I don't know. This is nuts. I did get a text back from my mom, by the way.
Thank you. Can we post it on the
Okay.
screen?
No,
yeah.
because she uses the woman's last name, and I know her. Okay,
Oh, okay.
so
Okay, fair.
it was. She says Lisa, wife of Super Lanny. He used to hang out at the LaGrange McDonald's with his LT friend. So that's David Hasselhoff.
Nice.
Yo.
Nice. We do have a target of 194s here.
Let's go, Dolby. Great. No
let's move
FOMO
our-
now. Just followed your process. Sitting green. That's
I mean,
a W.
normally for a range trade, we're just waiting for another range to form so we can move our stop. And so we're just going to sit here, I guess. Nothing to do.
Well, we got 7 points in the ES to flip positive. We are only down 0.84% on the day in the NQ. After all that, story remains the same.
Yeah. So we did have a triple
the
bottom
runner.
here at 175s, which we just touched.
I like that.
If we can gather strength and then push through the 175s, I think we are looking in very, very good shape.
Amazing. Killer trade. Killer trade, Dolby.
Bledsoe.
You follow
100 pointer?
your-
We hit a 100 pointer? Let's see.
Is this a 100 pointer?
It's on the cards. We've got 50 more points to go for a 100-point trade.
Oh, yeah, you can. It's possible. Just really proud of you. You had FOMO, Dolby. You you
do.
followed your trade plan aside from me trading my trade plan. We are two very different traders. We had the same bias, but you followed through and you're gonna have a green trade, and props to you on that. It's I know it's hard sometimes maybe watching individuals on Topstep TV. They're trading their trade plan. They're demonstrating some different strategies. But you at the end of the day, you got to follow your trade plan. You can't just enter because we're entering, right? And so good on you for that demonstration, Dolby. That's awesome. Killer trade.
Thank you, Mandy.
Yeah.
Squeeze is on here. I think
literally
Agent
is.
Bledsoe asked, bro, what WTF is going on? Nothing
No
really.
idea.
Stocks are just going up. Oil's still near its highs.
If you watch
Bond yield's
Topstep
still near its
TV,
highs.
you would know what's going on. NASDAQ is just bidding like mad at the close because that's all it knows how to do. This is just what it does. Oh, hello. What was that? All
Okay.
right, we're still okay. We're still okay.
Oh yeah, you're
We're
great.
still obeying the 1 minute range.
That 175 is your trip. Oh, okay.
Oh,
We're a little
our
wiki
stop-
before.
154. Stops at 154 here. 100 pointer might be off the table. I think we're gonna get tagged. Ooh, stick save. We're still in. Still in. Did it flip sell side right there? That thing was crazy.
That was
I have our
wild.
1 minute. I have our 1 minute
Let's
range.
see. It was, by the way, I don't know if we announced it on air. It probably was in the chat, but it was 2.6 billion S&P 500 buy side, 1.1 bill NASDAQ.
This thing has got the
73
heebie-jeebies
Mag
right now.
7, 661 million for the Dow.
Killer.
This thing is. Oh, we're gonna get tagged. I think. Very, very wiki here.
What's yours
I
at?
mean,
154.
154 and 3/4. We're like second stick save, best goalie ever.
Okay, second magic trick. I think we closed 74.24 in the ES.
Okay.
It's having a hard time here at this 175s. Uh-oh. Goalie. The offense is putting pressure on the goalie here. Can we get a third stick save?
Looks like it. Let's go.
Can we get a third stick save? All right, 5 minutes. Oh! This goalie's getting peppered. Oh, it's a close one.
I'm just letting
Still
Dolby
a good trade,
announce
though.
it.
Just a moat.
Yeah.
Either way, we got $65. It's great.
Oh.
Well, we have some live leaders to show, but let's wait a few seconds here. Dolby is riding the lightning.
Fourth stick save.
That's when you know your stop profit is like in the prime
Negative.
location.
Yeah.
There was some rationale to it, right? Dolby, you didn't just put it because it was a dollar amount. You had something on your chart to tell you to put it there, right?
Yeah, got these little ranges kind of forming. I got a
Yeah,
nice little
there
base
you
forming
go.
around these 155s. I'm just hoping NASDAQ doesn't want to run it and then shoot up 100 points. But this 175 has kind of been a bugaboo here, so we got to push back up through the
Looking
175s so we can get into this old range that we had before we broke down.
Let's do it. Let's see those
Buyers.
live leaders real quick.
Let's do it.
Dolby, we'll hear your
Give us the
grunts in the
ball.
background. We got a shout out
Give
to
us the
Julian K, $44,805. Monmon JP, also in the 40K club. Impressive. Dortea, almost $27,000. Huang and Francisco, both above 20K. Francisco with the precision, hitting 20K on the dot. Impressive day all around. Glad it worked out for y'all.
Fifth stick save potentially.
Nah, we're closing
might
at
get tired here.
74.24.
You're still in this. This is
I
amazing.
can't believe it, dude. This is
amazing.
insane. Let me go to like a
is
5-second
awesome.
chart.
Let's
look at how many
it.
times this is. it's gonna crack. Come on, it has to crack. Look at all these.
Oh,
1, 2, 3,
man.
4, 5, 6.
Or does it just fly, Dolby? Does it just fly in the last
It's probably
minute?
gonna like shoot down 20 points and then bid up 80.
Yeah, that's fair.
Can we get
Very
7?
on point with NQ.
That's so NQ.
That is so NQ.
Oh my goodness, this is insane. Let's go.
What is? We'll close the
We've
day.
My above below is so far in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, no, we're not talking about above below anymore.
We are
That's
not
bad.
talking about above
below is
below, so that's
bad.
an L.
There's an
But
eighth
Dolby's
one.
in a W right now.
8th stick save. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Let's
6,
go,
7,
Dolby.
8,
Let's
9. 9 times.
This is
Can
wild.
we break
This is-
175s?
Trading's a sport, man. Like,
This is the most incredible stop loss.
This is
Look at
amazing.
this. All right, we're gonna move it up to plus 90 here. Now we're just riding this. We just want momentum to the upside. You can come back and take me out now. That was fine. We survived.
it's wild.
1 minute
Oh,
remaining.
there we go. There we go. Can we get? All right, we're out. We're out. That was
Okay.
so crazy. What a roller coaster. Plus 215 on the day.
All right.
Let's go.
Fun times.
Killer trade, Dolby. Let's go.
Couldn't
Hey,
do
we had
without you, Mandy.
all W's, no losses in
It's true.
Power Hour. Is that correct?
I'm gonna allow
That's-
it. I think
No
so.
losers. No
think
losers on
so.
Power Hour today.
Now can I stick the final print? We're close.
That's right.
20 seconds remaining. Let's get it. 74.24. Come on, come on, come on.
Yeah, I want to see your. Let me see your screen. Back.
Yeah, go to
Yeah, here we
Jack's
go. 10 seconds.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
screen. Just
5.
crazy.
Oh no, it's running away a little bit. 3, 2. Wow, a little bit higher. All right. That bell, end of a other
That was-
Way
wacky
to go.
day in NASDAQ land. Thank you all for joining us, Mandy. Appreciate you coming on. Great trading. Always good to have you.
Always. Thank you so
Dolby.
much. Pleasure.
That trade, man, that was stupid in the
Amazing.
best
Stop of the
possible way.
century.
I loved it.
Yes, it was.
So, yes, indeed. We're
Epic.
selling off a little bit here after the bell as a ceremonial. But with that, we'll send it to James and close out the day. We'll see you in the morning.
And that's the way the news goes. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for tuning in for Power Hour. On your way out, be sure to give a shout out in the chat for Mandy, Jack, and Dolby for a wonderful power hour. Don't forget to like this video on your way out. We got to eat, folks, so like the video, but stick around on your way out because whether you're going to the video by yourself or you just want to hang here, either way, At the Buzzer is up next. I know you're all so stoked, so I'll try and wrap through my post-show wrap-up. But At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. It's every day at 3:15 p.m., and they're going to unpack everything that went down in the markets, and they're going to relate what it means to your trading plan when the markets reopen at 5 p.m. Central Time. Then, once the markets are reopened, be sure to come back tonight at 7 p.m. because Coach Dakota is going to be hosting Slow Markets again, and you're not going to want to miss it. You know, I say this pretty much every single night, but if you haven't started watching Slow Markets yet, tonight is a wonderful night to start. So we hope to see you there. Again, that's at 7 p.m. sharp. Then tomorrow morning, be sure to wake up early and catch the London Open with Aaron Trades. That's going to be at 1:30 a.m. Central Time. And while Aaron was not able to join us this morning, you can be sure to catch up with Aaron during the London Open Monday through Friday, 1:30 a.m. Central Time. Then shortly after that at 5:30 a.m. Central Time, Deanna will be back with the metal markets. If you love Deanna's expert analysis, then you will love metal markets. Again, that's at 5:30 a.m. Central Time. And all that's happening before we're back with a brand new episode of Topstep TV coming live at you again tomorrow at 7:15 a.m. Central Time. Things are moving fast around here. We still have a big week ahead of us. Jessica Inskip is back tomorrow. We got more guests on the docket as the week goes on, and you never know what announcements we have around the corner. So if I were you, I'd keep sticking with Topstep TV all week long. But we know you will because we know you guys are bell to bellers, and we love you for it. But let's get you on over to At the Buzzer. For Topstep TV, I've been James Harden. You've been the chat, and this has been Topstep TV. Have a great one. We'll see you tomorrow.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition, not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down, every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen, I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.